249. With the guerrillas. After less than a year of operations in the Sierra Maestra, the Cuban army had effectively conceded the mountains to the rebels. By 1957, the tiny rebel force had survived the initial phase of establishing a position in the mountains. That is precisely when luck turned in its favor. In February, Herbert Matthews, a senior New York Times reporter and press veteran of the Spanish Civil War, Benito Mussolini's Abyssinian campaign, and World War II, arrived in the rebels' clandestine camp. Matthews mistakenly concluded that Castro had large numbers of guerrillas under his control, while the real number was closer to 20. He published glowing articles about the Cuban insurgents. Castro is alive and fighting hard and successfully in the rugged, almost impenetrable vastness of the Sierra Maestra, at the southern tip of the island, Matthews wrote. Thousands of men and women are heart and soul with Fidel Castro and the New Deal for which they think he stands. Hundreds of highly respected citizens are helping fire Castro. A fierce government counterterrorism has aroused the people even more against General Batista. From the look of things, General Batista cannot possibly hope to suppress the Castro revolt. Matthews went on to portray the rebel army's political leanings almost as an analog to Rooseveltian liberalism. It is a revolutionary movement that calls itself socialistic. It is also nationalistic, which generally in Latin America means anti-Yankee. The program is vague and couched in generalities, but it amounts to a New Deal for Cuba, radical, democratic, and therefore anti-communist. Has strong ideas of liberty, democracy, social justice, the need to restore the Constitution, to hold elections. Asterisk. The New York Times subsequently published a photo of Matthews together with Fidel, which demolished the Batista regime's claim that the journalist had invented the encounter. By the end of 1957, the now famous rebels had established a viable yet crude civil administration inside the Sierra Maestra. And, following the footsteps of Mao and Jip, the guerrillas evaded the Cuban army's strategy of trapping them inside a steadily tightening noose. The rebels took great advantage of the Sierra Maestra's thick forests and deep ravines to continually attack the bogged-down army units. Early the following year, they established Radio Rebelde, a clandestine radio station that spouted pro-revolutionary propaganda. At the same time, an urban insurgency against Batista helped keep the Cuban army tied up in the cities. The sagacious Castro also deftly used his men's relatively benign treatment of 250 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Captured Cuban army soldiers to help cement their reputation as humane fighters. External events also strengthened Castro's position. In early 1958, the Eisenhower administration stopped sending military supplies to Batista. In May, an increasingly worried Batista ordered a large number of raw recruits and reservists into an Operación 6 en Verano that lasted 10 weeks. Yet the troops made few gains against the increasingly confident, seasoned, and popular guerrillas. The offensive ended in a humiliating failure. On New Year's Eve 1958, the despised Batista fled Cuba on a plane for the Dominican Republic, and victorious rebels and throngs of Cubans celebrated in Havana. The July 26 movement had become the preeminent political force among the motley coalition of anti-regime groups. And Castro was unquestionably the most charismatic and adored leader of this broad-based revolt. Two key rebel leaders, Che Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos, entered Havana to secure military facilities. Around a week later, after having sworn in the revolutionary government's first president, Judge Manuel Urrutia, Castro himself entered the capital. His improbable rebellion had succeeded *degree yet, contrary to the lore that developed around this story in subsequent years, Castro's band of barbudos were not the only Cubans responsible for the revolution. Rather, virtually every sector of Cuban society had turned against the despised Batista. Most notable among those who deserted him was the urban middle and upper class, whose opposition made his fall infinitely more likely. The Bay of Pigs. The overthrow of Batista was as important for what it represented as for what actually occurred. Castro's initially tiny band of fighters achieved a decisive victory in the face of highly improbable odds. The strategy of Mao and Jap had been adopted in Latin America and had worked brilliantly. In fact, the Cuban rebels did not even need to resort to the protracted component of the strategy given the rapidity of the victory. And unlike turnovers in Indochina and Algeria, this success was close to home, a development that unsettled policymakers in Washington. Yet Castro's ascension initially enjoyed a warm reception in the United States, an outcome that seemed to point to the endurance of U.S. Cuban ties. In April 1959, Castro paid an 11-day visit to the United States. This helped to consolidate his image as a moderate nationalist in the eyes of the American public and media. Castro told the American Society of 251 newspaper editors, "We are not communists," and added that his government would not expropriate private property. In Washington, Castro met with Vice President Richard Nixon, but not President Eisenhower. He visited the Lincoln and Jefferson memorials as well as Mount Vernon. Tracking his extreme popularity in liberated Cuba, U.S. newspapers and television at the time were replete with stories about the charismatic and romantic Cuban leader. Even decidedly imperialist American conglomerates such as Texaco and Esso ran advertisements in Revolucion, the new Cuban daily. Domestic companies such as Bacardi also paid taxes in advance as a patriotic gesture, but this honeymoon between Washington and Havana was not to last. Washington increasingly saw Castro as a communist, while the Cuban leader increasingly believed that the United States was out to get him. Both were mostly correct. Reports of Cuban efforts to foment leftist revolution in neighboring countries such as Panama, Venezuela, and Haiti helped convince the Eisenhower administration that a tougher approach was necessary. Only a month after Batista had fled, Daniel Braddock, the acting American charge d'affaires in Havana, sent out a classified memo to the CIA and State Department titled "Cuba as a Base for Revolutionary Operations Against Other Latin American Governments." It read, "A number of leaders of the successful revolutionary movement in Cuba consider that efforts should now be undertaken to free the people of some other Latin American nations from their dictatorial governments." Asterisk. While Che Guevara was generally regarded as the principal force behind such thinking, and was indeed active in the planning, he was far from alone. Fidel Castro had reportedly made remarks along such lines, particularly during his recent visit to Venezuela. As Braddock noted presciently, it can be expected that Cuba will be a center of revolutionary scheming and activities for some time, with consequent concern and difficulties for various governments including our own. Vice President Nixon issued a memo that rejected attempts to get along with and understand Castro. Eisenhower had even accused Castro of being a madman and discussed a blockade of the island to make the Cuban people hungry and move them to throw Castro out. To borrow a sports metaphor, by 1960 U.S. policy toward Castro had turned to hardball. In keeping with the Eisenhower administration's estimations, even some politically moderate Latin American leaders such as Costa Rica's José Pepe Figueroa and Venezuela's Romulo Betancourt, who had initially supported Havana, began to agree that communism was consolidating in Cuba and ripe for export to the rest of the Americas. Soon. 252 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. The CIA group that had overthrown Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954 was reconstituted to replicate its magic in Cuba. In the same year, then-Senator John F. Kennedy wrote a political book, The Strategy of Peace, wherein he accused the Eisenhower administration of stoking antipathy toward Cuba. Remarkably, Kennedy added that the White House should have given Castro a warmer welcome, which would have helped him steer toward a more rational course. During that year's presidential campaign, though, Kennedy publicly said that his administration would aid anti-Castro groups in exile. Republican candidate Nixon, whose colleagues in the government had privately been doing exactly this with covered programs, reluctantly took the public position that Kennedy was being reckless in risking a World War III over Cuba. At the same time, the secret plans for an invasion of Cuba continued. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Lyman Lemnitzer told Eisenhower that the exiles in training were the best army in Latin America. U.S. officials had come to view Castro as a serious threat to its interests in the hemisphere. CIA Director Allen Dulles, for one, briefed President Eisenhower that Castro's cautious attitude toward Moscow had shifted toward active support. And American officials believed that time was working against them, given the influx of Soviet and Eastern Bloc arms that was bolstering the Cuban armed forces. Having made so much of Eisenhower's apparent inaction against Castro in that fall's presidential election despite his private understanding that covert operations were afoot, Kennedy entered the White House feeling pressure to finish the job against the Cuban leader. On Saturday, April 15, 1961, the secret operation to overthrow Fidel Castro's regime was launched from Happy Valley, the CIA code name assigned to a village on Nicaragua's Atlantic coast. Under the glow of floodlights, 8 B-26 Douglas invaders lined up for takeoff. The planes had recently been acquired from a U.S. Air Force boneyard near Tucson, Arizona, and then refurbished and painted to resemble the B-26s in Castro's Air Force, down to the far markings on their fuselages. The idea was that the disguised planes would enter Cuban airspace and sow confusion as the defending forces mistook the C-26s for friendly forces. As the operation unfolded, newspapers in the United States ran front-page stories with headlines such as "Castro's pilots bomb their own bases," others claimed that the Cuban Air Force was in ruins, which was far from the truth. One anti-Castro pilot, Mario Zífaga, ran interference by landing a distressed plane at Miami International Airport and immediately stating his rehearsed 253 line. He was a Cuban Air Force officer who had defected from Cuba and perpetrated the recent attacks. Almost immediately reporters began to doubt Zúñiga's account. For one, his plane had the machine gun barrels on the nose, unlike Castro's B-26s, which had them mounted on the wings *. 2 days later, in the early hours of April 17, an assortment of 1,400 men, mostly Cuban exiles, attempted to invade their homeland and oust Fidel Castro. Over the previous week, infantrymen from the Cuban Expedition Force had flown into Nicaragua from training camps near Guatemala's Pacific coast. Before their initial departure from Nicaragua, the infamous dictator Luis Somoza told the troops to bring him a couple of hairs from Castro's beard. The military campaign, known as Operation Zapata, had 3 landing points adjacent to the Bay of Pigs. The first and most significant site was Playa Girden on Cuba's southern coast. Contrary to what is often remembered, the goal was never to take over Cuba militarily but rather to use the small force to hold a piece of Cuban territory long enough to allow massive anti-Castro uprisings to erupt across the island. What the CIA did not fully appreciate, however, was that Castro had already imprisoned many of the very individuals who would have been likely targets to join and lead the insurrection. The operation at the Bahia de Coquinos quickly unraveled. A day into the invasion, the Brigade of Exiles was actually holding its position fairly well, but there was little ammunition left and the maritime supply chain was under attack by Castro's planes. This dire situation quickly came to the attention of the White House. National Security Advisor McGeorge Bundy wrote to Kennedy that the Cuban armed forces are stronger, the popular response is weaker, and our tactical position is feebler than we had hoped. 3 days after the landing, the force was forced to flee to the ocean or swamps. Over 1,000 survivors were quickly captured by Castro's celebrating forces. Meanwhile, the CIA officers who were overseeing the operation in Washington listened to radio transmissions from the counter-revolutionaries in Cuba. After being powerless to send the Cuban brigade the supplies and air support it had requested for 3 days, the officers listened to the brigade commander's last message. "I have nothing left to fight with," he said. "I am taking to the woods. I can't wait for you." Then the radio was silent. Though it lasted only 5 days, the operation cost almost $500 million and over 100 lives on the exile side, as well as an untold number of Castro's troops. 254 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. One of the biggest mistaken assumptions was that Castro's Air Force would have been crippled before the invading forces hit the Cuban beaches. Kennedy permitted only one raid against parked Cuban planes, an attack that largely was ineffective with only 8 B-26s. Castro, on the other hand, realized that taking out the transport ships supporting the operation would be the key to repelling the invasion. Without them, no supplies could reach the beachhead. Not surprisingly, as time went on and the full extent of the disaster dawned on the White House, there was greater pressure for Kennedy to respond with increased military force. This would have been a bitter irony since Kennedy had originally rejected the plan to take out Castro's planes with U.S. forces. At this tense moment, Kennedy was forced to decide between deploying military strength to save the brigade, thereby risking a larger conflict, and cutting his losses by accepting the debacle. While he did approve more expanded but still highly restricted military operations over the beaches of Cuba, Kennedy effectively opted for recognizing his loss. The operation was designed to appear as an entirely Cuban-on-Cuban affair. The expectation was that a week or so after the full beachhead was established, a provisional government would be flown in and declare itself the de facto authority in Cuba. Washington would then offer critical aid in an unfolding civil war. Kennedy's Secretary of State Dean Rusk later put the thinking in perspective when he quipped, "It doesn't take Price Waterhouse to figure out that 1,500 Cubans aren't as good as 25,003." Tellingly, the Kennedy administration initially denied that the United States had anything to do with the operation. Yet the stark reality was that U.S. officials had organized and funded the entire effort, and both the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the President had approved the plan. Not only had Washington been caught lying about its involvement, but it had also been humiliated by an infinitely weaker communist foe. One American general called it the greatest American defeat since 1812, historian Theodore Draper deemed it a perfect failure. The complicated truth about the Bay of Pigs operation is that it was not ginned up by a nefarious band of agents within the bowels of the CIA but instead produced by two presidential administrations, cheered on by numerous members of Congress, and ultimately approved by brilliant and well-meaning men. As journalist Jim Reisenberger wrote, "Until it failed, the plan made a kind of sense." 33 For Richard Bissell, the CIA's deputy director for plans in charge of the anti-Castro operation, these sorts of covert schemes were 255. Distasteful but not immoral. Bissell himself had cut his teeth in the covert operation against Arbenz, one of a cadre of American intelligence officials who leaped at the opportunity to lead armies and install governments, to create small air forces and devise wondrous chimeras, to break and make rules as needed, and to do all of this in the name of a cause they sincerely believed to be noble and just. 34 The Bay of Pigs invasion, these confident American covert operatives might have dreamed, would simply be another feather in their caps. Instead, the fiasco wound up strengthening the Soviet-Cuban alliance, manifested by Moscow's increased arms shipments that included state-of-the-art jet fighters and air defense systems. 5. Murder, Inc. In the Caribbean. While the Bay of Pigs operation ended in humiliation for the Kennedy administration, this did not deter it from pursuing subsequent anti-Castro operations in late spring and summer of 1961. Among the operatives brought in to help coordinate these programs was Colonel Edward G. Lansdale, whose exploits in the Philippines and Vietnam had caught the White House's attention. Another specially designated operative was William Harvey, the former station chief of Berlin, who had masterminded a remarkable tunnel operation in which Americans dug from West Berlin into East Berlin to tap Soviet transmissions. Interestingly, though, Lansdale had underscored strong reservations about Washington's ability to overthrow Castro, contending there's no way you can overthrow Castro without a strong, indigenous opposition. And there is no such opposition, either in Cuba or outside of it. 3 degree. Apparently, though, Lansdale never shared his views with President Kennedy. In November 1961, Kennedy approved Operation Mongoose, which further tarnished the CIA's image with morally and operationally dubious efforts to oust the Cuban leader. Remarkably, the president's brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, told the CIA that mongoose was to be the top priority in the United States government. All else is secondary. No time, money, effort, or manpower is to be spared. Asterisk. His idea was to stir things up on island with espionage, sabotage, and general disorder. Mongoose subsequently engaged in dozens of plots to depose Castro. Some of these involved conventional methods, such as industrial sabotage and burning sugarcane crops. Others were more far-fetched, such as the attempt to spread a rumor around Cuba that Castro was the 256 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Antichrist. Of particular salience, mongoose was so aggressive and off-putting that later on President Lyndon Johnson called it a damned branch of murder incorporated in the Caribbean. 3. Despite these covert efforts, and after several months of severe toil, the Kennedy administration secured the release of over 1,100 men captured during the brief Bay of Pigs operation. In December 1962, Robert Kennedy told a private group of business representatives, "My brother made a mistake. These men fought well, the disaster was no fault of theirs. They are our responsibility." On the morning of October 14, 1962, an American U-2 plane flying high above Cuba took photographs that would, within a matter of days, lead the CIA's National Photographic Interpretation Center to confirm the presence of at least 2 medium-range ballistic missiles capable of hitting American cities east of the Mississippi River with nuclear payloads. President Kennedy's steady performance during the Cuban Missile Crisis likely had much to do with the bitter lessons he learned from the Bay of Pigs, not least among them, to take the advice of aggressive military advisors with a healthy dose of salt. In this instance, Kennedy opted for a quarantine of the island nation despite the Joint Chiefs of Staff's riskier call for aerial bombing and subsequent ground invasion. Interestingly, Castro and Che were incensed with Khrushchev after he cut a deal with Kennedy to pull the missiles out of Cuba in exchange for an American promise not to invade the island and a withdrawal of its Jupiter missiles from Turkey. Guatemalan success, Cuban failure. The American-led operations against suspected communist foes in Guatemala in 1954 and in Cuba in 1961 were remarkably similar. One was a mock insurgency against Arbans. The other was a counter-revolutionary operation against Castro. They both involved CIA-backed guerrilla forces that were supposed to depose the leadership in the country, install transitional governments, and foment popular opposition to the former regime and support for the new regime. The Arbans coup was successful largely because of the extensive psychological and propaganda efforts. American operators thought it could be replicated in Cuba but grossly underestimated the popular approval of Castro's regime. It also made strategic errors in not eliminating the Cuban Air Force, but that was 257. Possibly the inevitable result of Kennedy's wanting to keep the operation clandestine and avoid large-scale U.S. military force. What is interesting is the legacy that the Bay of Pigs left for U.S. involvement in the region. As we will see in the next chapter, the United States avoided similar interventions in Guatemala and Cuba after the early 1960s, opting instead for a policy of proxy counterinsurgency training and arming when a Cuba-inspired Marxist insurgency erupted in Guatemala, and a very similar militarization policy fighting the insurgencies that emanated from Cuba, first promoted by Che Guevara. The duty of a revolutionary is to make revolution. Che Guevara, 1962. There are some indications that Fidel Castro is planning to increase his support of the Guatemalan insurgency, perhaps to the point of dispatching a small force of guerrillas now undergoing training in Cuba. USS. Classified Intelligence Report, 1960s**. If you are with us, we'll feed you, if not, we'll kill you. Guatemalan General Rios Montt. To bring the story forward, 6 years after Operation LB success, junior army officers in Guatemala attempted a coup against the ruling authoritarian regime headed by General José Miguel Ramón Itigarrás, who had taken power after Castillo Armas had been murdered. The year was 1960. Interestingly, The revolting officers were upset that the CIA was using Guatemala to train anti-Castro Cuban exiles. When the uprising foundered, a few of these officers retreated to the hills to organize a guerrilla insurgency, which they believed would be the surest avenue to radical social and economic change. Not surprisingly, they soon established contact with Havana. This incipient insurgent group became the Havana-backed MR-13, founded in 1960 with its base in the mountainous Orient in and around villages, such as Zacapa, whose names would become synonymous with the campaign of terror and atrocity that the country's unfolding guerrilla conflict would produce. This group became the nexus of the insurgent forces that engaged in armed insurrection against the Guatemalan. 258. Government for the next 4 decades. In addition to the MR-13 that soon integrated into the Guatemalan Labor Party, a motley alphabet soup of revolutionary acronyms such as Guerrilla Army of the Poor, the Revolutionary Organization of Armed People, and the Rebel Armed Forces comprised the total guerrilla force attempting to spark another Cuba in Guatemala. Over the next several decades, all sorts of communists, workers, activists, and other leftists joined these guerrilla bands. The groups often conducted economic sabotage and targeted government buildings and officials for assassination or kidnapping. By the late 1908, the Marxist insurgents began bolder operations, including the 1968 killing of American Ambassador John Gordon Maine after he resisted a kidnapping attempt. That same year, insurgents also killed 2 U.S. Embassy military attaches in the capital of Guatemala City. 2 years later, rebels assassinated the West German ambassador when the regime rejected their demands of $700,000 in ransom and the release of 25 political prisoners. Carlos Arana assumed the presidency in 1970 and, supported by American military advisors, further escalated the counterinsurgent pressure against the disparate Cuban-inspired guerrilla groups. The Death Squads. In 1966, Guatemalan troops entered the province of Zacapa, hunting for MR-13 fighters. Quickly and meticulously, soldiers eliminated approximately 400 guerrillas. They also killed more than 1,000 villagers. Following the operation, each member of the involved brigade received a Zacapa badge as an honorary military decoration. Tragically, the Zacapa massacre foreshadowed what became a horribly long and bloody counterinsurgency war. When the war formally ended in 1996, an estimated 200,000 Guatemalans had been killed out of a population of less than 10 million. And in a firm indication of the Guatemalan army's scorched earth strategy, 95% of the deaths came at the hands of the country's security forces. During these years, dozens of paramilitary terrorist groups increasingly called death squads went into action to eradicate what the Guatemalan state considered a scourge of leftist subversion. Operating under such names as the White Hand, the Purple Rose, or the New Anti-Communist Organization, the groups would often distribute leaflets bearing the names and sometimes the photographs of their prospective victims, whose corpses and those of many others were later found grotesquely. 260 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Mutilated, deceased men with their eyes gouged out, their testicles in their mouths, without hands or tongues, and female victims with their breasts cut off. The brutality shocked Guatemalans and the international community, and it prompted Guatemala's Catholic bishops to write in 1967, "We cannot remain indifferent while entire towns are decimated, while each day leaves new widows and orphans who are victims of mysterious struggles and vendettas, while men are seized in their houses by unknown kidnappers and detained in unknown places or are vilely murdered, their bodies appearing later horribly disfigured and profaned." Degree. Castro, Guevara, and Foucault theory. Meanwhile, Fidel Castro's Cuba was at the forefront of a major push to ignite 26 of July-style revolutions throughout the Western Hemisphere. In addition to the MR-13, several other groups in Latin America received inspiration as well as funding and training from the Cuban government. Such groups included Nicaragua's Rigoberto López Pérez guerrilla column, an anti-Somoza brigade named for the poet and assassin of longtime dictator Anastasio Somoza in 1956. Before long, The organization was carrying out bank robberies, propaganda operations, and surprise attacks, but it was destroyed in the summer of 1959 in an ambush near El Chaparral, Honduras. Among its members was Carlos Fonseca, the founder of the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional, which ousted Somoza in 1979 and assumed complete control 2 years later after a long and bloody conflict. By 1962, Cuba had become a sort of guerrilla central. Its revolutionary influence extended as far as the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Bolivia, and even into Africa. One American intelligence official, active in espionage against Havana, explained Cuban methodologies. Castro tells revolutionaries from other Latin American countries, "Come to Cuba, we will pay your way, we will train you in underground organization techniques, in guerrilla warfare, in sabotage, and in terrorism. We will see to it that you get back to your homeland. Once you are there, we will keep in touch with you, give you propaganda support, send you propaganda materials for your movement, training aids to expand your guerrilla forces, secret communications methods, and perhaps funds and specialized demolition equipment." Degree. The face of this new Cuban export was Che Guevara, whose FOCO strategy provided the theoretical and practical framework for instigating revolutions abroad. The doctrine held that a general revolution could be prompted by small, quick-striking guerrilla vanguards that created a focus. Guatemala, post-1963 261. Of discontent with the status quo. However, as we will see later in this chapter, the approach failed in most cases, and Guevara met his demise in Bolivia, perhaps in part because he and his forces failed to follow the strategy's central principles. Even still, Guevara's writings proved influential and his operations formidable. They certainly attracted Washington's attention. All other factors aside, given the United States' interest in preventing communist successes in the region, and given its track record of using military force to promote counter-revolutionary outcomes around the world, Guatemala and Cuba post-1963 would have seemed nearly ideal opportunities for a large-scale counterinsurgency intervention. Yet, the U.S. did not intervene, at least, not much. Instead, these cases mark an important moment in the story of the U.S. experience in guerrilla war. At the core of the American response to the Guatemalan conflict and the Cuban-directed FOCO movements was the deployment of small special forces teams to serve as military trainers and advisors. The reasons for this approach were many, and historians continue to debate them. For one, while communism remained a primary concern for the U.S. government, the Johnson administration had embraced once again the Truman-era strategy of containment, aiming to stop the spread of communism elsewhere rather than attempting to reverse the ideology's gains where it had already succeeded. Second, the failure of CIA-led ventures like LB Success and the Bay of Pigs operations to create enduring strongholds against communism, along with the damage those ventures did to American prestige, were strong disincentives against pursuing similar options in the mid-1960s. And third, the building conflict in Vietnam and the disaffection it provoked domestically made it increasingly difficult for the U.S. government to justify military interventions in the rest of the world. As a result, this era of U.S. counterinsurgency involvement became the beginning of counterinsurgency by instruction, providing training, supplies, and operational support to local counterinsurgent forces without significantly compromising American lives or prestige. It became a central feature of U.S. counterinsurgency strategy that endures into the 21st century. While it remains controversial, U.S. counterinsurgency policy did succeed in checking Castro's revolutionary machinations in Latin America, including Guatemala. Scorched communists. By the 1960s, Latin America was awash in FOCO guerrilla insurgencies. Yet Washington considered Guatemala to be the hottest case, or at least the 262 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. One for which a Cuba-like outcome was most likely. For example, a secret U.S. intelligence report predicted that it was Guatemala where the short-term opportunities for the insurgents now seem the most promising because of the weaknesses of the government rather than the strength of the insurgents, who are few in numbers and divided by factional rivalry. In response, the Pentagon deployed light special forces teams to serve as military trainers and advisors. Between 1966 and 1968, over 1,000 Green Berets served in the country, attempting to teach their Guatemalan counterparts the ins and outs of counterinsurgency warfare. All told, 28 American soldiers died during their deployments, mostly in skirmishes with guerrillas. Yet American efforts did not lead to the defeat of the Marxist rebels. Instead, new groups such as the Cuban-inspired Ejército Guerrillero de los Pobres organized themselves to continue the banner of armed revolution in the country. By the early 1970s, the Green Berets had helped to develop the Guatemalan army into a much more serious counterinsurgency force, one increasingly able to stem guerrilla advances in the country. Yet U.S. military operatives on the ground had little sense of the strategy behind their efforts other than that it was to stop communism. One young American advisor, who later became a U.S. Army general, stated in a later interview with the author, "We did not have a strategy. We had little or no leverage on the Guatemalans. Our approach of our advisory effort was tactical rather than even operational or strategic. The guerrillas are really bad and will potentially be good. That was about as strategic as we got." This absence of strategy had a number of important consequences for the situation in Guatemala and for American interests there. One was that the country remained unstable, with the guerrillas attempting all sorts of bold missions such as targeting foreign ambassadors. Another consequence, which American policymakers and military advisors did not fully realize, was that Washington was helping to create a sort of Frankenstein military in Guatemala. Guatemalan commanders were happy to have U.S. supplies, but they resisted advice and training. A CIA report in 1970 labeled the government led by Carlos Arana, of Zacapa massacre infamy, to be the most extreme and unyielding in the hemisphere. The client government in the fight against communist insurgents was becoming an embarrassment for American policymakers. The consequence of this drift is that the United States became half involved in Guatemala, post-1963 263. Guatemala, not deep enough to significantly influence the increasing bloodthirsty counterinsurgency campaigns but also just enough to be sullied by the long-standing association with this repressive regime. Adding to the sense of the misalignment of U.S. and Guatemalan aims was the unavoidable brutality of the Guatemalan government and paramilitary factions. In a candid confidential to his superiors written in 1968, American diplomat Viren P. Vaki worried about counter-terror in Guatemala because it was indiscriminate. "We cannot rationalize that fact away," he wrote confidentially. "The official squads are guilty of atrocities. Interrogations are brutal, torture is used and bodies are mutilated." Vaki saw this as a serious political and moral problem for U.S. objectives. One can easily see there how counter-terror has blurred the question of communist insurgency and is converting it into an issue of morality and justice. We are associated with this tactic in the minds of many people, and whether it is right or wrong so to associate us is rapidly becoming irrelevant. Have our values been so twisted by our adversary concept of politics in the hemisphere? Is it conceivable that we are so obsessed with insurgency that we are prepared to rationalize murder as an acceptable counterinsurgency weapon? Given the Guatemalan army's growing barbarity, it is perhaps not surprising that its commanders, for their part, were not eager to have American officials scrutinizing their actions. In one stark example of how Guatemalan and American expectations had diverged, when the Carter administration threatened to cut off military aid to Guatemala to censure its human rights abuses, the Guatemalans preemptively rejected the aid even before Carter was able to suspend it. The country's foreign minister told American diplomats at the time, Guatemalans had to protect their vital interests and that meant breaking from Washington's orbit if necessary. At the same time, Guatemalan generals and the conservative business class heaped scorn on Carter for having gone soft on communism and abandoning their natural ideological ally in Guatemala, a USS. Senate report in 1971 summarized U.S. policies in Guatemala from 1954 to 1970 and revealed that what seemed like an appropriate counterinsurgency response in the 1960s had turned into a major headache given the nature of the Guatemalan military. The report noted the wisdom of the adage that it's easier to get into a bear trap than to get out. Guatemala's counterinsurgency war had always been bloody. But in the late 1908, it became a dirty war. In fact, by the time the final peace accords emerged in 1996, a United Nations report labeled the Guatemalan Security Forces' actions genocidal, given that the killing was directed so. 264 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. NMWXT.C0. Zapica P. Castillo Quetzaltenango, PE4, Re. Map prepared by the University of Wisconsin-Madison Cartography Lab. Copyright. Reprinted with permission. Much toward the country's indigenous Mayan population. In only 2 years in the early 1980s, 100,000 Guatemalans were killed, mostly as part of the ruthless and extremely effective counterinsurgency campaign. The brunt of this widespread killing came in the late 1970s and early 1980s when the Guatemalan army adopted a scorched earth approach to fighting the guerrillas. Whereas before the Zapica strategy had involved Guatemala, post-1963 265 relatively isolated incidents, now it had become institutional military doctrine. As is often the case, the army's logic was simple: eliminate the civilian support for the guerrillas and they will wither away. In the early 1980s, rebel fighters organized the National Revolutionary Union to bring together the various guerrillas groups under one command. General Fernando Romero Lucas Garcia, who had become president in 1978, responded with harsh measures, including the escalation of the rapid counterinsurgency campaign that disproportionately targeted the Mayan indigenous population. Critics alleged that Lucas Garcia ordered the deaths of over 75 political leaders as well as thousands of other extrajudicial executions. Despite the military onslaught, the now united URNG rebels remained resilient, considerably stronger than they had been during the previous 2 decades. In fact, they were able to levy war taxes and issue travel passes just outside of the capital. Then, in March 1982, junior military officers demanding an end to electoral fraud and corruption led a coup against Lucas Garcia and his hand-picked successor, General Angel Anibal Guevara. The coup leaders asked retired General Efren Rios Montt, now an evangelical pastor, to lead a 3-member military junta that subsequently annulled the 1965 Constitution and dissolved Congress. Despite implementing a smattering of human rights reforms, cleaning up the notoriously corrupt Guatemalan state bureaucracy, he helped publicize his campaign by requiring public officials to wear pins that said, "I don't steal, don't lie, don't abuse," and bringing some indigenous political figures into his government. Rios Montt remained committed to using a heavy hand to quell the insurgency. 5 For Montt, the conflict was total and victory would come at any cost. "I must do what I must. We here are fighting the Third World War." In late 1982, Rios Montt famously denied accusations that his government was conducting a dirty war. "We have no scorched earth policy, we have a policy of scorched communists." Rios Montt soon declared a state of siege and launched an assault on the URNG. One major problem the military faced was that the guerrillas, who occupied villages and towns throughout rural Guatemala, would often flee before the army attacked, leaving the local villagers to bear the brunt of the violence. The cold-blooded counterinsurgency logic was at play. Don't target the fish but instead take away the sea. Hundreds of Mayan villages simply vanished. Beheadings, garroting, immolation, and summary massacres were conducted throughout the alleged guerrilla strongholds. Degree 266 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 195 0s 1980s. Rios Montt also wanted to bring the predominantly Mayan rural population more fully under state control. In a program known as Frijoles y Fusiles, cores of resettlement strategic hamlets were established to relocate Mayan peasants away from guerrilla influence. Once again, resettlement became an integral component of a harsh counterinsurgency strategy. As one American official noted, those who are perceived to support the government are rewarded with food for work, housing if they have been displaced, and other forms of government largesse. Those perceived not to be in support of the government are met with whatever force is considered necessary. Another critical element in Rios Montt's plan was the establishment of patrullas de autodefensa civil. In this effort, local villagers received food, water, employment, and health care if they worked on local militia patrols. In the end, roughly 1 million peasants from 850 villages served in the PACs. Rios Montt was clear about this strategy: if we close our eyes, increase the number of soldiers and policemen, and we attack the subversives, we can do it. Security does not consist of arms, tanks, and airplanes. This is not even 5% of the requirement for a national security policy. Security lies in the relationship between the state and the people. Registered this turned out to be very successful counterinsurgency policy, for the PACs eventually helped to eliminate the URNG as a guerrilla force. Interestingly, the hawkish Reagan administration hesitated before restoring military assistance to the Guatemalan military, even though many top officials sympathized with Rios Montt's predicament. Administration officials might not have been thrilled with the Guatemalan military's indiscriminate operations, but they were also fearful of another Nicaragua following the successful Cuban-inspired Marxist revolution in 1979. The irony, though, was that the Guatemalan army's scorched earth successes helped to ensure that Washington would not become more deeply involved in this horribly violent counterinsurgent war. On August 8, 1983, Rios Montt was ousted by his own Minister of Defense, who contended that religious fanatics were ruining the country. With a new constitution promulgated in 1985, elections ensued and Vinicio Cerezo, a Christian Democrat, was elected and became the country's first civilian president in 16 years. To the dismay of many human rights activists and families of victims, Cerezo granted an amnesty to members of the army that gave them immunity from prosecution for former human rights abuses. Guatemala, post-1963 267. Figure 21.2. Comalapa. Forensic anthropologists exhume the remains inside a mass grave at a former Guatemalan military base near Comalapa, Guatemala, September 7, 2003. The Guatemalan military employed a scorched earth strategy aimed at eliminating a variety of Marxist insurgencies during the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. The strategy targeted the country's majority but politically and economically marginalized Mayan Indian population, the very citizens who were thought to enable the small Cuba-inspired and trained guerrilla bands. Reproduced with permission from Victor J. Blue. Contrary to what is often assumed, Guatemala's counterinsurgency was at its dirtiest precisely when American influence was at its lowest point since the overthrow of Arbenz in 1954. This fact does not free the United States from any culpability in Guatemala's tragic internal war and repression. If anything, it reinforces the simple but often overlooked reality that local client governments and militaries do not necessarily hold the same objectives as U.S. policymakers. This misalignment of aims has proven to be one of the major obstacles in U.S. counterinsurgency experience since the middle of the 20th century. In this case, the Guatemalan state adopted a by any means necessary approach to winning the war, one that went far beyond what Washington believed appropriate. As a result, the hallmark of U.S. action in Guatemala became almost the opposite of what it had been in the 1950s. The United States adopted a low-impact counterinsurgency support strategy, which had an analog in 268 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. The counterfoco operations against Cuban-style revolutions across Latin America. This approach became a central feature of U.S. counterinsurgency doctrine after Vietnam and until the turn of the century, and the lessons of Guatemala influenced the character of subsequent counterinsurgency interventions. But perhaps most important, the United States learned that low-impact involvement does not always work. Guatemala's 30-year war was one of the longest by far in the Western Hemisphere's modern history, and the fact that it ultimately averted a communist overthrow may have come more by the Guatemalan government's brutality and the eventual collapse of global communism than it did by American efforts. 22. Cuba, post-1963. To our sister republics south of our border, we offer a special pledge to convert our good words into good deeds in a new alliance for progress to assist free men and free governments in casting off the chains of poverty. But this peaceful revolution of hope cannot become the prey of hostile powers. Let all our neighbors know that we shall join with them to oppose aggression or subversion anywhere in the Americas. And let every other power know that this hemisphere intends to remain the master of its own house. President John F. Kennedy's inaugural address, January 20, 1961. Revolution is the order of the day here and now. Regis Debray, French intellectual who joined Che's band in Bolivia *. Reminds me of an active volcano. Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, 1960. By the mid-1960s, Cuba had consolidated its communist regime in Havana, and Cuba-inspired FOCO insurrections had emerged across the region, most extensively in the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, and Guatemala. While Moscow was somewhat hesitant about exporting armed revolution lest it provoke Washington in its own backyard, Havana was bent on creating, as Che Guevara wrote in 1967, many Vietnams in the Americas * during these same years. Washington was adamant that there could not be another Cuba in Latin America. After watching the utter debacle of the Bay of Pigs and Guatemala's gradual descent into a crisis of governance and outright war, the Kennedy administration reasoned that one way to stem communism in Latin America was to avoid large-scale intervention and improbable military ventures. More effective, they thought, would be 269. 270 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 195 0s 1980s. To deal instead with the root causes of inequity and injustice that led people in places like Cuba to turn to Marxist revolution in the first place. In the president's oft-quoted view, those who make peaceful revolution impossible make violent revolution inevitable. The hallmark of Kennedy's peaceful revolution strategy was the Alliance for Progress, a planned 10-year program of massive economic investment and assistance to promote sorely needed political, social, and economic reform in the region. The idea was that the funds would help the Latin Americans implement better tax schemes, promote massive land reform efforts, and give the majority poor and disenfranchised a stake in these reformist governments. For Kennedy, the alliance would allow us again to transform into a vast crucible of revolutionary ideas and efforts. This was the carrot side of the alliance's approach. But it was not the only side. Deeply influenced by the unfolding efforts to counter communist insurgency in Southeast Asia, Kennedy ordered U.S. civilian and military officials to embark on a significant effort to train Latin American military and police forces so that they could defend American allies from communist subversion. The administration increased military aid to Latin America by 1963, almost 50% over the assistance levels of the Eisenhower years. Starting in 1961, the Kennedy administration also placed special forces groups in vulnerable Latin American countries such as Guatemala and Colombia. Some of these groups, such as the 8th SFG led by Colonel B.J. Pinkerton, had previously conducted clandestine operations in Laos. The United States also began training Latin American military officers and soldiers at U.S. institutions, such as the School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. Here they were instructed in organizational command, counterinsurgency tactics, covert and psychological operations, military intelligence and interrogation techniques. Between 1962 and 1970 roughly 22,000 military men were trained in such schools, 9,000 in 1962 alone. Another 100,000 police officers were given American training in their home countries. Secretary of Defense Robert A. McNamara announced that U.S. trained Latin American military leaders had an obligation to maintain internal security and to combat domestic subversion. Washington also established military assistance advisory groups to be stationed throughout the region. Then, if a Latin American country came to be considered hot, SFGs were dispatched to Cuba, post-1963 7. Help with all sorts of counterinsurgency work, civil affairs, psychological operations, intelligence, and interrogation. These deployments of combat-seasoned Green Berets and embassy-based MAGs were often almost identical to the counterinsurgency models being tested at the same time in Vietnam. It was perhaps inevitable that Cuba would be at the center of this dramatic scaling up of low-impact counterinsurgency. A since declassified secret U.S. government intelligence report published in 1961 highlighted the perception of Cuba's key role as an incubator for revolution in the region. Castro's Cuba has become to much of the Latin American community a living example of the radical breakup of traditional social and economic patterns. For many of these who seek to upset the status quo in their own countries, Havana has developed into the mecca of revolutionary inspiration and conspiracy. Castro's shadow looms large because social and economic conditions throughout Latin America invite opposition to ruling authority and encourage agitation for radical change. Indeed, by 1962 Cuba had become the primary source of manpower and resources for igniting insurgencies throughout the Western Hemisphere. And Che Guevara was at the helm. Ironically, Guevara's first client for the export of armed revolution was not in Latin America but Africa. In late April 1965, Che and a group of Afro-Caribbean Cubans arrived on the shores of Congo's Lake Tanganyika to bolster the political heirs of the murdered Congolese nationalist Patrice Lumumba. Yet almost from the outset, Guevara's mission fared miserably. For one, the Africans were not thrilled about an outsider lecturing them about how to start a revolution. And Guevara found the Congolese rebels led by Laurent Kabila to be undisciplined and thus unable to defeat the European mercenaries supporting the other side. He wrote in his post-Congo report to Fidel. The soldiers are of peasant stock and completely raw, for whom the main attraction is to have a rifle and a uniform, sometimes even shoes and a certain authority in the area. Corrupted by inactivity and the habit of ordering peasants around, saturated with fetishistic notions about death and the enemy, devoid of any coherent political education, they consequently lack revolutionary awareness or any forward-looking perspective beyond the traditional horizon of their tribal territory. Lazy and undisciplined, they are without any spirit of combat or self-sacrifice. The African safari proved a complete disaster as Che and his African hosts wound up mistrusting and eventually loathing each other. Che returned to Cuba and set his eyes on Latin America, the region that had always been on the forefront of his revolutionary agenda. Before long, Che. 272 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 195 zeros to 1980s. Had selected his next target country, landlocked and impoverished Bolivia. In many ways, Bolivia was a curious choice for the mission. The country had already witnessed a leftist revolution in 1952, and many grievances, such as land distribution, had already been at least partially addressed. Nonetheless, Che and his fellows hoped that they could spark a revolt there and then turn their sights on Che's native Argentina. A secret training camp was set up in Cuba that allowed both Cubans and their Bolivian comrades to prepare intensively for the FOCO. In November 1966, Guevara traveled to La Paz on false documents via Moscow, Prague, Madrid, Brazil, and Uruguay. He was clean-shaven and partially bald, disguised as a Uruguayan businessman. He soon realized that almost nothing had been done to prepare his proposed clandestine base camp. Within days, the guerrilleros descended from the Andean high plains down to the country's sweltering Chaco region to the east, where they would launch the FOCO uprising. Che now had an army of a few dozen men, principally Cubans and Bolivians, but also a few Peruvians and other foreigners. The decision to locate the FOCO strategy in southeastern Bolivia was another unusual and ultimately fateful decision. Far from the tin mines and the legions of poorly paid miners living high up in the soaring Andes who could have possibly served as Che's collaborating population, the base camp in the lightly populated and inhospitable region made it difficult to win over any significant civilian support. Making matters worse, the rural campesinos in the region sometimes called the insurgents gringos because of their peculiar speech and thick beards. In February 1967, Che led the band's first expedition. They hacked away at thick jungle and traversed roaring rivers, conditions that made the Sierra Maestra seem like summer camp in comparison. The revolutionaries had no accurate maps, morale dropped quickly. A month later, Che's men ambushed an army patrol, killing several soldiers and capturing vital weapons and supplies. Yet by taking on the army, the rebels revealed their position to spotter planes and helicopters. The Foquistas' fate had been sealed. The Bolivian army doggedly pursued the Cubans deeper and deeper into the jungle. Bolivian strongman René Barrientos had seized upon evidence located at the rebels' camp to condemn them as agents for Castro communism and called upon the patriotic sentiment of his fellow citizens to repel the invaders. Che's increasingly erratic and moody behavior served to diminish the guerrillas' faith in their once idolized leader. The guerrilla ranks dwindled through capture and death in the merciless terrain. In April, Che summarized the dire outlook. Cuba, post-1963 273. Isolation appears to be complete, sickness has undermined the health of some comrades, forcing us to divide forces, which has greatly diminished our effectiveness. The peasant base has not yet been developed, although it appears through planned terror we can neutralize some of them, support will come later. Not one enlistment has been obtained. Trademark 3. By August, with the beleaguered Che near death, the army continued to press forward. Though it was a minute conflict in the totality of the Cold War, Bolivia quickly became a showdown between Cuban-led FOCOs and U.S. counterinsurgency forces. With the presence of Che's band now confirmed, Barrientos requested the assistance of a U.S. Special Forces mobile training team. 16 Green Berets under Major Robert Pappy Shelton arrived in eastern Bolivia in April 1967. The son of a Tennessee dirt farmer, Shelton supervised the training of 400 Bolivian conscripts tasked to take down the FOCOs. The Green Beret team established its operation at an abandoned sugar plantation and mill outside the small town of La Esperanza, approximately 50 miles north of the major provincial city of Santa Cruz. As in many of the United States counterinsurgency efforts at the time, Shelton's men conducted civic action, including building a school for the local community. One Green Beret sergeant involved in the operation described well the difference between their mission and what Che hoped to achieve. He believed in his way, and we believe in our way. We ain't buying communism. In the United States and these other countries, it ain't moving in, not if I can help it. The Green Beret team confronted an enormous challenge in training its Bolivian counterparts. In the decade since the country's leftist revolution in 1952, the state had almost abolished the armed forces. A U.S. Southern Command report in May 1967 revealed the severe concerns that U.S. military planners had about the Bolivian forces, noting that the recent outbreak of guerrilla activity has pointed up the serious deficiencies in the armed forces organization, logistics, leadership, and intelligence capabilities, and has raised the question of whether the military has the capability to counter even a small guerrilla movement. Degree in a reflection of how seriously the Johnson administration was taking the Bolivia threat. A month later, National Security Advisor Walt Rostow met with representatives from the CIA, State Department, and Defense Department to discuss the whole guerrilla problem in Latin America. Rostow reported to President Johnson that he had made a list of 7 countries, in order of the degree of urgency for a U.S. response. He put Bolivia at the top of the list more because of the fragility of the political. 274 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. situation and the weakness of the armed forces than the size and effectiveness of the guerrilla movement. But despite Washington's skepticism, the Green Berets had the Bolivian Ranger forces ready to deploy by September. The CIA also jumped into the action, quickly rounding up operatives to head to Bolivia, including a young Cuban-American paramilitary operative named Felix Rodriguez. Since 1963, Rodriguez had run a communications unit made up of CIA-funded anti-Castro commandos based in Nicaragua. The group had over 300 members in Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Miami, and had at its disposal two 250-foot mother ships, two 50-foot fast boats, as well as a C-47 transport plane, several Cessnas, and a Beaver float plane. Rodriguez subsequently revealed the logic behind the aggressive effort to check Che once and for all in Bolivia, feared Che grabbed Bolivia. With a secure Cuban base there, they could easily expand the revolution to important countries like Brazil, Argentina. *7 For its part, the Bolivian army continued to capture sensitive documents in its hunt for the guerrillas. They discovered scores of weapons, medical supplies, and documents that detailed the list of contacts in Bolivia, deciphered radio messages from Havana, codes, and even a cigar butt. At the end of August, Guevara suffered a major blow when 10 guerrillas in his band were ambushed by an army patrol. Registered sensing desperation within the rebel ranks, the Bolivian government grew confident, publicly announcing that Che would soon be captured. In late September, the U.S. trained 2nd Ranger Battalion, part of Bolivia's 8th Division, entered active duty to hunt down the guerrillas. At almost the same time, Che and his few remaining guerrillas set out for the remote town of La Higuera. Ironically, for the leader who wrote a veritable textbook on guerrilla warfare, Che's men broke almost every major rule of insurgency strategy. For example, the exhausted and hungry men walked on roads instead of keeping to the forests. In early October, the Rangers surrounded Che's men at La Higuera and took the wounded Che captive. Felix Rodriguez soon arrived by helicopter and described the state of the Argentine-Cuban revolutionary. He was a mess. Hair matted, clothes ragged and torn. Despite Rodriguez's alleged effort to take Guevara alive, on October 9 at the age of 39, Che was executed by a Bolivian army sergeant eager to avenge the deaths of some of his fellow soldiers in the pursuit. It took a full 2 days for Washington to learn of Che's capture and execution. Walt Rostow sent a memo to President Johnson indicating that Cuba, post-1963 275. Copyright MVE. Figure 22.1. Escobedo Che Guevara, the Marxist revolutionary, led a guerrilla insurgency in Bolivia. Bolivian officials said this crude photo, showing Guevara with an automatic rifle on September 22, 1967, in Bolivia while leading a band of guerrillas, was one of many similar pictures captured. Guevara hoped that his small band of guerrillas could replicate the stunning success of the Cuban revolutionaries a decade earlier. Reproduced with permission from Associated Press, 670-922-1359. This morning we are about 99% sure that Che Guevara is dead. Rostow added that Che's death had 3 significant implications. It marks the passing of another of the aggressive, romantic revolutionaries like Sukarno, Nkrumah, Benbella, and reinforces this trend. In the Latin American context, it will have a strong impact in discouraging would-be guerrillas. It shows the soundness of our preventive medicine assistance to countries facing incipient insurgency. It was the Bolivian 2nd Ranger Battalion, trained by our Green Berets from June-September of this year, that cornered and got him *degree. 276 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. During an interagency policy meeting the next day, U.S. officials concluded that the events in Bolivia represented a serious setback to Castro's theory and practice of promoting guerrilla warfare in this hemisphere. In Washington's estimation, in Latin America it was counterinsurgency 1, Foco 0. However, the officials failed to appreciate the extent to which Che's defeat was the result of the Foco's own blunders. Bolivia was in so many ways unripe for revolution. Most critically, the rural population had no desire to be led by a gang of strongly accented foreigners. The group, moreover, had neglected to follow some of the central tenets of Foucault doctrine. Interestingly, on October 21, 1967, 12 days after Che's death, an estimated 55,000 Americans stood in silence at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington. At the same time, in an indication of how Cuban-style Foucaults had fallen out of favor in both Soviet and Chinese communist realms, news of Guevara's death drew cool reactions from Moscow and Beijing. Official Soviet channels deplored his taste for adventurism. The Chinese press slammed the Argentine revolutionary for allowing the gun to control the party and not the other way around in the lead-up to Guevara's capture. One burning question in American policy circles was whether the results could be more positive than those emerging from Vietnam at the same time. As it turned out, the Special Forces deployment to Bolivia was a textbook example of American counterinsurgency strategy paying enormous dividends. U.S. soldiers trained the Bolivians in a very short amount of time, and these native soldiers soon took care of the guerrilla problem by annihilating Che's band. However, this new American counterinsurgency strategy brought its own problems. Whatever its counterinsurgent efficacy might have been, U.S. training and materiel often served to bolster abusive Latin American militaries and governments. Today, whether the U.S. approach to Latin America after the mid-1960s made bad situations better or worse is an open debate, but there is no question that it became irrevocably associated with militaries that often used internal security as an excuse to terrorize civilian populations and stifle the very type of reform that Kennedy was so eager to see take root. 23. Intermezzo. Che Guevara and guerrilla warfare. The unexpected ease with which the Cuban revolutionaries overthrew Batista led them to conclude that the same thing should and could be done in other countries in Latin America. Castro told the crowds gathered at a rally in Havana in 1959 that the time had come to liberate the hemisphere. How much America and the peoples of our hemisphere need a revolution like the one that has taken place in Cuba? How much America needs an example like this in all its nations? How much it needs for the millionaires who have become rich by stealing the people's money to lose everything they have stolen? How much America needs for the war criminals in the countries of our hemisphere to be shot? Che, in particular, became a strong proponent for exporting armed revolution to other parts of the hemisphere. Influenced by Mao's writings from 3 decades earlier, he and fellow Cuban leaders believed that other revolutionaries could simply follow a straightforward yet crucial textbook that could teach them how to become successful revolutionaries. In fact, by 1960 Che had authored a tome entitled Guerrilla Warfare that became requisite reading for budding revolutionaries across the hemisphere. Che believed that a hard core of 30 to 50 men enough to initiate armed revolution in any Latin American country. Based on the experience in Cuba, he highlighted 3 strategies for a successful revolutionary war. First, Che contended that this small band of committed fighters could take revolution into their own hands, providing the spark for mass revolt rather than waiting for another precipitating event to occur. He also posited that popular forces could win against irregular. 277. 278 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Army. Guerrilla warfare, waged with the support of civilians, could bring a conventional army to its knees by wearing down its ability and its resolve to fight. Third, he maintained that in the Latin American context, the best place to center subversive activity was in the countryside, where, due to often horrible working conditions and a skewed distribution of land, class contradictions are at their most violent. These 3 tenets constituted the heart of Foucault theory. In a 1959 article, Guevara wrote, "The guerrilla is fundamentally an agrarian revolutionary. He interprets the desires of the great peasant masses to be owners of land, owners of their own means of production, of their livestock, of all that for which they have fought for years, for that which constitutes their life and will also be their cemetery." If Mao's guerrilla strategies appeared to have been copied from Sun Tzu, Che's guerrilla manifesto reads like a Latin American facsimile of Mao's work. This is not surprising given that Che was an avid student of his Chinese counterpart. Moreover, Mao and Che both succeeded with the strategy. There did not appear to be much reason to tinker with the formula. Although Che took his ideas of guerrilla warfare from Mao, he attempted to draw distinctive Latin American conclusions from his experience in the Cuban Revolution in his own words, to modify the old dogmas for his own manual degree. Che's guerrilla recipe also unwittingly revealed a whimsical side of life as a Foco guerrilla. In one section he says, "Very important in the life of a fighter are cigars, cigarettes, or pipe tobacco, for the smoke that can be enjoyed during moments of rest is a great boon to the solitary soldier. A pipe is best, for it allows the fullest use, in times of shortages, of the tobacco of cigarettes and cigar butts." 7 degrees. During the early 1960s, Che was also very influential in arguing why such armed revolutions were necessary. His was essentially a Marxist interpretation of how Latin America's chronic underdevelopment and instability had been caused by rapacious U.S. imperialists. In the seminal Second Declaration of Havana in 1962, Che wrote, "In this continent of semi-colonies about 4 persons per minute die of hunger, curable illness, or premature old age, 5,500 a day, 2 million a year. A holocaust of lives which in 15 years has caused twice the number of deaths produced by the First World War, and it still continues. Meanwhile from Latin America a continuous torrent of money flows to the United States, some $4,000 a minute, 5 million a day, 2 billion a year. For each $1,000 that leaves us there remains a corpse that is the price of what is called imperialism." Intermezzo, Guevara and Guerrilla Warfare 279. Che dismissed social reform through the ballot box as hopelessly naive. Washington and its corporate cronies would never allow real reform to take hold. One only had to look to Arben's experience in Guatemala to realize that the Yankees would not tolerate an outcome that did not ensure their military and economic control of the region. The only effective path to social justice and equality, then, was violent revolution. In hindsight, we now know that Foco warfare was a relatively short-lived and unsuccessful footnote in the history of war. One of Che's fundamental miscalculations was a failure to ascribe the stunning success of the Cuban revolt to factors largely exclusive to Cuba. The Barbudos were fighting against a widely hated and illegitimate tyrant in Batista, which made it infinitely easier to win over the support of both rural and urban populations. In other countries in Latin America where Cuba-style Focos were attempted, the governments in power were at least sometimes partially democratic and legitimate. Nonetheless, given the level of repression in Latin America, the very fuel of Foco, it is surprising that almost all of the insurgencies in these countries failed, largely because of the failure of the population to rise up with the rebels in a general insurrection, as had taken place in Cuba. The miscalculations seem especially stark because the Cuban revolutionaries did realize that their victory had come far faster and far easier than the leftist takeovers in China and the Soviet Union. That its proponents expected Latin America to go the way of Cuba, and not of these other two examples, demonstrates how far removed Foco theory was from the particular social, economic, and nationalistic contexts of different Latin American countries. Another dimension in which Foco theory erred was in its overestimation of the importance of the countryside. Much of the success of later leftist revolutions in Latin America came when the insurgents threatened major metropolitan areas, as when the Sandinistas seized Leon and Managua in Nicaragua, or when the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front took positions in the mountains around San Salvador in the summer of 1983. Granted, Foco did acknowledge the crucial role of urban universities as hotbeds of anti-regime sentiment that could then be channeled to the broader society. Indeed, Foquistas expected that many newly sensitized university students would flee the cities for the hills and mountains to start revolutions. Often, as in the early stages of the Sandinista insurgency in Nicaragua and throughout the Salvadoran Revolution, when these vanguard intellectuals did head for the countryside, the result was often dismal failure and death at the hands of counterinsurgency forces. *degree 24. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinista Revolution in Nicaragua, 1979 to 1990. If any nation, whatever its political system, deprives its people of basic human rights, that fact will help shape our own people's attitude toward that nation's repressive government. We should use our tremendous influence to increase freedom, particularly in those countries that depend upon us for their very survival. President Jimmy Carter during the 1978 presidential campaign. In the early morning of January 10, 1978, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, a prominent Nicaraguan political figure and head of the opposition newspaper La Prensa, was driving in Managua when a green Toyota truck suddenly swerved in front of him. Two men leaped out of the truck and fired shotgun blasts at Chamorro's vehicle, then jumped into a waiting car and sped away. Chamorro was rushed to a nearby hospital but died on the way. Nicaragua's strongman, Anastasio Taquito Somoza, the second son of the Somoza who killed the nationalist guerrilla Sandino and seized power in the early 1930s, claimed that the assassination had been perpetrated by opposition members themselves to implicate the increasingly despised regime. Few Nicaraguans believed this version of the story. Instead, they blamed Somoza for the extrajudicial killing, and their eagerness to get rid of the dynastic dictatorship increased significantly. In the aftermath of Chamorro's public funeral, youth in cities across the country tossed homemade bombs at military jeeps and shot at National Guard posts with hunting rifles. In their first coordinated anti-Somoza move, business leaders called a national strike demanding that Chamorro's killers be found. 280. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas 281. And tried Chamorro's death became the spark for the conflagration that sealed Somoza's dramatic downfall and initiated a Marxist revolution in Nicaragua. The Nicaraguan insurrection is an especially salient episode in our study of insurgencies and counterinsurgencies in Latin America during the Cold War, since it is the only example of a successful FOCO revolution after the pioneering one in Cuba in 1959. As we have seen, many FOCOs were attempted during the 1960s and 1970s, from Guatemala to Venezuela and down to Bolivia and Argentina, but almost all failed at the hands of counterinsurgent forces, often trained and funded by Washington. Despite this trend, the Sandinistas took inspiration from the Cuban FOCO thesis that a small group of highly dedicated insurgents could spark a triumphant national revolution. Given this historical context, the revolution was deeply influential for Marxist guerrillas operating in the jungles and mountains across the region, most notably in El Salvador and Guatemala, who witnessed the Sandinistas' rapid and total victory over what was long believed to be an impregnable Somoza regime. The case of Nicaragua is equally salient for the American experience in irregular wars during this era. The searing experience of Vietnam had left a bitter taste in the mouths of U.S. policymakers, politicians, and the military. Few wanted to repeat the mistakes that had led to an outcome that was at once described as a stalemate, a betrayal, and an ignominious defeat. Indeed, the absence of a clear-cut victory in Vietnam dramatically reduced the U.S. establishment's appetite for irregular wars in faraway locales. For the U.S. military in particular, the lesson learned from Vietnam was to have no more Vietnams. Rather, a smaller military footprint would help ensure that the United States did not assume too much of the responsibility for winning a war. The problem, however, was that Marxist guerrillas in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and elsewhere in Central America were not going to sit out their moment to create another Cuba or another Vietnam simply to suit Washington's strategic interests. President Jimmy Carter came into office believing that the best way to deal with the dilemma of armed revolution in Central America was to stop backing the pro-American rightist dictators whose tyranny and injustices led citizens to revolt in the first place. Instead, the United States would now be a vocal champion of human rights around the globe, even if it meant criticizing some of its reliable allies in Cold War flashpoint states. The new president urged Americans to rid themselves of their historically inordinate fear of communism, which once led us to embrace. 282 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Any dictator who joined us in that fear. Yet this conciliatory tone changed somewhat after the Sandinistas installed an avowedly Marxist government in Managua. While it did not jettison its human rights agenda, the Carter administration did become more hawkish, reinforcing the idea that the United States would continue to use military force to disrupt the leftist revolutions that threatened America's strategic interests, just as "no more Cubas" became the Kennedy administration's mantra after Castro's victory in 1959. The idea that there should be no more Nicaraguas drove the Carter and subsequently the Reagan administrations to disrupt revolutions in Central America in the late 1970s and 1980s. At the same time, the "No More Vietnam's" injunction almost guaranteed that intervention in these cases, whether military or civilian, would be substantially different from many of the dirty wars that had come before. There was one major difference in the Nicaragua case. In contrast to both Washington's usual counterinsurgent stance against Latin American revolutionary movements and its active engagement in neighboring El Salvador, the Carter and Reagan administrations supported an insurgent force known as La Contrarrevolución against the established government in Managua. It was a marked role reversal for the United States, but, interestingly, the approach taken in supporting the opposition forces in Nicaragua proved very similar to that taken against opposition forces in El Salvador during the same period. Sandino lives on. Following Sandino's execution in February 1934, the rebel's mythical and ideological influence remained strong in Nicaragua. His revolutionary legacy became embodied in the idea of Sandinismo, a combination of nationalism, popular power, anti-imperialism, and principles of radical social change along Marxist lines. Copyright middle-class Nicaraguan university students and other intellectuals gave these ideas political expression when they founded the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional in 1961. The Sandinistas, as they were called, operated primarily as a guerrilla vanguard, though their forces were only a fraction the size of their counterparts in Guatemala. They received backing from Fidel Castro following the 1959 revolution and Havana's decision to support FOCO insurgencies across the region, and were led by figures such as Tomás Borga and Carlos Fonseca. The Sandinistas aspired to finish the rebellion there. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas 283. Beloved martyr had attempted back in the late 1920s and early 1930s. However, the Somoza security forces were strong, and few observers gave the Sandinistas any chance of overthrowing the dictatorship. After the initial FOCO had faltered, Borga and Fonseca led the Sandinistas back to the mountains to establish a peasant network, an effort that would require much more time to bear fruit. U.S. officials were not very concerned when the Nicaraguan guerrillas first appeared. In 1964, the CIA reported that the FSLN was a Cuban-supported and communist-infiltrated subversive group but was not a serious threat to the government. At this point, Washington was far more concerned about Guatemala going red. In fact, despite Washington's heavy hand in Nicaraguan affairs after the Sandino chase 4 decades earlier, only a few dozen American military advisors served in Nicaragua during the 1960s, while more than 1,000 did so in neighboring Guatemala. The United States did provide roughly 13% of Somoza's annual defense budget, an amount that helped to support the regime but never proved vital to its survival. The Somoza regime and successive Washington administrations maintained strong ties in the first decades of the Cold War. Luis Somoza, the eldest son of the Somoza dynasty's founder, ruled the country from 1957 to 1967 on a strongly pro-American platform. He realized that, at that time, American support for his regime was critical to his ability to maintain his grip on power. The same view informed the government of Luis's younger brother, Takeito, who had himself elected president in 1967. Notably, the Somozas required all of the National Guard officers to spend 1 year training and studying at the U.S. run School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. In the 1950s and 1960s, this military school trained more officers from Nicaragua than from any other country in Latin America. Forced back into the countryside after the first FOCO collapsed, the Sandinistas found it difficult to stay alive, much less to organize a coherent revolution. For one, Somoza's notorious National Guard continued to hound the weakened rebels in the countryside, forcing them to relocate and recuperate each time they began to develop a foothold in one region. For another, the well-educated, urban Sandinista leaders perpetually struggled with their inability to connect with the poor and uneducated rural campesinos, who were supposed to serve as the masses for the revolt. By the early 1970s, all signs indicated that the Sandinistas would soon join the ranks of so many other failed FOCO insurgencies. But a series of breaks during the 1970s played into the Sandinistas' hands. The first event, a devastating earthquake that hit Managua in late 284. Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. December 1972, raised many Nicaraguans' ire against the younger Somoza, as they watched his cronies steal much of the relief aid. The Sandinistas deftly used the earthquake to reinforce their contention that Somoza was an immoral and venal leader, one willing to allow his countrymen to suffer while he became richer and richer. On its own, this was not enough to give the Sandinistas the upper hand. Even by 1977, they were not nearly in a position to threaten Somoza's rule. Bitter factional disputes within the group hindered its ability to maximize its military and political prowess. Moreover, the Sandinistas did not actually control any territory at this point. It had no zones of liberation within which to train guerrillas and sensitize the local population. However, the second fortuitous event, Chamorro's assassination, helped change that as more disgusted citizens joined the guerrilla ranks. Desperate to maintain control, Somoza ordered brutal attacks by Guardia troops in poor, urban barrios, executing young men with submachine guns at point-blank range. At the same time that the Sandinistas were resurrecting themselves, a broad coalition of anti-Somoza political parties, unions, and social organizations created the Broad Opposition Front. The FAO's creation reinforced the reality that a critical mass of Nicaraguan society had turned against the hated regime. A revolution without frontiers. On August 22, 1978, 24 Sandinista commandos led by Commander Eden Pastora seized the Nicaraguan National Palace where the Congress was in full session. For 2 days the commandos held the entire legislature hostage while Pastora, known by his guerrilla nom de guerre, Comandante Ciro, negotiated with the despised Somoza. Fearing the death of several of his relatives, Somoza conceded to Pastora's demands, which included a $500,000 ransom and the release of 58 political prisoners, including Tomas Borga. Somoza also granted Pastora's commandos safe passage out of the country, with most heading to Cuba. The raid's success sparked an uprising against the regime in the slums around Managua, which Somoza attempted to quell using his U.S. supplied air force. More important, however, the bold move showed the Nicaraguan people, Somoza, and officials in Washington that the Sandinistas were a formidable guerrilla outfit, one capable of dramatic and successful operations. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas. 285. Shortly after seizing the palace, the Sandinistas issued their long-awaited call to national insurrection on Nicaragua's airwaves and throughout national newspapers, proclaiming, "A free fatherland or death." In September, the Sandinistas carried out a major military offensive in the style of the Cuban Barbudos 20 years earlier. The guerrillas attacked Guardia garrisons in Managua, and the mountain cities of Estili and Chinandega, among other targets. The Guardia hit back hard, but their actions often served to alienate the civilian population, leading them to shift their allegiance to the opposition. *T demonstrating the growing depth of their regional support, both the non-Marxist Panamanian and Venezuelan governments began providing arms and training to the Sandinista insurgents. Somoza's popularity inside and out of Nicaragua continued to deteriorate. The influential Catholic Church increasingly opposed Somoza's rule. Many priests throughout rural Nicaragua had witnessed the Guardia's institutional violence firsthand. They were now eager to see him overthrown, and more than a few men of the cloth joined the rebel forces. A visiting U.S. congressional delegation concluded that Somoza was the Idi Amin of Latin America. Once a loyal S.O.B. to Washington, Somoza was now an embarrassing liability for Carter's progressive vision of the region. The Carter administration remained torn over what to do about Nicaragua. Since taking office in January 1977, President Carter had elevated human rights to a fundamental tenet of our foreign policy. Asterisk. To complicate matters further, U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua Lawrence Petzulo noted in a memo that the FSLN-led revolution was an authentic Nicaraguan phenomenon and a pluralistic movement, led by people with a wide range of backgrounds. At the same time, Carter and his advisors were terrified that Nicaragua could turn into another Cuba. The Carter White House kept holding out for a compromise approach that would depose Somoza and replace him with someone more moderate than the Sandinista leadership. But after a majority of Nicaraguans had turned against the regime, the Carter administration cut off military aid in January 1978 and imposed sanctions in February 1979. It then moved to a more neutral position, which helped the Sandinistas by further delegitimizing Somoza's teetering regime. Carter was sincere in his belief that the United States needed to resist the temptation to become too involved in Nicaragua's unfolding revolution. He had earlier expressed hope that our days of unilateral intervention. 286 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 195 0s 1980s. Such as occurred in Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Dominican Republic are over 5 now. The test case was Nicaragua, a country located squarely in America's backyard where Washington had historically been quick to act in interventionist and controlling ways that it would not so readily consider in other parts of the world. Yet, in his desire to deal with the Nicaragua dilemma in a new way, Carter failed to take into full account two perhaps paradoxical realities. First, while American disengagement might have been morally and pragmatically persuasive, it did not ensure a strategic success for American interests. Second, given America's deep involvement in Nicaraguan affairs, the new human rights approach was itself a potent form of intervention. Registered in May 1979, the Sandinistas launched a final offensive or hour of the overthrow, to use the phrase of its clandestine radio broadcast. It proved a tremendous success. 7 FSLN bands hit Guardia garrisons throughout the country. They also called for a general strike that crippled the country's economy. The rebels established their own provisional capital in the provincial city of Le6N, they even threatened to take Managua, though 2 weeks of fighting pushed them back to the nearby city of Masaya. This represented a remarkable turn of fortune for the Sandinistas, given that the National Guard had virtually wiped them out less than a decade before. Interestingly, not all of the guerrilla attacks against the Guardia were actually perpetrated by the Sandinistas. Instead, hatred of Somoza and the Guardia at times led to spontaneous revolts. These impromptu insurrections reinforced the notion that the opposition to Somoza was much greater and more widespread than the Sandinista revolution. Even significant parts of the Nicaraguan business class had turned against Somoza. And, as in the general insurrection that helped oust Batista in Cuba 2 decades earlier, it is highly unlikely that the Sandinistas would have seized power had a strong majority of Nicaraguans not opposed the regime. Remarkably, at the time, the CIA was still informing U.S. policymakers that the Sandinistas would not be able to defeat Somoza's forces. Dennis P. McAuliffe, the top officer at the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, told a congressional committee that Sandinista operations were solely hit-and-run attacks and not very significant. By July, Somoza had fled the country and a new 5-member Provisional Junta of National Reconciliation, which included both Sandinista and non-Sandinista opposition figures, had been established. The entering regime enjoyed almost universal support within Nicaragua, as well as from the international community. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas. 287. The Carter administration attempted to pressure the opposition to allow more non-Sandinistas into the junta, but U.S. officials had lost considerable credibility by taking so long to withdraw their support for Somoza. Washington still held enormous power vis-a-vis Nicaragua, but its ability to influence events in the Central American country had ebbed considerably. Before long, the Sandinistas had pushed out the more moderate members of the junta and consolidated their Cuba-inspired rule over Nicaragua, making themselves, one contemporary noted, the real winners of the revolution. Asterisk. Over the ensuing years, 2 brothers, Daniel and Humberto Ortega, became the public leaders of the Sandinista movement, much as Fidel Castro and his younger brother Raúl had done in Cuba. Sons of a Managua businessman who served as one of Augusto Sandino's original guerrillas, the Ortegas had headed a Sandinista faction known as the Terceristas, which had become the dominant revolutionary group both militarily and politically in 1978. Daniel consolidated his position as the head of the new revolutionary government while Humberto became the Minister of Defense. At the same time, despite its continued enthusiastic support in public settings for human rights, the Carter administration was increasingly concerned about the threat of a communist advance in Nicaragua via the Sandinistas. Within days of the July 1979 victory, senior American intelligence officials predicted that the hardcore Marxists in the regime will quickly begin trying to neutralize the influence of the junta's more moderate members and seize control. *degree that year, Carter was shown high-altitude photographs and other intelligence that confirmed that the Sandinistas were sending arms shipments to El Salvador. In 1979, Washington provided the fledgling government almost $25 million in emergency relief and recovery aid, including food and medical supplies, in an effort to influence the Sandinistas through development assistance. By January 1981, when the Carter team was leaving office, direct U.S. assistance to Managua reached $118 million, yet the effort did not work. Rather, the FSLN's rhetoric of calling for a revolution without frontiers shocked officials already worried that the Sandinista regime was showing its true radical colors. In early 1980, President Carter signed a classified intelligence finding that authorized the CIA to promote democratic elements in Nicaragua. This support took the form of money funneled to opposition parties to pay for expenses and propaganda. No money was provided for armed actions. 27 Nonetheless, Carter's findings served to move the United States. 288 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Away from its hands-off approach to dealing with revolutionary change in Nicaragua. Thus, even before the conservative Ronald Reagan took office, Jimmy Carter had become a relative hawk on Nicaragua. Behind the scenes, a consensus was beginning to emerge among American policymakers and politicians that Managua was actively supporting the embryonic insurgency in El Salvador, the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front. We now know that this assessment was correct. Sandinista commanders began discussions early on about arming their Marxist compañeros in Guatemala and most critically, El Salvador, to expedite a repetition of the outcome in Nicaragua. However, this emerging storyline clashed with Carter's public message of support for post-Somoza Nicaragua, foreshadowing a difficult reconciliation of Managua's policies on the ground with the newly proclaimed ethos of non-interventionism in American foreign policy. A disorderly mix of policies. Jimmy Carter did not have much opportunity to deal with the Sandinistas given that November's presidential elections brought in Republican challenger Ronald Reagan, an avowed foreign policy hawk who promised to combat communist expansion in the hemisphere. Reagan's administration watched as Managua began courting the global left. By the mid-1980s, more than 6,000 Cuban advisors were in Nicaragua, 2,000 of whom were security officials. Managua also began accepting shiploads of weaponry from Cuba, North Korea, Czechoslovakia, and the Soviet Union. Cuban advisors worked with new Defense Minister Humberto Ortega to build Nicaragua's armed forces. While there were certainly some pragmatists on the Reagan team such as Secretary of State James Baker, senior foreign policy officials including CIA Director William Casey, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, and United Nations Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick pushed from the outset to combat this communist conspiracy in Central America. Key Reagan officials firmly believed that Havana and Moscow now had a beachhead in Central America, and that it was incumbent on the United States not just to prevent its expansion but to roll it back. For the Reagan administration and even some Democratic members of Congress, the Sandinistas' continued arms shipments to the FMLN were a major sore point. In early April 1981, the Reagan administration announced its indefinite cessation of aid to Nicaragua. Later that year, the President approved National Security Decision Directive 17, signaling a robust new attentiveness to the region, including an intent to assist in defeating the insurgency in El Salvador, and to oppose actions by Cuba, Nicaragua, or others to introduce supplies for insurgents. The plan continued the Carter-era support of democratic forces in Nicaragua, but it also provided for the military training of indigenous units and leaders both in and out of the country. Under NSDD-17, Assistant Secretary of State for Latin America Thomas Enders embraced the ongoing covert preparations to arm and train anti-Sandinista fighters, presenting them as a lowball option, a small operation not intended to overthrow. In reality, Enders envisioned support for anti-Sandinista forces as a bargaining chip to pressure the Sandinistas to return to the negotiating table about El Salvador. At the end of the year, Reagan signed a new finding centered on the creation of a proxy force of Nicaraguan exiles reminiscent of those assembled by the CIA for Guatemala in 1954 and for the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba in 1961. The CIA would play a low-profile role in supporting anti-Sandinista forces, opting instead to have Argentina's military conduct the training. This rightist military was in power in Buenos Aires and was conducting its own campaign of torture and disappearances against suspected leftists and communists. A July 1982 scope paper submitted to the National Security Council outlined the specific activities undertaken by the CIA pursuant to the seminal December 1981 presidential finding. Among these activities were the financial and material support to democratic Nicaraguan leaders and, more significantly, efforts to create a paramilitary potential, to effect changes in Nicaraguan government policies. With this paper, the Reagan administration was expressing both a desire to get tough with communism in Central America and a post-Vietnam reluctance for direct U.S. military or covert actions in these sorts of proxy wars. With new, post-Watergate, and post-Vietnam reforms of the intelligence oversight process, the CIA now had to inform select committees on Capitol Hill about its actions, including those in Nicaragua. Thus, the Reagan administration's unfolding secret war against Nicaragua was not as secret as many people now assume. Nor was it remarkably consistent in its objectives. As former Reagan official Robert Kagan reflected, the mix of new intelligence oversight, late Cold War dynamics, and historical involvement in Nicaragua made U.S. Nicaraguan relations during the Contra War a disorderly mix of policies. A House Intelligence Committee report in 1982 concluded that Managua was helping train insurgents and transferring arms and 290 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 195 0s 1980s. Financial support from and through Nicaragua to the insurgents in El Salvador. 2 degree The Sandinistas also provided the insurgents' bases of operation in Nicaragua, and Cuban involvement especially in providing arms was also evident. Amazingly, the Sandinistas were not denying these claims. Now head of the Sandinistas' intelligence service, Tomas Borga contended that it was their moral duty to support their revolutionary comrades in Central America. How can we keep our arms folded in the face of the crimes that are being committed in El Salvador and Guatemala? He asked. If we are accused of expressing solidarity, if we are forced to sit in the dock because of this, we say, we have shown our solidarity with all Latin American peoples in the past, we are doing so at present and will continue to do so in the future. Under pressure to ease its support for the FMLN in return for a softer U.S. stance toward Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega contended that his country was interested in seeing the guerrillas in El Salvador and Guatemala triumph. Our shield, it makes our revolution safer. The scale of the continued arms shipments to the FMLN even provoked Democratic Senator Paul Tsongas to remark after an intelligence briefing, "Those of us who are opposed to the policy accept the fact that there is indeed Nicaraguan involvement in El Salvador." 3 U.S. officials and politicians were also coming to a related conclusion about the Sandinistas' buildup of their own armed forces. In March 1982, the CIA released aerial reconnaissance photographs that purported to show the location of Managua's new battalion of 25 Soviet-made T-55 tanks, 2 Soviet-made Mi-17 helicopters, and 4 airfields being updated to accommodate fighter aircraft. Plus, if Washington was beginning to play hardball in Nicaragua, so were the Soviets. In fact, after a visit to Moscow in November 1981, Humberto Ortega helped establish an intricate system of arms deliveries to his swelling military, including supplies from Algeria, Bulgaria, and Vietnam, as well as direct supplies from the Soviet Union, East Germany, and Cuba. In a last attempt to salvage the deteriorating bilateral relationship, in August 1981 the Reagan administration sent Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Enders to Managua for talks. Seeking to use the threat of confrontation rather than confrontation itself, Enders engaged the Sandinista leaders in a frequently heated discussion of possible solutions. Enders warned that the United States would be inclined to involve itself militarily if the Sandinistas failed to halt the flow of arms to El Salvador, prompting one of Ortega's advisors to yell, "All right, come on in. We'll meet you, man." Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas. 291. To man. Degree. At the end of the meetings, Enders proposed the Reagan administration's bargain. In exchange for halting the export of arms and insurrection in El Salvador and a reduction in Nicaragua's armed forces, the United States would provide Nicaragua with continued security arrangements and economic aid. 3 degree. After a month of consideration, Ortega firmly rejected the offer. In hindsight, given the devastating Contra War that followed, the offer might have benefited the Sandinistas more than they realized at the time. However, Sandinismo in its inception was an ideology of anti-imperialism, thus joining the new Nicaraguan government's domestic and foreign policies together. By rejecting the American offer, the Sandinistas stayed true to their ideology and strategically solidified domestic support for their rule. After El Salvador's highly publicized and surprising municipal elections in March 1982, when an overwhelming percentage of the population came out to vote despite FMLN threats, the Reagan administration began to emphasize democracy and the rule of law as integral components of Nicaragua policy. This approach proved beneficial over the long run, with conservative Democrats in Congress who were wary of aggressive U.S. meddling in Nicaragua but also concerned about the country's increasingly hardline Marxist direction. The Contras are born. Shortly after Reagan took office, a disparate group of former National Guardsmen, former and now disgruntled Sandinistas, peasants, and Mosquito Indians, collectively known as the Contras, began receiving American assistance. At first, the CIA's involvement was still indirect, as Argentine military officers trained and at times commanded the Contras from camps inside Honduras. The total number of anti-Sandinista troops at the beginning of the U.S. covert program was around 2,000, half of them Atlantic Coast Indians. 3 *. The most influential Contra group was the Honduras-based Fuerza Democrática Nicaragüense. At this early point, the most visible and appealing Contra was a former Jesuit priest and university rector named Edgar Chamorro. At their height, the Contras numbered roughly 15,000 soldiers, often pulled from the ranks of the rural campesinos. As the Contras' ambitions increased, so did those of the Reagan administration, which saw these budding freedom fighters as an integral part of its global anti-communist agenda. By 1982 and 1983, the Anti-Sandinista 292 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Caribbean. Honduras. J. Aguacate Airfield, Puerto Lemipira. El Ejidal registered como Agua y Tegucigalpa. Greatest concentration of contra-attacks Galpa Estili Yamal Matagalpa. 3. Rio Gro. Chinandega Ae Boko R. At Nicaragua Thaee Harbor Map Juagalpa RAS 1986 Plain Agua E2 Crashand Bluefield 4 Granada 1 A map 2 of Ors Lane Eugene OT Pacific SA Ocean San Juan del Sur. Miles. Liberia. 50 GS 9 STAXICA kilometers, OO Nesids. Figure 24.1. The Contra War, 1980s. Map prepared by Andrew Rhodes. Reprinted with permission. Guerrilla forces had become the Reagan administration's only serious tool for influencing events in Nicaragua. The Sandinistas also had to adapt to the unexpected strength of the Contra threat. Early on, the Sandinista army's strategy had been to use militia to deal with the insurgents while holding the regular troops in. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas 293 reserved to protect key cities and military bases. But after a series of contra-offensives startled the army leadership, it was forced to send out regular battalions to the front lines in the northern regions near the Honduran border. In an indication of how seriously Managua was taking this new force, a high-ranking Cuban general, Arnaldo Ochoa, arrived in 1983 to take charge of the war. Ochoa's approach was to decimate the enemy using aggressive counterinsurgency tactics, creating a fascinating role reversal for the Cold War Cuban military. They and the Sandinistas were employing the very sort of counterinsurgency strategy that the United States was promoting next door in El Salvador. The Cubans began training a special counter-guerrilla battalion able to remain on patrol for extended periods of time. But the Sandinistas quickly learned that they would need greater mobility if this new strategy were to succeed. Moscow immediately provided fresh weapons and equipment, including 10 Mi-8 helicopter transports, more than 300 new trucks, 24 armored fighting vehicles and tanks, and scores of rocket launchers known as Stalin organs. U.S. intelligence officials estimated that Soviet deliveries to Nicaragua doubled in 1983, from 10,000 tons of materiel to 20,000. Moscow also increased the number of advisors in country from 70 to 100, and the Cuban presence grew from 7,500 to 9,000, of whom more than 2,000 were military and internal security advisors. Interestingly, during the Somoza era there had been no more than a few hundred secret police agents, while under the Sandinistas that number grew to more than 3,000. 4 degrees fatefully, the new counterinsurgency strategy required a significant increase in the already sizable army force of 25,000. In July, Sandinista Army Commander Humberto Ortega announced plans for universal military conscription, a program that proved highly unpopular in future years. The not-so-secret war. As news of the U.S. funding for the Contras leaked out in the press over months and years in the early 1980s, Reagan administration officials were forced to defend a policy that was not supposed to be discussed in public. One senior official responded to a Newsweek article by contending, "We are not waging a secret war, or anything approaching that. What we are doing is trying to keep Managua off balance and apply pressure to stop providing military aid to the insurgents in El Salvador." In late 1982, Democratic Congressman Tom Harkin referred to the same Newsweek article and commented that news reports of late clearly indicate that. 294 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. We are becoming ever more mired in the jungles and swamps of Latin America. The real mistake we are making is not only in doing something that is clearly illegal, but in siding with perhaps the most hated group of Nicaraguans that could exist outside of the borders of Nicaragua, and I talk about Somocistas. 4%. Another Democrat, Congressman George Miller, asked Congress to go on record in getting control of those agencies who have convinced the White House to substitute covert action for policy, to substitute covert action for diplomacy, and take an action that without the express consent of this Congress is in fact illegal, unethical, and against the best interests of this country. Asterisk. This opposition yielded a highly ambivalent policy, reflected in U.S. assistance to the Contras that waxed and waned throughout the 1980s, sometimes cut off completely. In April 1982, Democratic Representative and Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee Edward Boland added a phrase to the secret annex to an intelligence authorization bill declaring that congressional funding could not be spent for the purpose of overthrowing the government of Nicaragua or provoking an exchange between Nicaragua and Honduras. However, this language focused solely on intent not actions, leaving tremendous wiggle room for the Reagan administration to pursue its covert policies. It also allowed Boland and other congressional Democrats to escape the criticism that they had refused to prevent communist expansion in Central America, without also being accused of supporting covert machinations against a sovereign government. The 1983 congressional session, however, saw a more concerted assault on Reagan's Contra policy. Another Boland amendment struck a deal by cutting off aid to the Contras, but actually increased aid to El Salvador and the other pro-American governments in Central America by $80 million. The amendment passed the House 228 to 195 in what Secretary of State George Shultz called the worst legislative defeat of the Reagan administration to that date. 4 degrees soon after, though, the Senate rescued the covered program as the Boland Amendment restrictions were dropped before the bill went forward. Boots on the ground, low intensity. Conflict in action. Meanwhile, operations on the ground in Nicaragua continued with little regard for the funding disputes in Congress. As politicians continued to haggle over legislative language back in Washington, the CIA went ahead. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas. 295. With its aid and training to the Contras as well as direct paramilitary operations inside Nicaragua. The American experience in Nicaragua began to give shape to the idea of low-intensity conflict within U.S. policy and military circles. 47 Limited warfare and counterinsurgency as operational responses to ambiguous warfare in Vietnam had largely failed, yet American foreign policy in the 1980s maintained a commitment to intervene abroad as a matter of national security. Low-intensity conflict, defined as a political-military confrontation below conventional war and above the routine, peaceful competition among states, came to describe the protracted struggle of competing principles and ideologies occurring in Nicaragua. In essence, low-intensity conflict served to rebrand many tried-and-true dirty war tactics. At the heart of this strategy was the use of contra-attacks to destabilize the economic livelihood of the country piece by piece, simultaneously eroding the political capital and legitimacy of the Sandinista regime. In early October 1983, men in motorboats attacked piers at the Pacific port of Corinto, igniting fuel storage tanks that contained over 3 million gallons of gasoline. The explosion reportedly left the Nicaraguan government with less than a month's supply of oil reserves. The CIA had supported the operation, which involved not Contra forces, as many would have suspected, but so-called UCLAs or unilaterally controlled Latino assets hired by the agency to carry out such secret missions. In some aspects resembling a mini version of the Bay of Pigs, this operation was the closest that the United States came to a direct action against Nicaragua. The CIA also supported mining Nicaragua's harbors to deter merchant captains and to delay or cancel oil shipments, a move that later erupted in controversy when the International Court of Justice voted 15-0 to condemn the mining, with an American judge concurring. The UN Security Council discussed the issue for 4 days before Washington used its veto to prevent a censure. The reaction back in Washington was no warmer. The vice chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, resigned his position in protest. Conservative Senator Barry Goldwater sent a blunt Dear Bill letter to CIA Director William Casey. The letter stated, "I'm pissed off. I don't like this. I don't like it one bit from the President or from you. This is an act violating international law. It is an act of war. For the life of me, I don't see how we are going to explain it." 4 Just when it seemed the situation could not get any worse, in the last weeks of Reagan's second presidential campaign, the Washington 296 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Post revealed that the CIA had produced a manual for the Contras that included instructions on how to neutralize local Sandinista officials. Despite policy rationale in Washington, military action on the ground often had little to do with the arms flow to El Salvador and centered instead on tactics of terror and destruction to coerce the hearts and minds of peasants in Nicaragua's mountainous border regions to give their allegiance to the Contras. On the morning of August 10, 1983, 100 to 200 Contras ambushed a bus carrying 18 civilians near the town of Jinotega, killing 15 of them. The same Contra forces were reported to have later dynamited a key bridge near Jinotega. Vivid reports of the incident surfaced in the following days, distinguished by front-page photos in Sandinista newspapers of a 9-month-old girl who had been shot in the hip during the attack and whose 16-year-old mother had been killed. As State Department memos later reported, the trend of Contra attacks on unarmed civilians, women, and children was well documented and valuable to Sandinista rhetoric. All told, U.S. support allowed the Contras to conduct far more frequent and lethal operations against the Sandinista security forces and their civilian adherents. The Contras conducted the war ferociously, frequently destroying Sandinista-run agricultural cooperatives to undermine the regime's popular support in the countryside. The Contras often went into battle armed with U.S. made MR-16s, Belgian FAL automatic rifles, M79 grenade launchers, mortars, and other sophisticated equipment. In one large-scale episode, a Contra strike into the Las Minas area of northern Nicaragua included thousands of combatants and caused considerable damage to local infrastructure. By the end of 1985, the Nicaraguan Ministry of Health estimated that more than 3,600 civilians had been killed, roughly 4,000 wounded, and about 5,200 kidnapped during Contra raids. The Reagan Doctrine. Undeterred by growing opposition in Congress, Reagan used his landslide victory in the 1984 presidential election against Democrat Walter Mondale to renew his public campaign for Contra aid. For what was now being dubbed the Reagan Doctrine, the Contras had become both a strategic and a moral issue. The United States, Reagan believed, needed to be on the side of freedom throughout the world. He even compared the Contras to the Founding Fathers, which infuriated critics who pointed out the guerrilla insurgency's repeated violations of both human rights and the Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas' 297 laws of war. In fact, the Contras' violent ways became the new rallying cry for human rights, religious, and congressional activists opposed to Reagan's policies. What was lost in the acerbic debate in Washington was that the lion's share of the Contra aid was coming from other sources, such as Saudi Arabia, especially after the strict 1984 Boland Amendment restrictions began to kick in. In 1985, Congress approved two policies that underscored its ambivalence about Nicaragua. The first was for humanitarian aid. The second was a trade embargo against Nicaragua, which made the country's desperate economic situation even worse. CIA sabotage efforts, the trade embargo, and the Sandinistas' inept fiscal and monetary policies had turned the country into an economic basket case, undermining the ruling junta's popular support. In 1982, roughly 19% of the national budget went to defense. By 1988 it was closer to 40% and rising. The Sandinistas were also reeling from sustained criticism from the Catholic Church, including Pope John Paul II himself, as well as the opposition newspaper La Prensa. Under fire. I am down here as a job. I am not down here as a soldier, so this is not my war. I don't believe it's an American war. Eugene Hasenfuss**. On Sunday, October 5, 1986, a C-123K cargo plane took off from Ilopango, El Salvador, and was flying low into Nicaraguan airspace, only 700 meters off the ground to elude Sandinista radar. Deep in the jungle of the Chontales Department, Jose Fernando Canales and Byron Montiel, young soldiers just 5 months into their mandatory service in the Sandinista military, had set up a portable land-air rocket, or Arrow, several days before. When they heard the engines of the unmarked cargo plane, Jose Fernando received the order to shoot. He aimed, fired, and within seconds the plane exploded in the air and fell to earth in pieces, only the tail section remained intact. 24 hours later, the Sandinista mouthpiece The Voice of Nicaragua broke into its regular programming with a special bulletin that a plane belonging to the counter-revolution had been hit by an Arrow, and perhaps more important, that North Americans were among the crew. When Sandinista troops reached the crash site, they found 13,000 pounds of weaponry, 50,000 AK-47 rifle cartridges, 60 collapsible. 298 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Figure 24.2, two Contra fighters on February 11, 1988, in Yamals, Honduras. In these sorts of regions, thousands of Contras camped hoping for renewed U.S. military aid in their fight against the Sandinista regime. Reproduced with permission from Associated Press, 8802111037. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas 299. AK-47s, a similar number of RPG-7 grenade launchers, and 150 pairs of jungle boots. 3 The C-123K carried 3 Americans and 1 Nicaraguan. The pilot William Cooper, co-pilot Wallace Blaine Sawyer, and radio operator Freddie Vilches died in the crash. Eugene Hasenfuss, in charge of dropping the cargo, had been able to see the incoming rocket in time and jumped from the plane with a parachute given to him by his brother before leaving the United States. "Give up, gringo, or we'll blow you to hell," reportedly shouted the pursuing soldier Rafael Antonio Acevedo, when he found Hasenfuss in an abandoned hut, eating a squash and lying in a hammock he had made from his parachute. The American was armed with a pistol and a pocket knife, but immediately surrendered to the 20-year-old Sandinista conscript. Days later, Nicaraguan Defense Minister Humberto Ortega decorated the Sandinista soldiers involved with gold medals. During a broadcast from his trial in Nicaragua, Hasenfuss claimed to be working for the CIA. In fact, the fuselage of the cargo plane was a flying file cabinet that included logbooks with detailed descriptions of previous covered supply flights from airports in El Salvador and Honduras, including the type and quantity of weapons dropped in each flight. 5 A month later, the controversy deepened when reports revealed that funds for the Contras were being illegally obtained through the sale of arms to Iran in exchange for the release of American hostages in Lebanon. Several officials in the Reagan White House, including National Security Council aide and Marine Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, were implicated, and the White House was exposed in a clear end-run around Congress. President Reagan initially insisted that he did not trade weapons or anything else for hostages. Within weeks, though, Attorney General Edwin Meese announced that his investigation into the matter had uncovered evidence suggesting that between $12 million and $30 million of the arms sales to Iran had been diverted to the Contras. The Iran-Contra scandal represented America's worst political scandal since Watergate. Sometime in 1986, North began overcharging the Iranians for the arms and using the surplus to fund a Contra resupply operation that involved Hasenfuss. Interestingly, former CIA official Felix Rodriguez, who had been at the Bay of Pigs and was present when Che Guevara was killed in Bolivia, had also been assisting the Contra resupply effort. North also relied on his colleague Richard Secord to transfer the funds and handle other logistical details. North was attempting to get 300 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Around the Boland Amendment's restriction on funding the Contras. Secord and North netted over $16 million in profits from arms sales to Iran, though less than $4 million made its way to Contra coffers. Over the same period, Saudi Arabia contributed around $32 million. By the end of Reagan's second term, even bona fide anti-communists like George Shultz wanted to get the Nicaragua problem resolved, if only because it had become too painfully divisive for the country. What helped this extraction along somewhat was the advent of a peace process in early 1987 led by Costa Rican President Oscar Arias. The Arias Plan called for immediate ceasefires in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and the suspension of all outside support for insurgencies and plans for future elections. Within 2 months of the signing of the agreement, governments were to offer amnesty to guerrillas who had laid down their weapons to start a dialogue. While administration officials were not thrilled by the plan's implications for its Contra funding, they soon realized that the democratic procedures it required would be very valuable in undermining the highly undemocratic Sandinista government. The Central American presidents met in Esquipulas, Guatemala, in early August 1987 and approved the Esquipulas II Accord, a slightly modified version of the Arias Plan. The document did not call for an immediate ceasefire, but it eventually laid the broad foundations for each country to address its internal conflict. Victory at the ballot box. You can't beat the gringos at their own game. The opposition will have the best US campaign advisors behind it. They will clobber you. Cuban official in Nicaragua registered. With the now long-standing U.S. insistence on democracy in Nicaragua combined with Arias's Central America-wide peace process, there was great pressure for the Sandinistas to legitimize their rule. They were confident that they would win the vote handily, and they set presidential elections for early 1990. In September 1989, the incoming Bush administration began efforts to provide funding for the elections. Officials insisted that the aid would be used for nonpartisan technical support of the elections process, but the funding went almost exclusively to the anti-Sandinista opposition known as the Nicaraguan Opposition Union. This coalition party, which spanned the ideological spectrum, Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas 301. From conservative to communist, fielded as a presidential candidate Violeta Chamorro, the widow of the assassinated journalist and anti-Somoza leader. Chamorro's credentials as a legitimate political figure were also burnished by her former role in the post-Somoza revolutionary government. The National Endowment for Democracy provided the Nicaraguan opposition with over $1 million, although a considerable amount of this money did not arrive until very late in the campaign. Despite the U.S. funding, the Sandinistas remained confident of a pronounced victory at the polls. In fact, as the election grew nearer, the Sandinistas invited even more international observers to witness their expected electoral triumph. Amazingly, at the same time, the Sandinistas began escalating their supply shipments to the FMLN in El Salvador in preparation for an offensive in late 1989. The offensive ultimately failed, but it rattled San Salvador. A month later, a small plane carrying arms from Nicaragua to the FMLN crashed in El Salvador. The shipment, recovered by Salvadoran security forces, included 24 Soviet-made SA-7 surface-to-air missiles, marking the first time that the Sandinistas had sent such heavy-grade weapons to their Salvadoran allies. The Sandinistas' delivery might have been a deliberate message to the Bush White House that they were still willing to cause problems for the United States in El Salvador if Washington continued to fund the Contras. Publicly, Humberto Ortega dismissed the big fuss that was being made because some arrows have turned up in El Salvador. The elections on February 25, 1990, drew an estimated 700 official observers. By the end of the day, more than half of the almost 4,500 polling stations had been observed by teams from the UN, Organization of American States, and former President Jimmy Carter's Private Democracy Organization. More than 2,000 unofficial observers and journalists were also in the country. That night, the UN team's quick count of less than 0% of the vote showed Chamorro winning a decisive victory. Stunned, the Sandinista Directorate called a hasty meeting to decide its next moves. Within hours, an official from the Supreme Electoral Council read the initial results aloud, further indicating a stunning upset. When the dust had settled and all the votes were counted, Chamorro had taken 55% to Ortega's 41%. Indeed, Nicaraguans of all walks of life had given the Sandinistas a clear mandate: it was time to go. The Sandinista revolution was over, killed in the end by the ballot box. 302 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Another endless war concludes. The Contra War resulted in the deaths of around 10,000 Nicaraguans. Conservative U.S. officials and politicians argued that the Sandinistas' ouster via elections was a vindication of the Reagan administration's policies, especially as the Contras kept pressure on an otherwise recalcitrant Managua. Liberals, on the other hand, contended that it was only the Bush administration's rejection of the hardline Reagan approach that had allowed for this relatively pacific outcome. Regardless, the conflict was a forceful iteration of century-long American influence in Nicaraguan affairs. The Reagan administration's commitment to confronting Soviet and Cuban wars of national liberation was expressed as a policy that, contrary to Carter's ambivalence about using military force to check leftist revolution, Washington should unabashedly but sparingly offer assistance and deploy forces to promote U.S. interests. In many ways, its outcome was a vindication, if not a justification, of low-intensity conflict strategy. Not surprisingly, many critics believed that low-intensity conflict was a new term for the chronic inclination of the United States to intervene in endless wars. Degree. Over the course of almost a decade, American-supported Contra-attacks decimated the economic infrastructure of Nicaragua and proved successful in eroding support for a once popular Sandinista regime. The covert nature of American involvement was critical. While support for the Contras may not have remained out of the public eye, it largely avoided public control, and outcries among the American citizenry over repeated accounts of human rights violations often went ignored. There is no question that Washington also demanded that the Sandinistas pursue elections, which was something that a majority of Nicaraguans wanted as well. In fact, the Reagan administration had a tendency to pursue policies in Central America that were more pragmatic than its strident Cold War anti-communist rhetoric suggested. Even Reagan bemoaned the pressure from Republican hawks in a 1988 comment to his chief of staff, "Those sons of bitches won't be happy until we have 25,000 troops in Managua, and I'm not going to do it." In his final years in office, Reagan's lack of ideological conviction got him into trouble with influential neoconservative foreign policy intellectuals who compared the Republican president to the British appeaser Neville Chamberlain. Carter, Reagan, and the Sandinistas 303. Nonetheless, this more modest project was still a powerful form of interventionism in that the United States effectively determined Nicaragua's fate. Once the 1990s elections took place and the Sandinistas stepped down from power, Washington and the American people quickly forgot about Nicaragua and the United States' deep involvement just a few years earlier. 25. El Salvador, 1979 to 1992. Let's not delude ourselves, the Soviet Union underlies all the unrest that is going on. If they weren't engaged in this game of dominoes, there wouldn't be any hotspots in the world. President Ronald Reagan, 1983. We know very little about who exactly is out there in the hills. We know that they receive arms through Nicaragua. But beyond that I don't know very much. U.S. Diplomatic official, San Salvador, 19,827. The insurgency was a many-headed thing, as most of these were. You had the hardcore real communists and you had the other guys who were land reformers and maybe naive to go along with the really tough guys but who wanted change and who felt that the only way to change that system was to do it through violence. Reagan administration official Roger Fontaine? On January 10, 1981, Marxist guerrillas operating in El Salvador's rugged mountain ranges along the Honduran border announced the launch of their final offensive to overthrow the central government in San Salvador. A year earlier, disparate insurgent groups across the small Central American country had united to form the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, supposedly at the insistence of Fidel Castro, who demanded revolutionary unity before he would send support. Over 2,500 poorly trained Salvadoran guerrillas and a few hundred Cubans assaulted more than 80 Salvadoran armed forces Fuerza Armada de El Salvador positions. This was roughly the same number of insurgents that the Sandinistas next door in Nicaragua had when they unleashed the operation that ousted the widely hated Somoza regime. Given the Sandinista success in 1979, many Salvadoran leftists and guerrillas assumed that the insurrection would quickly triumph. In fact, the FMLN scheduled the offensive for early January so that they would be able to seize power before the hawkish Reagan administration took office a few weeks later. Much to the chagrin of the FMLN leadership, the offensive accomplished almost nothing. Guerrilla leaders had made at least two fatal miscalculations. First, they overestimated the willingness and capacity of Salvadoran citizens to take up arms in the struggle. In one interpretation, this reluctance was a result of the stranglehold that the Salvadoran military had over the civilian population. Indeed, responding to the revolutionary left's threat to their entrenched interests, in the late 1970s the Salvadoran military and oligarchy-sponsored death squads had unleashed a loosely coordinated and clandestine assassination campaign against leftist student, labor, and political movements, turning the capital, San Salvador, into a literal dumping ground for murdered victims. At the height of what became known as death squad savagery in the late 1970s and early 1980s, often horribly mutilated bodies could be found on the capital's streets each morning or piled up at the municipal dump. As journalist Mark Danner described, sometimes the bodies were headless, or faceless, their feature having been obliterated with a shotgun blast or an application of battery acid. Sometimes limbs were missing, or hands and feet chopped off, or eyes gouged out. Women's genitals were torn and bloody, bespeaking repeated rape. Men's were often found severed and stuffed into their mouths. And cut into the flesh of a corpse's back or chest was likely to be the signature of one or another of the death squads that had done the work, the most notorious of which were the Union of White Warriors and the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Brigade Degree. The Salvadoran majority did not join the insurgents, this interpretation goes, because they understandably feared these kinds of repercussions. A contrary view suggests that the FMLN had underestimated the legitimacy that El Salvador's ruling junta had among the Salvadoran population. While the previous decade had seen multiple presidential elections manipulated by the military to prevent winning reformist candidates from taking office, by the early 1980s the central government had consolidated some civilian support. General Carlos Humberto Romero, the country's widely hated strongman, had already been ousted in a 1979 coup and replaced by a relative centrist and reformer, José Napol VI N. Duarte. The junta in San Salvador at the time. El Salvador, 1979 to 1992 307. Of the offensive may have been weak and far from universally popular, but it had embarked on several major reforms, including economic policies that were almost socialist in nature. Regardless of which interpretation is the more accurate, it is true that the final offensive failed to gain crucial support, leaving it stalled several weeks in. At the same time, the FMLN also underestimated the capacity of the Salvadoran military and security forces. Although they were largely garrison outfits at this point, the 8,000-man ESAF and 5,000 military police proved capable of repelling the guerrilla raids. In a key indication that ESAF morale survived the offensive, military troops mutinied in only one garrison. Shocked by their total lack of progress, FMLN leaders quickly claimed that it was not in fact a final offensive but a more general operation. Many within Salvadoran civil society criticized the guerrillas' decision to unleash the offensive. One senior Catholic Church official stated, "The groups on the left have made violence an absolute end in itself and magnified their adherence to Marxism. That is why most of the public has turned its back on them. Terrorism is not liberation." Despite the FMLN's failure to take down the junta, El Salvador's fledgling government remained severely threatened by a surprisingly well-armed Marxist insurgency, which appeared only to be getting stronger due to the flood of aid spilling over the borders from Sandinista Nicaragua. And now Washington was paying attention. Just a month before the final offensive had begun, President Jimmy Carter had approved a compromise military assistance package that included a modest military training program, but he had suspended it only weeks later after reports of the grisly murder of 4 American church workers by Salvadoran security forces. Then, in response to the final offensive, just days before Carter left office in January 1981, the clearly ambivalent Carter administration once again reversed its decision and committed several $1 million in military assistance. The administration's public announcement cited the need to support the Salvadoran government in its struggle against left-wing terrorism supported covertly by Cuba and other communist nations. At the time, Washington and the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador were aware that the Salvadoran government and armed forces were full of bad apples when it came to human rights abuses. Yet, after the Sandinista victory in Nicaragua, the risk of another domino falling to communism was of greater concern. The U.S. strategy for achieving anti-communist security was referred to within government circles at the time. 308 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. As a grit-your-teeth policy, it might not be pretty given the state of El Salvador's fledgling government and abusive military, but the alternatives were far worse. The Carter administration's fateful decision to support the Salvadoran military was built on the calculus that any stable environment would require a reformed security force. It also reflected the depressing reality that the Salvadoran military called most of the shots in Salvadoran politics. According to one U.S. official, military assistance is an essential component of any strategy in El Salvador are the center of power, and most of what you want, you have to get from them or with their approval. While some of its members agonized over the decision, the Carter team had come to believe that the thorough professionalization of the Salvadoran armed forces, combined with aggressive encouragement of the junta's economic and social reforms, would bolster stability and facilitate a rapprochement between the reactionary right and revolutionary left. Critics swiftly claimed that El Salvador would become Vietnam in Spanish. Nonetheless, the Carter administration's new framework for an engagement strategy that would attempt to turn around El Salvador's bleak economic, political, and humanitarian climate was falling into place, just in time for the incoming Reagan administration. The hawkish rhetoric coming from leading Reagan hardliners, such as Secretary of State Alexander Haig, UN Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick, and National Security Advisor William Clark, is what most analysts now associate with El Salvador policy in the 1980s. Yet the true thrust of the engagement strategy was developed in the Carter administration, before Reagan even took office. Indeed, the idea grew roots 2 years before the final offensive, when the Carter administration concluded in a classified report that the spread of violence and radicalization spawned by the resistance of most ruling elites to peaceful change, is increasing both the temptation and the ability of Cuba to penetrate the area. This was hurting U.S. interests in the hemisphere, and Carter's answer was to become more, not less, involved. Many key officials in the incoming Reagan foreign policy team, including Secretary of State Alexander Haig and Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, were ideologically predisposed to see the Salvador problem as an instance of communist machination led by Moscow and Havana. The administration decided that further measures were necessary and increased the number of U.S. military trainers in the country from 19 to 45 and authorized an additional $25 million in military assistance. This initially ad hoc approach evolved into a multi-billion-dollar effort to El Salvador, 1979 to 1992 309. Build El Salvador's democracy and restructure its highly inequitable social and economic systems. In practice, this meant embracing the center-left Christian Democratic Party and its standard-bearer, José Napoleón Duarte. At times, it also meant embracing Duarte's attempts to implement left-leaning economic reforms such as a massive land redistribution program and the nationalization of the banking system. Thus, in effect, and despite vocal opposition from hardliners, the Reagan team ultimately took up the Carter administration's strategy of engagement. America's massive decade-long campaign in El Salvador represented its largest attempt at nation-building and counterinsurgency since Vietnam and before Afghanistan and Iraq. 2 points merit notice here. First, by definition, Washington's attempts to hold the line against Marxism in El Salvador meant that it would have to jump into bed with a dubious Salvadoran government and, far more problematically, armed forces notorious for crimes against humanity-level brutality. Unlike the Carter administration, which had agonized over the decision to back the Salvadoran security forces, especially initially, the Reagan administration had little such compunction. In its first few years in office, the Reagan administration did not push the Salvadoran government and military nearly hard enough on the dire human rights situation. Driven by the unyielding belief that Moscow and Havana were responsible for El Salvador's ostensible people's revolution, the Reagan hardliners felt that pressure on the human rights question would only weaken a government already on the edge of collapse. Perhaps equally noteworthy, by the mid-1980s, after it was clear that the FMLN would not seize power, the Reagan administration belatedly began to push its Salvadoran counterparts on human rights. The second point is that the engagement strategy was predicated on the reality that neither Congress nor the American public nor, perhaps owing more to the latter than to the former, the Reagan administration would condone the deployment of U.S. combat troops in El Salvador. Vietnam had ended roughly 6 years earlier, and American policymakers and military planners made it clear that American troops could train, fund, and advise in El Salvador, but they would not fight. Notably, El Salvador never became the Vietnamesque quagmire that some observers had predicted. Nor did El Salvador, despite all of its faults and violence, deteriorate into a scorched earth counterinsurgency state or fall to a successful Marxist revolution. Instead, bolstered by U.S. military aid and nation-building know-how, stronger but still highly imperfect democracy and human rights protections. 310 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Slowly and painfully took root over the next decade. All told, the reasons that Guatemala or Vietnam scenarios did not come to fruition make the Salvador case a critical one for understanding subsequent American counterinsurgency and nation-building efforts in Iraq, Afghanistan, the Philippines, and Colombia. The 1972 elections. During the 1960s, new political organizations began to test El Salvador's long repressive and often military-dominated political system. One of these, the Christian Democratic Party, was deeply influenced by the Catholic Church's teachings on social justice and emerged as a vocal advocate for reform. Presidential elections in February 1972 proved to be a watershed for the PCD. Christian Democratic leader and former three-term San Salvador Mayor José Napol VI Duarte and vice presidential running mate Democratic Socialist Guillermo Ungo campaigned on an umbrella ticket against the military's hand-picked candidate, Colonel Arturo Molina. Interestingly, Duarte had entered politics because he was worried that the oligarchy's reactionary policies were making a communist revolt more likely. The Notre Dame University-educated Duarte easily took the rural and urban vote, prompting the military to order a news blackout immediately after the polls closed. 3 days later, the regime's official election board announced that Molina had been elected president. A month later, Duarte was implicated in a failed coup against the elected government, then arrested, tortured, and exiled to Venezuela for the next 7 years. El Salvador's revolutionary left. For many on the left, any possibility of peaceful reform ended with the fraudulent 1972 elections, even if the event did not receive much attention outside of El Salvador. One future guerrilla leader lamented, the dictatorship had shut the space for participation. Asterisk. Another guerrilla stated a quarter of a century later in an interview with the author that after 1972 she had concluded, either we take the struggle into the open in the mountains, or they kill us here in the city. Plus, at the time of the presidential election in 1972, only one guerrilla organization was active in El Salvador, the Popular Forces of Liberation. Its operations were mostly limited to kidnappings. The FPL was El Salvador, 1979 to 1992 IA. Founded in 1972 by a dozen young communists, including Salvador Cayetano Carpio, who became the group's top commander. Carpio pushed for a Maoist prolonged struggle against the military. Interestingly, he was one of the few Salvadoran leaders actually advocating a people's revolt from the lower classes. The majority of El Salvador's radicals in the early 1970s were members of an educated elite who wanted a Cuban-style insurrection leading to swift victory, or who worked directly within the political system via the Communist Party. By 1980, the FPL had swelled to around 2,000 troops operating in the single mountain province of Quetzaltenango, where they remained for the war's duration. In the years after 1972, the landscape of El Salvador's revolutionary left changed dramatically. Government and paramilitary repression radicalized left-leaning intellectuals, swelling the guerrilla ranks. The second large guerrilla group to emerge in the early 1970s was the People's Revolutionary Army. In 1975, the group's founder, noted essayist and poet Roque Dalton, was accused by other guerrillas of treason and executed after a kangaroo trial. His death eased the way for Joaquin Villalobos, a middle-class economist, to take over the ERP's leadership. the brilliant Villalobos opted for a Cuba-style FOCO strategy to promote a rapid revolution through popular insurrection. For most of the war, the ERP was active in the eastern mountain province of Morazan. The FPL and ERP were intense rivals and they refused to merge into one coordinated insurgency. Various Salvadoran guerrilla leaders reportedly met with Fidel Castro in Cuba in 1980 to address the factions' impasse. Castro was apparently more concerned about the Sandinista survival in Nicaragua than about the internal jealousies of the Salvadoran revolutionaries. Eager to resolve their divisions, he made the guerrilla leaders promise to fight as a united force, leading them to form, in October 1980, the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front. It is worth noting that the roots of the Salvadoran insurgency were mostly domestic, not externally pushed by Moscow, Havana, or, after 1979, the Sandinistas in Managua. The Democratic Revolutionary Front was established in April 1980 and attempted to serve as the incipient FMLN's political wing. The charismatic socialist Ruben Zamora and Guillermo Ungo, Duarte's running mate in 1972, became two of its key members. Zamora and Ungo made numerous trips to the rest of Latin America, Europe, and the United States advocating radical social reform in El Salvador. The FDR's main contention was that the successive democratic governments in the 1980s. 312 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Were not in fact representative of the people's will. More radical reform had to be undertaken, by violent means if necessary, to change El Salvador. By the mid-R980s, however, the FMLN considered the FDR an increasingly useless political partner, preferring instead to focus efforts on winning the armed insurgency. A new government in El Salvador. In the early morning of October 15, 1979, several young Salvadoran army officers notified their president and commander-in-chief, General Carlos Romero, that he had only a few hours to pack his belongings and leave the country. Romero had assumed power in 1977 and had ruled the country with an iron hand. He fled the country, and, without a shot being fired, the October coup succeeded. Within days, a new government formed, composed of relatively unknown junior army colonels and 3 civilians, including the Christian Democrat Guillermo Ungo, who had run for vice president in the 1972 sham election. The 1979 government promised to address El Salvador's glaring social deficit aggressively. They pledged radical changes in the country's social and economic structures, political pluralism, and an immediate end to military corruption and the repression of the political left and the vast rural Salvadoran population. In return, the junta asked for patience, understanding, and the confidence of the Salvadoran people. A few days after the junta was organized, San Salvador's Archbishop Oscar Romero called on Salvadorans to give the new government a chance. For the junta's military officers, reform was a matter of pragmatism. They understandably feared a fate like that of Somoza's National Guard. Some officers also worried that they could not rely on the dovish Carter administration to come to their aid if an insurrection broke out. It was better to reform now, they thought, than to lose out later. For the 2 legitimately leftist civilians on the junta, Roman Mayorga from the Jesuit-run Central American University in San Salvador and the Christian Democrat Ungo, the coup was the revolution they had long sought, and, miraculously, it had not come through the barrel of the gun. Now, for the first time in its history, the Salvadoran government was committed to radical social change. However, internal disputes racked the junta from its inception. It began to lose members after only 3 months of existence. Leftist civilians claimed that conservatives and the military were usurping the nascent government. The armed forces resisted strict civilian control. After months. El Salvador, 1979 to 1992, 313. Of stalemate, the military finally agreed to bring in the exiled Duarte to lead the fledgling junta. In December 1980, Duarte was sworn in as president and, in a concession to conservative elements, hardline Colonel Abdul Gutierrez became vice president. Many observers were convinced that the Duarte-led junta was no longer a reformist administration but rather a front for the oligarchy and military. As one foreign diplomat quipped, Duarte is an adornment. Naturally, the junta struggled to define itself on the political spectrum during its years in power. Duarte wrote in his memoir, "No one seemed to be in control, neither the junta, the security forces nor the leftists. The army officers were fighting among themselves. They had staged a coup, but they could not control the army or the government. Nor did the government control them. There was a power vacuum." *7 Part of Duarte's dilemma as head of the junta was that the revolutionary left accused him of being a rightist while the oligarchy and military distrusted him for being a socialist. According to guerrilla leader Fermin Cienfuegos, the leadership of Duarte is nothing but an expression of the most abject and treasonous sellout, a systemic genocide designed to assure maintenance of the circuits of capital accumulations. In contrast, one Salvadoran businessman quipped, "Duarte is just a communist who happens to believe in God." Registered representing a political middle ground, the new junta was almost precisely what President Jimmy Carter's Latin America team wanted for El Salvador. According to Frank Devine, Carter's ambassador in San Salvador at the time, the finest hour that El Salvador had in its memorable history was that coup of October 15, 1979. The aims of the junta and those of the Carter administration converged remarkably. Both wanted elections, civilian control over the military, and drastic human rights reform. The Carter administration decided to engage this precarious and relatively reform-minded government. Classified U.S. government documents concluded that the new junta was well-balanced, moderate, and well-disposed toward the United States and committed to the democratic process and human rights. *2 2 weeks after the coup, U.S. officials announced that Washington would provide the new government with significant military aid. Thomas Enders, then the top State Department diplomat for Latin America, stated that the coup promoted the transformation of the military from an institution dedicated to the status quo to one that spearheads land reform and supports 921 constitutional democracy. 314 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. The assassination of Archbishop Romero. For all the enthusiasm surrounding the reformist junta, the human rights situation in El Salvador remained dismal. Right-wing paramilitary factions and death squads continued to operate with impunity in the cities, and leftists both within the government and outside it were being targeted by the thousands. More than 2,500 civilians were killed in 1978 and 1979. In May 1979, Archbishop Romero traveled to the Vatican to provide the Pope with 7 dossiers stuffed with reports documenting El Salvador's horrifying condition. The Pope recommended much equilibrium and prudence, especially in making specific denunciations, and added that it was better to remain confined to principles because it was risky to fall into errors of equivocations in making concrete denunciations. Romero returned to El Salvador where he continued to call for social justice and an end to the violence. On March 24, 1980, Archbishop Romero was assassinated while celebrating Mass at the small chapel of the Divine Providence Hospital where he lived. A professional assassin fired a single .22 or .223 caliber bullet from a red, four-door Volkswagen vehicle. Romero's last words were reported to be, "May God have mercy on the assassins." The cold-blooded murder took place only a day after Romero had delivered a sermon in which he called on Salvadoran soldiers, as Christians, to obey God's higher order and to stop carrying out repressive orders. He said, "I beseech you, I beg you, I order you, in the name of God, to stop the repression." *300s of thousands of Salvadorans attended Romero's funeral at the National Cathedral. The procession turned chaotic when unidentified gunmen opened fire on the mourners, killing and wounding dozens. Similar to the 1972 presidential election, Romero's brutal murder galvanized many on the left, leaving them to conclude that the Archbishop's message could only be realized through the barrel of a gun. Former guerrilla leader Gerson Martinez commented in a 2008 interview with the author that this assassination was the consecration of the Civil War. For the infamous and shadowy former Salvadoran army officer Roberto D'Aubuisson was believed to have presided over a meeting of active duty military personnel in which they drew straws to see who would kill Romero. A few months after the Archbishop's assassination, D'Aubuisson was arrested on a farm along with a group of civilians and soldiers. The raid uncovered weapons and documents that implicated the group in death squad activity, including Romero's killing. However, the arrests sparked a El Salvador, 1979–1992 315 wave of rightist terrorist threats and other pressures on government officials that culminated in D'Aubuisson's release. Battles at the polls. The first pillar of the U.S. counterinsurgency and nation-building effort in El Salvador involved propping up the besieged junta in San Salvador and pushing it towards some semblance of democratic reform. Over the course of the war, elections played a major role in this aspect of the operation and in how the rest of the operation was executed and perceived. In March 1981, President Duarte appointed an independent election council to prepare for the following year's national election. The vote would elect a constituent assembly tasked with appointing an interim government, drafting a new constitution, and setting a date for presidential elections. The government used slogans such as "Your vote, your solution," and "Because El Salvador has changed, your vote will be respected," to convince the skeptical Salvadoran population that these would indeed be free elections, the first in 50 years. U.S. agencies already active in El Salvador, such as the Agency for International Development and the quasi-official American Institute for Free Labor Development, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to bolster Salvadoran efforts to ensure an orderly election process. At the same time, a covert CIA program helped fund the production of campaign materials and radio and television commercials to boost the fortunes of Duarte's centrist Christian Democrats against the guerrillas and right-wing nationalist Republican alliance. In a tactic intended to bolster the government's candidates, one CIA psychological operation distributed flyers that showed on one side an oligarch with money spilling out of his pockets and on the other a guerrilla wearing a red bandana and carrying a rifle. Washington was no doubt funding and training the ESAF to defeat the guerrillas with bullets, but it also worked aggressively to help the Salvadoran government win the hearts and minds of the population through the ballot. A critical underlying aspect of this civilian support program was the Reagan administration's opposition to negotiated power sharing between the junta and the FMLN. In the administration's view, such an arrangement would legitimize the guerrillas having shot their way to power. According to the State Department's Thomas Enders, a key architect of the unfolding engagement strategy, we should recognize that El Salvador's leaders will not and should not grant the insurgents through. 316 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Negotiations. The share of power the rebels have not been able to win on the battlefield. But they should be and are willing to compete with the guerrillas at the polls. Heading up to the 1982 elections, the Salvadoran government declared that the FMLN could participate in the vote if they first laid down their arms. The guerrillas dismissed the offer, maintaining that power sharing had to precede any election. The guerrillas also promised that they would disrupt what they considered an illegitimate election and warned Salvadorans not to participate. One FMLN commander advised on guerrilla radio that the people are to build barricades in the countryside to prevent free movement, the people must remain at home. 8 media reports detailed guerrilla graffiti across the country that warned residents, vote in the morning, die in the afternoon. In a fit of saber-rattling intended to provide a preview of what election day would be like, a few weeks before the elections the guerrillas conducted raids across the country, including in the capital, but to little effect. During this time, the U.S. Embassy notified Washington that the FMLN was mounting a major attempt to block elections in El Salvador for March 28 after massive new shipments of arms for the insurgents began arriving in December. The embassy indicated that the disruptive guerrilla operations were being planned at the same time that the FMLN civilian wing, the FDR, was telling American audiences that the guerrillas would not interfere with the vote. degree as the election appeared to many to be a sham, critics on the political left in the United States remained dubious about its merits. One particular point of controversy was a plan to deploy the ESAF to protect voters and polling stations. Peace activist Coleman McCarthy wrote in the Washington Post, "It's an odd way for the government of El Salvador to prepare for next month's election, by turning the army loose to massacre the voters. In the annals of voter registration drives, the West has seen nothing quite like it. Presumably there will be no ballot initiative on whether citizens suspect of disloyalty prefer to be decapitated, shot behind the ear, or slain by strafing from American-supplied helicopters. All three methods have been perfected by the American-advised Salvadoran army." Asterisk. When the voting finally took place in late March 1982, international and domestic electoral observers were generally stunned by what they witnessed. Defying the guerrilla calls to stay away, over 1.5 million Salvadorans went to the polls, representing roughly 80% of the electorate. Despite chilling predictions, the FMLN did not significantly disrupt the voting process. Bipartisan congressional delegations also witnessed the election. Kansas Senate Republican Nancy Kassebaum led an observer delegation that included fellow members of Congress, church officials, and election experts. In a post-election news conference, the delegation reported that having personally visited a number of polling areas around the country, believes these elections were fair and free. American Ambassador Dean Hinton in El Salvador cabled back to Washington, "The results of this election have exceeded our most optimistic expectations. Thousands of Salvadorans walked overnight through guerrilla strongholds, waited hours in line to vote, and are now walking back home through the same strongholds." 3 Secretary of State Alexander Haig called it a military defeat for the guerrillas quite as much as a political repudiation. 7. Many of the hundreds of foreign correspondents who had traveled to El Salvador to cover the election were surprised at the events given that coverage of the war to date had been so negative. CBS's Dan Rather added to the positive spin on the vote, announcing on national television news, "It's a triumph. 1 million people at the polls." NBC's Tom Brokaw said it was one of the most remarkable election days anywhere. Asterisk. The Washington Post editorialized, "The United States gambled on elections and won." President Reagan apparently loved receiving reports of Salvadoran peasants standing 4 hours in the baking sun, and he told anecdotes about it months and years after the election. Asterisk. When the votes were tallied, the Christian Democrats came out with 35%, giving them 24 of the 60 deputies in the assembly. Arena did surprisingly well, though, taking second place with 26%, which embarrassed a U.S. embassy that was hoping the vote would marginalize the fiery rightist party. Arena's strong showing owed much to the dismal condition of the economy, for which Duarte's Christian Democrats could be blamed as they were the incumbents. The parties were tasked with electing a new provisional president, but the Christian Democrats balked when it appeared that Arena's highly controversial Roberto D'Aubuisson would be elected because of support from smaller rightist parties that had joined Arena to form a majority coalition. 3 Registered at this point, U.S. diplomats began to apply significant pressure on select Salvadoran politicians to ensure that D'Aubuisson, now the international poster figure for El Salvador's death squads, did not win the vote. Under Duras, the military HIG El Salvador, 1979-199H Command proposed a more acceptable solution in the form of independent businessman Alvaro Magana. As one State Department official put it, 319. Hinton jammed Magafia down D'Aubuisson's throat. 38. In a somewhat counterintuitive development, the Salvadoran military was intervening to produce an outcome that antagonized the right and bolstered the country's U.S.-backed political center. Inferring that more than simple diplomatic pressure was used to secure the deal, one U.S. diplomat noted, "That's not intervention. That's money talking." Denied the presidency, D'Aubuisson still ended up as president of the assembly, a sharp setback to the U.S. strategy. This was made abundantly clear when the rightist-controlled assembly, as one of its first initiatives, repealed parts of the U.S.-supported land reform program. Reagan's expansion of the engagement strategy depended on the continued perception in Washington that massive U.S. aid and training were moving the country toward better democracy via a series of surprisingly fair elections, human rights protections, and a professional military. Following repeated and surprisingly open elections in El Salvador, many Democrats in Congress came to believe that the Salvadoran government was relatively legitimate and merited U.S. economic and military assistance. In this sense, the ballot box in El Salvador pushed the conservative Reagan administration and liberal congressional Democrats to converge on engagement. The ESAF leadership. Even as elections in the 1980s helped to legitimize both the government in San Salvador and U.S. engagement policy, the military situation did nearly as much to discredit them. Despite the embarrassing failure of the 1981 final offensive, over the next year the FMLN became a much more powerful fighting force. In late January 1982, a guerrilla commando raid on the Ilopango air base outside San Salvador destroyed 6 U.S. supplied helicopters and 11 other aircraft. Well-armed guerrilla forces, camped out on and around the Guazapa volcano, were unnervingly close to the capital. The Reagan administration responded by doubling the number of U.S. trainers in El Salvador and ramping up military assistance, but only by $25 million. By Reagan's second year, it was clear that this modest escalation of engagement was not going to produce a quick turnaround. Junta President José Napoleón Duarte lamented, "We are losing the fight with the guerrillas in the countryside." An American military trainer later explained, "We had to reform or we were going to lose. And it wasn't because the guerrillas were so good, it was because the Army." 320 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. Was so bad. 4 degrees. The reality was that the ESAF's training, morale, and fighting prowess remained marginal at best. Back in the late 1908, before the war began, the ESAF was effectively a mission of 11,000 that had no mission. Its lightning victory over Honduras in the short-lived Soccer War in 1969 helped perpetuate a conventional war doctrine geared to defeating external enemies, not internal insurgents. One lower-level ESAF officer, when asked about the military's understanding of counterinsurgency, admitted, "The only war our senior leaders ever fought was with Honduras." This reliance on a conventional doctrine meant, for example, that airstrike capability was emphasized while internal troop mobility was not. The ESAF's culture and actions were also inextricably tied to the conservative business and landowning class. In the early years of Marxist opposition, the military had been commissioned to stamp out the leftist subversion that threatened the country's more powerful interests. At the same time, the military elite stayed well clear of the battlefield. In the first years of the war, one common jeer was that ESAF senior officers don't even own fatigues. Those who ended up doing the actual fighting tended to be the total incompetents. Officers were often accused of collecting the salaries of non-existent ghost soldiers and leasing their troops to land and business owners to work as security guards and laborers. Poorly educated Salvadoran youths were picked up from the streets and conscripted for 2-year stints. One U.S. officer repeated a generally held view that the ESAF spent its time sitting in garrison or abusing civilians. Plus, most Salvadoran officers, whether they were army or security forces, which included the National Police, National Guard, and Treasury Police, were graduates of the Captain General Gerardo Barrios Military Academy. Named for a 19th-century commander and president, the military school was often referred to as the Escuela de los Presidentes because so many of its graduates ended up running the country. Entry into the military school was highly competitive, and graduation as an officer meant virtually unmatched financial and social rewards. For lower middle-class youth especially, this was an appealing enticement, despite the Academy's emphasis on rote memorization and its general neglect of strategic doctrine. Plus, the school graduated only about 20% of its first-year entrants each year, and graduating classes became known infamously as tandas, tightly knit groups that were commissioned and promoted together. The tandas were notorious for their insularity and for their El Salvador, 1979 to 1992 520. Willingness to tolerate abuses committed by members of their own ranks. 45 for one observer, if among them there proved to be embarrassing incompetence, not to mention murderers, rapists, and thieves, then those men were shielded by their classmates and defended ferociously. Degree U.S. advisors believed that the Tanda culture lay at the heart of the ESAF's problems. According to one advisor, I remember one of our guys from the mill group said to me the way to reform the officer corps in the long run was to take about 6,000 pounds of TNT over to the military school and blow it away. By the time they get out of military school they know how to smuggle cars without paying any duty. And the idea that they are creatures beyond the law is already in them. 47 Another U.S. military attaché in San Salvador reflected, "You're not talking about simple training, you're getting right down into military tradition." The Pentagon attempted to address the Tanda issue indirectly by training a new breed of junior officers outside of El Salvador, mostly in the United States, Panama, and Honduras. The principal aim was to extricate budding officers from their corrupt Salvadoran institutions. But the external training sites were also necessary from a capacity perspective. An informal agreement between Congress and the White House limited to 55 the number of U.S. military trainers who could be deployed in El Salvador at any one time. But the effort required far more trainers than this cap would permit. In 1981, the first group of 500 Salvadoran officer candidates traveled to Fort Benning, Georgia, to take the 3-month basic officer training course. By the end of 1983, the U.S. military had trained over half the ESAF officer corps, approximately 900 officers, all outside of El Salvador. But the program had its share of problems. For one, American advisors often lamented that the positive training conducted outside the country was wasted as officers reverted to the old way of doing things with disturbing frequency once back in El Salvador. For another, the system created divisions within the ESAF officer corps. ESAF officers trained in the traditional manner at Gerardo Barrios looked askance at compatriots who had become officers in these far less demanding and shorter U.S. military courses. Counterinsurgency by proxy. At the same time, the 55 American trainers on the ground in El Salvador were saddled with the Herculean task of turning the rest of the corrupt and insular garrison army, the Americans' euphemism was 322. Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. 9-5 Army into a mobile and lethal counterinsurgency force able to check if not defeat the FMLN and, instead of terrorizing the understandably mistrustful civilian population, win its hearts and minds. The state of the Salvadoran enlisted ranks shocked many of the incoming American soldiers. The American advisor Luis Orlando, who arrived in El Salvador in 1983, told the author, "I was a member of the Cuban army when Castro was in the Sierra Maestra. I saw the deterioration and breakdown of the military as they were supporting the dictator Batista. Salvador was the same movie." Asterisk. The guiding principle of the U.S. military effort was known as KISS, in the post-Vietnam, light footprint ethos. This meant keep it simple, sustainable, small, and Salvadoran. Vietnam was still fresh, and its main lesson for American advisors in El Salvador was that local forces would need to take responsibility for their own successes and failures. Contrary to what some critics assumed, the Pentagon, the Reagan administration, and a sizable congressional majority had no significant interest in escalating the counterinsurgency by proxy campaign in El Salvador into full-scale combat deployment, as in the bruising quagmire of Vietnam. A major initiative that began in 1982 was the creation of a new Joint General Staff to serve as the ESAF's commanding body. One stinging criticism of the American advisor role was that many of the U.S. military's best soldiers and trainers were not sent to El Salvador because deployment there involved no clear combat mission. As one advisor admitted, "We have the third team here." Another recurrent complaint was that the American advisors themselves received very little training for the mission. The majority passed through a 2-day general security assistance course before taking off for the Salvadoran theater. Also, As for much of the Vietnam War, American advisors spent an average of 1 year on the ground before rotating out of El Salvador. The short timeline meant that they acquired familiarity with the theater and reached effective mission capability only months or weeks before their departure. Further complicating the American operation was the uncertain status of congressional approval for military assistance packages. U.S. advisors were never sure that federal funding would continue. In fact, political maneuvering over the course of the war resulted in several congressional threats to cut assistance. Not only was financial assistance uncertain, but it was also uncoordinated. In 1984, military assistance to El Salvador arrived in 3 separate and unrelated allotments and not always wisely used. The ESAF often used assistance credits to make El Salvador, 1979 to 1992, 323 ill-advised weapons and supply purchases, such as radios that did not include Spanish-language instructions. Despite these limitations, however, U.S. training and assistance helped grow the ESAF from 16,000 troops in 1982 to 25,000 only a year later. And, in contrast to the lean years before massive U.S. assistance kicked in, when ESAF troops were equipped with old G3 rifles, these soldiers now had MR6s and other modern weaponry. By the end of 1984, the ESAF had grown to around 30,000 soldiers and roughly 2/3 of them had received U.S. training. The rapid U.S. sponsored growth of the ESAF continued until 1986, when the force topped out at almost 40,000 personnel. Despite these gains, an embarrassing 60 to 80% of these troops were deployed in static defense as opposed to the more necessary and effective offensive combat operations. The El Mozote Massacre. In 1981, the Pentagon released a classified strategy document for El Salvador known as the Werner Report for the American general who penned it. The report highlighted the need for a legitimate security force in El Salvador and criticized the ESAF for its flagrant prosecution of and support for wartime atrocities. It read, "Unabated terror from the right and continued tolerance of institutional violence could dangerously erode popular support to the point wherein the armed forces would not be viewed as the protector of society, but as an army of occupation." This estimation was perhaps never more prescient than when an ESAF rapid reaction force massacred hundreds of civilians in and around the village of El Mozote. The ESAF's Atlaysatl Battalion was created on March 1, 1981, under the command of the daring and ambitious Lieutenant Colonel Domingo Monterrosa. Monterrosa had taken courses at the U.S. Army's controversial School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone in 1966, and a U.S. Army Special Forces mobile training team helped to train the elite unit to take the fight to the enemy in search and destroy missions throughout the countryside and jungles in late 1981. Initially capped at 600, the force soon grew to around 1,000 soldiers notorious for their violent records and lack of discipline. In early December of the same year, the battalion was deployed on what the ESAF called Operación Rescate to corner and annihilate FMLN cells in the guerrilla-infested eastern mountain province of Morazan. At 5 o'clock on the morning of December 11, soldiers of the 324 Part 3 Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Third section of the STH Company of the Atlaysatl Battalion began to take residents of the village of El Mozote out of their houses, grouping them by gender and age in the town plaza. The Salvadoran troops then deliberately and systematically executed hundreds of men, women, and children. According to survivors, soldiers slitting throats of children shouted, "You are guerrillas and this is justice. This is justice." Scores of women were raped before being shot in the head. One witness said that a soldier told a superior that he would not kill children. The superior said, "Which son of a bitch says that?" He then went into the group of detained children, grabbed a small boy, threw him up in the air and impaled him on his bayonet on the way down. The killing at El Mozote lasted all day and into the evening. Atlaysatl conducted similar operations in nearby villages over the course of 4 days. All told, the ESAF killed over 800 civilians in what came to be known to history as the El Mozote Massacre, although roughly half of the executions took place in other villages. More than half of the victims were children younger than 18, with some only a few months or days old. Years later, UN investigators found 143 skeletons in a common grave, including 131 children with an average age of 6. Eager not to waste such a propaganda opportunity, the FMLN went on the air with its Radio Venceremos. This genocidal military method is no happenstance. Vietnam represents its historical precedent. The U.S. Congress and people, as the world public opinion probably remember the massacre of My Lai, which had a profound impact on the U.S. people, the U.S. Army itself, and all countries around the murder. Those responsible for these murders are the same as those at My Lai. Imperialism admits having carried out the design and supervision of genocide in El Salvador. In late January 1982, foreign correspondents Raymond Bonner of the New York Times, Alma Guillermo Prieto of the Washington Post, and photographer Susan Meiselas, who had been traveling in guerrilla-controlled areas, began reporting on the massacre. Guillermo Prieto's January 27 article, Salvadoran Peasants Describe Mass Killing, Woman Tells of Children's Deaths, reported the testimony of 3 survivors. 5 At the same time the news reports were appearing, the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador sent a confidential cable to Washington labeled, Report on Alleged Massacre, which concluded that civilians did die in the Operation Rescate, but no evidence could be found to confirm that government forces systematically massacred civilians in the operations zone, nor that the number of civilians killed even remotely approached number cited. El Salvador, 1979–1992 325. In other reports. 7 Likely influenced by the embassy's reporting, back in Washington senior Reagan administration officials began to deny that a massacre had taken place. Senior State Department official Thomas Enders stated publicly, there is no evidence to confirm that government forces systematically massacred civilians in the operations zone, or that the number of civilians even remotely approached the 733 or 926 victims cited in the press. 5 During Vietnam, many foreign correspondents came to the conclusion that American military and civilian officials often lied to conceal how poorly the war was going. Following El Mozote, this same type of credibility gap opened in El Salvador policy. Journalists began to dismiss official American reports as propaganda. In 2008 Guillermo Prieto recalled to the author, I think the massacre of El Mozote consolidated my own view that U.S. involvement in the Salvadoran conflict was criminal. I had seen Dean Hinton busily trying to cover up Salvadoran government atrocities before El Mozote, and now I saw again how not only Hinton but the State Department as a whole made every effort to discredit what Ray Bonner, Susan Meiselas, and I had seen with our own eyes. The connection between U.S. training and the Atlas brutality led many critics to understandably conclude that the U.S. government was responsible for these atrocities. U.S. advisors and diplomats, on the other hand, contended that their influence was intended to improve a rotten institution. Knowing that a clean ESAF was key to a successful counterinsurgency strategy, U.S. advisors claimed that they had little patience with their Salvadoran counterparts who were suspected of committing or sanctioning abuses. U.S. advisors knew that an increasingly desperate ESAF could very easily adopt scorched earth tactics to ensure that the FMLN did not seize power. The success of the Guatemalan military's brutal yet extremely effective counterinsurgency war in Guatemala was fresh in the minds of the ESAF, U.S. advisors, and the FMLN. Yet, in trying to promote a cleaner counterinsurgency, U.S. advisors were confronted with all of the associated challenges of trying to win a war with minimal violence. An American trainer lamented in 1981. If the solution here were to eradicate the guerrillas, fine, we could eradicate them. Villages sympathetic to the guerrillas, for instance, could be relocated or, as indeed happens in some cases, destroyed. The point is that we won't do it. We've all become humanists. We let the terrorists exist because what it would take to eradicate them would not be acceptable. Our hearts bleed too much. 326 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s-1980s. According to U.S. officer James Steele, who defended the U.S. approach, no one on the U.S. team sanctioned those. We did everything we could to get Salvadorans to recognize that you don't win people's support by being abusive. In fact, Steele contended, he and his fellow officers were actually frustrated with the restrictions that prevented them from accompanying the ESAF into combat. If we had been able to be more out in the field with them, even in very small numbers, he explained, we could have avoided some of those things happening periodically. Moreover, according to U.S. advisor Colonel John Wagelstein, to the extent that U.S. advisors were engaged, they were making a bad situation better. He explained, it was also evident from the guerrillas' writing that the more U.S. advisors that were on the scene, the less likely the Salvadoran armed forces were to do something really stupid, which they were prone to do. Our presence there was instrumental to getting the Salvadorans to stop abusing their citizens. U.S. officials often defended their interpretation of a positive impact on a horrid situation by citing statistics indicating that as the ESAF transformed into a professional military 4 times its original size, the rate of gross human rights violations dropped precipitously. The FMLN wins hearts and minds. As the Salvadoran War rolled into its 3rd year, the situation appeared increasingly bleak for the Salvadoran government and its American sponsors. The disparities, in terms of morale, commitment, and capacity, between the ESAF and FMLN forces were now glaring. In July 1983, a New York Times correspondent wrote, whereas the Salvadoran soldier looks, at best, young and earnest, the guerrillas encountered by Western correspondents are self-confident to the point of being cocky. Many observers at the time noted that while the guerrillas were fighting for a clearly defined cause that they believed in, the government and military were more reluctant participants in the conflict. A U.S. Embassy official remarked, the left is always going to be one step ahead of us because they care about the revolution. Registered degree an FMLN fighter boasted to a foreign reporter that if he fought and died they would name a street after him. If an ESAF soldier died, he did so anonymously. By that summer, the insurgents had taken control of most of Quetzaltenango, a northern province, as well as much of the eastern half of the country. The guerrillas were also bringing the war to the cities, including San Salvador. The Pentagon was reporting that the FMLN El Salvador, 1979–1992 327. Displayed a boldness and a level of operational competence that repeatedly embarrassed Salvadoran forces. ESAF units often surrendered en masse, while the guerrillas benefited from a policy of releasing ESAF prisoners after an interrogation, an approach that provided them with excellent enemy intelligence and encouraged ESAF deserters. Nearly a quarter of the FMLN's arms at this point were U.S. provided ESAF weapons that the insurgents had captured or purchased. In late 1983, FMLN forces raided El Paraiso and destroyed the quarter-mile-long Cuscatlan Bridge, sending another massive economic and psychological blow to the Salvadoran government and its American sponsors. The U.S. military group commanding El Salvador gave the Salvadoran government only 6 weeks to survive. Other Pentagon officials expected the FMLN to control most of the countryside in a matter of months, even if they had not yet seized power by then. These dire predictions were not exaggerated, given that by this time the guerrillas controlled vast swaths of territory, especially in the mountainous third of the country. Although their sabotage operations wreaked economic havoc, the FMLN made it a priority to avoid targeting civilians. Over 4,000 civilians were killed in 1983 alone, but fewer than 100 of these deaths were attributed to the FMLN. Most of the indiscriminate killing continued to be carried out by death squads and security forces. According to one Salvadoran political analyst, it is one thing for the death squads to go after several hundred peasants in a decade, it is another thing to kill more than 12,000 people in 1 year. To be sure, the FMLN was winning the Hearts and Minds campaign. The ESAF's strategic response was a series of comparatively indiscriminate search and destroy sweeps backed up by artillery and A-37 attack aircraft supplied by Washington, an approach that may have created as many fresh guerrilla recruits as guerrilla Kias. The National Plan. Frustrated by the dire state of the war, in early February 1983 high-ranking U.S. officers joined Ambassador Hinton for a visit to the ESAF's High Command, where Provisional President Magafia and Minister of Defense José Guillermo Garcia were also present. The American delegation recommended that the ESAF create a joint civilian-military entity to plan and execute an extensive pacification campaign in the departments of San Vicente and subsequently Usulután, degree loosely based on the Accords. 328 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Program from Vietnam. The new national plan directed civilian government agencies to implement agrarian reform programs, employment initiatives, and infrastructure projects and to provide emergency humanitarian services to the war-weary population. It also directed the military to organize light cazador battalions for deployment in San Vicente. In classical counterinsurgency fashion, the units would clear and hold the areas so that the civilian programs could build. A third key element of the national plan was the creation of a civilian defense force tasked with keeping the guerrillas out after the heavy military presence eased. Developed jointly in Washington, U.S. Southern Command in Panama, and Embassy San Salvador, the national plan was initially resisted by the ESAF for its emphasis on civilian over military priorities. The Salvadoran government agency responsible for implementing these programs, the National Commission for Reconstruction, worked in 4 phases: planning, offensive, development, and consolidation, an approach that strongly reflected the U.S. advisors' belief that clear, build, hold was a key component of a successful civilian-military strategy. After several months, most indicators suggested that the plan was proceeding well. By July 1983, over 7,000 ESAF troops were in and around San Vicente, even though some key ESAF commanders wished they had instead been hunting guerrillas in the rebel hotbed departments of Quelatenango and Morazan. In one civic program, clowns, a mariachi band and skimpily clad dancers perform between speeches by Salvadoran army officers and social workers calling on peasants to reject the guerrillas. Meanwhile, army barbers cut hair, and soldiers pass out rice, dresses, and medicine. As one U.S. soldier described this program, "You see the army winning hearts and minds. This is low-intensity doctrine in action." 7 degrees Salvadoran officials reported on the results of the national plan's first phase, Operation Wellbeing, at the end of 1983. The FMLN had largely withdrawn from San Vicente, and the joint forces had set up a wide range of development projects, such as reopening 41 schools, establishing 7 cooperative farms, and distributing vaccinations in dozens of communities. Yet while the initial results were encouraging, the national plan soon began to flounder. The tremendous bureaucratic red tape in San Salvador forced the delay or cancellation of many planned projects. More critically, when the ESAF withdrew roughly half of its army force deployed in San Vicente, the guerrillas immediately returned. A foreign correspondent in San Vicente at the time observed that the FMLN quickly overran civil defense outposts, forced the closure of schools and clinics, subverted the El Salvador, 1979 to 1992 329 cooperatives, and chased officials loyal to the Salvadoran government back to the safety of San Salvador. Another distressing outcome was the poor performance of civilian militias. Only 500 participants joined out of an expected 1,500. Those who did join had the tendency to sell their weapons to the guerrillas. The militia effort was also crippled by memories of the feared paramilitary organization known as Organización Democrática Nacionalista. It began in the 1960s and 1970s as a civil defense unit but morphed into a death squad machine. While a civilian defense force was a key component of the strategy, U.S. advisors didn't want a new Frankenstein militia to spin out of the ESAF's control, similar to what had effectively occurred in Guatemala. Making matters worse, ESAF officers widely considered the Civilian Defense Force a gringo-imposed program that was effectively useless but a necessary price to pay for continued U.S. military aid. *1 U.S. trainers summed up the grim plight of the militias. The hand-me-down rifle that the civil defender shares with several of his compatriots will likely be the only tangible support he receives in return for volunteering. He will receive neither a uniform nor pay. If his unit is attacked, he will discover that the local ESAF commander has no plans to come to his rescue. If wounded, he will not be evacuated to a Salvadoran military hospital. Volunteers for civil defense come from the ranks of those who fail to qualify for conscription, the aged, the lame, and the otherwise unfit. A few years after the national plan was implemented, the level of guerrilla activity in San Vicente was about the same as before the program had begun. The failure of the plan, which had been intended as the template for effective counterinsurgency throughout El Salvador, became a key subject for foreign correspondents covering the war. Reporting on national plan setbacks, the New York Times' Lydia Chavez wrote, "The question that hangs over the American counterinsurgency experts in El Salvador is whether any amount of training and cajoling and convincing can enable an unpopular military establishment to quell a leftist armed rebellion, and whether, in the end, the job once again will have to be taken over by American troops. We have to face the hard facts." By the mid to late 1980s, the apparent incompetence and unpopularity of the government and the ESAF accompanied with continued FMLN activity led many in the media and elsewhere to conclude that, despite billions in U.S. aid, the situation in El Salvador was dire. Marxist Revolution had been 330 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. Averted, perhaps, but the Salvadoran government and ESAF now appeared locked in a bloody stalemate with the tenacious FMLN. The New York Times told its readers in early 1989, "Things are getting worse in El Salvador, a trend that is etched as usual in bloodshed by guerrilla attacks, bombings, and killings, more bloodshed by army sweeps and death squad murders." After 8 years of savage civil war, Salvadorans seemed enraged and saddened by the terrible normalcy such violence has acquired. Copyright Another U.S. journalist reported that the well-guarded embassy San Salvador that housed U.S. diplomats, development experts, the military group, and certainly its fair share of spies resembled a military bunker more than a diplomatic post. In another inference to a prolonged quagmire, the correspondent also cited the plaque located on one of the embassy's walls commemorating the 14 Americans who had died in the conflict to date. It was not only foreign correspondents who thought that perhaps the United States had a long way to go before its side would even have a shot at winning this war. In August 1987, the former commander of the U.S. Southern Command in Panama made a gloomy assessment: "We have to face the hard facts, and we have to say this is going to be a war that will go on for years. It might go 15 years, but it can be won. It's difficult to convince people that in the long run democracy will survive only if we are willing to sacrifice in our own hemisphere." Members of Congress also expressed their concerns in late 1987 when two liberal Republicans, Senator Mark Hatfield of Oregon and Congressman James Leach of Iowa, published a report that called out the financing failure of the U.S. policy and the urgent need to reform it. According to the report's congressional sponsors, Congress and the administration should accept that the search for a military solution for the conflict in El Salvador has produced a stalemate. The U.S. should direct its military aid toward a resolution of what the report called a civil war. 7. A second final offensive. Reflecting months of planning, the FMLN's second final offensive began on the morning of November 11, 1989, when urban commandos launched a mortar attack against National Guard installations and ESAF General Staff headquarters in the capital. That same night, thousands of insurgents launched simultaneous attacks on ESAF positions throughout the country. They also struck both the presidential palace and the private residence of the newly elected president, Alfredo Cristiani. The would-be assassination. El Salvador, 1979 to 1992 331. Victim happened to be outside the capital at the time. Relying on hidden caches of weapons and supplies, the FMLN continued the offensive for 3 weeks. Commandos dispersed throughout San Salvador would wait inside houses, allow ESAF troops to pass by, and then ambush the vulnerable soldiers. ESAF commanders were taken almost entirely by surprise by the offensive's ferocity and breadth. The ESAF had spent the past decade trying to transform into a counterinsurgency unit capable of taking the fight to the guerrillas in the mountains. In November 1989, it was entirely unprepared to fight the urban battles that the guerrillas' incursion into San Salvador forced it into. In a classified post-mortem on the offensive, the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador reported that after days of heavy fighting, desperate ESAF commanders requested that Cristiani approve the use of airstrikes within the cities. Their president's approval of selected urban targets in hand, the ESAF used its A-37S and C-47S to go after guerrilla positions, especially in San Salvador. Registered degree. The problem, however, was that the guerrillas had intentionally occupied locales in upper-class areas that it correctly believed the ESAF would be reluctant to bomb. The guerrillas also constructed trenches to withstand the air attacks. Despite these obstacles, the ESAF did hit a number of neighborhoods, a move that resulted in thousands of insurgent and civilian casualties and large numbers of buildings destroyed. A week into the offensive, FMLN commandos began occupying positions in Colonia Escalon, one of the capital's most exclusive neighborhoods. Before long, the guerrillas infiltrated the Sheraton Hotel, where they found the startled Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Jodo Clemente Benasores, as well as diplomats from various countries and a dozen U.S. Green Berets. The guerrilla commandos soon released all of the hotel guests, including Benasores. A half-dozen or so Green Berets barricaded themselves in their rooms in order to fight it out with the guerrillas. The guerrilla commandos soon withdrew from the hotel to avoid a certain firefight with the well-armed American soldiers. The next day, the FMLN broadcast that insurgent columns were on the skirts of San Salvador volcano, located right above the city. The rebels proposed a ceasefire, a move that Cristiani called insincere. Registered amid the unfolding chaos, U.S. military personnel criticized the ESAF's inability to respond to this serious onslaught. According to one advisor, they were just completely taken off balance. Most of the advisors were locked down, but 2 of us figured we could survive and get in and work with them at the Estado Mayor. We're in there with the Salvadorans, who were saying, "We've lost the war, can you get me to Miami?" Asterisk. An American diplomat working in El Salvador recalled, "Heck, we had spent $1 billion on the ESAF and the FMLN had walked into San Salvador." Asterisk. For the 3-week insurgent offensive was marked by the heaviest fighting of the war. By early December, the ESAF had pushed the majority of the rebel forces out of capital, but large insurgent columns remained just outside the city. Believing exaggerated reports of rebel numbers, the tentative ESAF remained in largely defensive positions. It actually took prodding from U.S. advisors for the ESAF to pursue the retreating guerrillas. The FMLN commanders prayed that the show of force in San Salvador and other cities would spark a general revolt in support of the guerrillas. Hundreds of millions of dollars in American aid and countless hours of training had still left the ESAF entirely incapable of effectively handling a large-scale insurrection. However, as was less understood at the time, a major influence on the FMLN's decision to launch the second offensive was that its military standing was severely diminished vis-a-vis the ESAF. In a sense, the final offensive was a Hail Mary, a last-ditch effort to break the ESAF. Its failure pushed the FMLN and ESAF into 2 more years of what U.S. policymakers called a hurtful stalemate. Asterisk. An insurgency in decline. We had to face the reality that we could not win. Gerson Martinez registered. In December 1989, FMLWN guerrillas forced 200 soldiers, 3 full companies of the Bracamonte Immediate Reaction Infantry Battalion to withdraw into Honduras, carrying their wounded comrades with them. Soon after dawn on February 10, 1990, guerrillas deployed in the mountainous region of Kalatenango encountered a large ESAF patrol. A firefight ensued that left 2 ESAF officers and 11 soldiers dead, with 6 more captured. The guerrillas lost 1 in the skirmish. Then in November 1990, the FMLN mounted 11 simultaneous attacks on ESAF targets, including SAM shootdowns of an ESAF helicopter and attack aircraft. Despite the failure of the November 19,869 final offensive to spark a mass uprising, the FMLN appeared stronger than ever, which led The Economist magazine to conclude, "The last of Central America's anti-communist wars has its own murderous momentum." Registered despite these. El Salvador, 1979 to 1992. 333. Pessimistic assessments. The reality in the late R980s and early 19,908 was that the FMLN understood that it had no way of winning power. It could still hit the ESAF at will, causing embarrassing setbacks to the Salvadoran government. Yet this was a far cry from the Sandinista-like uprising that it had first expected in early 1981 and then, somewhat delusionally, again in late 1989. What is more, the demise of communism in Eastern Europe dried up much of the FMLN's external sponsorship. The Sandinistas' largely unexpected electoral defeat in 1990 removed the FMLN's closest ally from power in Managua, and another key ally, Cuba, was cutting aid after losing badly needed economic subsidies from the Soviet Union. Having relied for years on external funding and solidarity, the FMLN was now on its own. Moreover, the Salvadoran government had held a series of elections that, despite the guerrillas' best efforts, deepened its legitimacy and popularity. Having lived on cornmeal and other meager rations for years, in some cases more than a decade, FMLN commanders were increasingly disposed to a negotiated settlement. In the words of the FMLN leader Gerson Martinez, negotiations that started in the early 1980s as a distraction eventually became an imperative. The move toward talks was bolstered by the evolution of the Central America-wide peace negotiations led by Costa Rican President Oscar Arias. The core of Arias's plan became the Esquipulas II Accord of 1987, which called for pacification and integration of warring societies, including El Salvador. Pacification meant an end to military actions, integration referred to the admission of guerrilla fighters into the political system. In El Salvador, incoming ARENA President Alfredo Cristiani called for direct negotiations with the FMLN within days of his inauguration in 1989. Part of Cristiani's dilemma was that he wanted to pursue a peace process but did not want to appear to his rightist supporters to be caving into pressure from either the guerrillas or the United States. Complicating matters even more, ARENA's business wing was increasingly wary of D'Aubuisson's militaristic platform and dogma inside the party, and thus was now willing to at least consider a negotiated settlement. The first significant negotiations between the rightist Cristiani government and Marxist guerrillas took place in Mexico in September 1989. The UN, OAS, and Catholic Church served as observers. At the meetings, the FMLN presented a proposal for establishing a ceasefire by November 15. That would then end the war 2 months later. A follow-up meeting was held in Costa Rica in October, but the talks stalled over the Salvadoran government's insistence that the FMLN agree to an unconditional surrender. 334 Part 3. Latin America and the Cold War, 1950s to 1980s. On January 16, 1992, in a solemn ceremony at a 19th-century castle in Mexico City, the government of El Salvador signed a UN-brokered peace accord with the FMLN, ending the country's bloody 12-year war. The agreement also culminated 2 years of highly contentious and frustrating negotiations between the Salvadoran government and FMLN. Tremendous destruction to infrastructure, 77,000 Salvadorans dead, and millions displaced left neither side victorious on the battlefield. Today, former government and guerrilla negotiators readily admit that the impetus for the negotiated settlement came only after both sides realized that they could not defeat the other militarily. In the U.S. military's terminology, the conflict had reached a hurtful stalemate. The final agreement drastically reduced the Salvadoran military oligarchy's decades-long iron grip over politics and society. Among other things, the settlement cut the size of the armed forces in half, abolished notoriously abusive intelligence and national police forces, established a truth commission to investigate abuses during the war, and allowed the FMLN to transform itself from a revolutionary Marxist insurgency into a political party. Given that many of these key accords were also similar to at least some of the FMLN's original demands in return for a cessation of their insurgency, the Salvadoran peace agreement represented a sort of negotiated revolution. For students of conflict management and peace studies, El Salvador now represents a fascinating and unique model for a negotiated settlement to a brutal civil war. In subsequent years, and especially amid the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Pentagon repeatedly held up the Salvador experience as a model counterinsurgency and nation-building effort. For its proponents, Salvador served as proof that a small-footprint advisory force, combined with tremendous patience and persistence in the face of vociferous domestic criticism, can indeed bolster a fledgling regime, professionalize a rogue armed force, and defeat a formidable insurgency. The problem with this glowing interpretation, however, is that it overlooks the critical impact on the final outcome of other factors outside of Washington's immediate control, such as the end of the Cold War. That is, there was more than a bit of good timing and fortune in America's successful effort in El Salvador. It also downplays the large price that Salvadoran civilians had to pay in human rights abuses, economic stagnation, and the traumatic effects of living with long-term structural violence. Over the next 2 decades and spanning the Clinton, George W. Bush, and Obama administrations, the U.S. government pursued a surprisingly El Salvador, 1979 to 1992. 335. Bipartisan yet largely overlooked Salvador-like operation in Colombia, a country that had suffered for years from a weak state, a garrison-style military, and unchecked illegal violence from both the right and left. As was the case in El Salvador, the better the situation became in Colombia, the less media attention it received. Perhaps one way to know when a dirty war is going well is when it disappears from the headlines. Part 4. Post-Cold War, 1990s-2000s 8. 26. Dirty Wars after the Cold War. When the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union collapsed in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the world hoped that an era of peace was finally at hand. With the forces of capitalism and communism no longer clashing, no longer vying for territories on their peripheries, no longer financing and arming revolutions and counter-revolutions, it seemed that the bitter battles and divisions of the Cold War might be replaced by a new world order based on personal freedom, open markets, and democracy. The United States, it appeared, had emerged from the harrowing Cold War unscathed and stronger than ever, and was now entrusted with leading the world into the next millennium. But, alas, there was always someone left to fight. Ethnic nationalism and discontent in Eastern Europe flooded into the vacuum that the Soviets had left in Eastern Europe. The Middle East had just seen the end of the horrific Iran-Iraq war and was still enduring the trauma of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And as Africa continued to shrug off its former colonial masters, violence escalated to epic levels in countries such as Sierra Leone, Rwanda, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The celebration in Western capitals of the Soviets' demise was brief and punctuated by the realization that the work of democratic reform and economic liberalization was far from complete in much of the world. Indeed, if anything, the problems of the Cold War era in certain ways seemed simple compared to those of the years that followed. Some believed that in the post-Vietnam era in the 1970s and into the 1980s the U.S. military leadership both wittingly and unwittingly rejected irregular warfare as a key component of future wars. Thus, rather than trying to figure out what went wrong in the jungles of Vietnam and work to 339. 340. Fix it, the U.S. Army in particular banished it from its key field manuals. When counterinsurgency or low-intensity operations did come to prominence in Africa and Central America, the military tended to regard them as the exclusive domain of special forces. In fact, while low-intensity operations raged in Nicaragua and El Salvador, American strategic doctrine underwent a change reflecting the concerns that Americans, military and civilian alike, had in the wake of Vietnam, namely, that military force was being used without full consideration of its objectives and limitations. The beginning of this doctrinal shift can be pegged to a precise date. On November 28, 1984, Caspar Weinberger, Secretary of Defense under President Ronald Reagan, gave a speech entitled "The Uses of Military Power." With Vietnam in mind, Weinberger called for more circumspection in the deployment of U.S. troops. He specified three requirements: that the United States should not commit its forces to any endeavor unless vital national interests were perceived to be at stake, that troops should be committed wholeheartedly and with the intention of achieving full victory, and that full victory should be defined in terms of clear political and military objectives. Weinberger argued emphatically that the signal set of objectives and restrictions had to be established before troops could be committed to any conflict, lest the United States find itself entrenched in another losing fight. In a lethal presage of the nature of dirty wars in the 21st century, one of the most searing episodes for America at the dusk of the Cold War occurred in October 1983 when a yellow Mercedes-Benz truck packed with explosives plowed through barbed wire and concertina fences into the main entrance of the U.S. Marines barracks in Beirut, Lebanon. The suicide attack killed 241 Marines and sailors, the Corps' greatest single-day loss since the Battle of Iwo Jima in 1945. A clandestine group calling itself Islamic Jihad claimed responsibility for the attack. This was a radical breakaway faction of the Shiite Amal movement that would soon be known as Hezbollah, an insurgent and terrorist group born in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley via trainers from Iran's Revolutionary Guard. 3. The Powell Doctrine. In 1990, General Colin Powell, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expanded on Weinberger's views, enshrining a set of principles that eventually came to be known as the Powell Doctrine. He asserted that the dirty wars after the Cold War 341. United States should never settle for less than overwhelming force to bring about a swift conclusion to any conflict, that every available resource should be committed to this end, and that American casualties should be as minimal as possible. The first test of these new parameters for the use of American military force was profoundly successful. In August 1990, Iraqi President Saddam Hussein accused Kuwait of waging economic warfare against Iraq and invaded the tiny neighboring country. The act ignited immediate indignation from other Arab nations and the United States, which quickly formed a coalition and demanded Iraq's withdrawal from Kuwait. Hussein ignored the ultimatum, and the United States led a full-scale attack against Hussein's military to push the invaders out of the tiny coastal country. With an overwhelming force of close to 1 million troops from 33 countries, and with the unparalleled technological prowess of the United States, the coalition devastated Iraq's military with a sustained aerial campaign. Ground forces rolled over the remnants and liberated Kuwait in just 100 hours. The objectives of Operation Desert Storm, which became known as the Persian Gulf War, were clear, and the execution was nearly flawless, although thousands of Iraqi civilians were killed as collateral damage. Fewer than 200 coalition troops died from enemy fire, while Iraqi losses estimated as high as 100,000 but more likely around 20,000 military and 2,300 civilian were catastrophic and utterly demoralizing. Entire units, fearful of American air power, deserted their fortifications and either fled into the desert or surrendered en masse to coalition ground forces when they arrived. Even the vaunted Republican Guard, an elite force directly under Hussein's control, was dispatched wholesale by the seemingly indomitable might of the American war machine. The Gulf War signaled more than just the arrival of American military primacy, however. It was also the first conflict to witness the CNN effect, the nearly instantaneous feed of information to the Western public from journalists and other media representatives embedded in the conflict zone. News crews in Baghdad broadcast live footage of precision-guided bombs falling on the capital city while Iraqi anti-aircraft guns lobbed streams of yellow tracers into the sky, hoping in vain to bring down the American planes. This development would come to have enormous repercussions in the post-Cold War world and would very much alter the dynamics of military intervention and dirty wars. The technology that was put on display in the Gulf War was by far the most advanced ever used in combat. American generals publicized infrared. 342 Part 4. Post-Cold War, 1990s-2000s. Gun camera footage from AH-64 Apache attack helicopters as they strafed Iraqi convoys, and from F-117 stealth fighters as they penetrated deep into heavily defended Iraqi airspace to destroy enemy command and control centers with impunity. The fourth largest army in the world, battle-hardened after 8 years of internecine trench warfare with Iran, was annihilated by a lean and agile force armed with satellites and microprocessors. Pentagon planners and defense contractors began to have visions of unmanned aircraft and tanks fighting the wars of the future, sanitized, without friendly casualties. Perhaps, as long as America stayed at the cutting edge of technological innovation, it could remain uncontested and undefeated on the battlefield. However, as the Gulf War ended, the doctrinal evolution that drove the American strategy on the ground in Iraq began a slow and steady decline. Through the 1990s and early 2000s, the United States engaged in numerous unilateral and multilateral military interventions around the world. Despite the prescriptions of the Powell Doctrine, the U.S. military found itself in the 1990s functioning not as an overwhelming force fighting for clear objectives and decisive victory, but rather as a scalpel, attempting to wage delicate fights in third-world countries against elusive enemies, with restrictive rules of engagement, and with Congress carefully monitoring them. Indeed, in the wake of the Powell Doctrine and the stunning victory of the Gulf War, the small, dirty wars did not end. They merely took on a different character. In some instances, they were even uglier than Marxist insurgencies with their lofty rhetoric of people's war and liberation. In Somalia, amid famine and the effective collapse of the state, tens of thousands of civilians died and anarchy reigned. Clan leaders and warlords rose up to claim power, most infamously among them Mohammed Farah Aidid and his Haber-Gidra militia in the capital city of Mogadishu. In Sierra Leone, rebels waged war against a weak government and recruited thousands of child soldiers while a lucrative diamond trade fueled the conflict. Ethnic tensions in Rwanda boiled over into civil war and genocide as Hutu militiamen slaughtered close to 1 million Tutsis over the span of 100 days, often using little more than rifles and machetes. And in Colombia, the Marxist Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia increasingly took over the production and trade of narcotics, while right-wing paramilitaries sprang up to defend their ranches and illicit drug routes, posing yet another obstacle to the democratic government of Colombia and its American supporters. The United Nations humanitarian mission in Somalia ended in a humiliating withdrawal by U.S. forces after the infamous Battle of Mogadishu. Dirty Wars after the Cold War 343. The initial intervention involved a large multilateral contingent called the United Task Force. Led by a substantial U.S. Marine contingent, UNITAF operated under a mandate to use violent force only to provide security for UN personnel. However, this larger expeditionary unit was withdrawn in March of 1993 and replaced by a skeleton army force with an unclear mandate and restrictive rules of engagement. In the hunt to bring down Aidid, who had become Mogadishu's most notorious warlord, U.S. forces, consisting primarily of soldiers from the Army's 75th Ranger Regiment and the shadowy Special Operations Unit known as Delta Force, launched Operation Gothic Serpent to bring in several of Aidid's lieutenants. The mission derailed when Somali militiamen shot down 2 AH-60 Black Hawk helicopters. The ensuing search and rescue efforts claimed the lives of even more U.S. personnel, who vowed to leave none of their comrades behind. Ultimately, 18 Americans perished in the crumbled streets of Mogadishu. In hindsight, it now appears as though the Powell Doctrine was in decline, at least in terms of how the United States actually used force abroad, as soon as it took effect. Yet the U.S. military leadership still clung to the idea that interventions in Haiti, Somalia, Bosnia, Kosovo, and elsewhere were peripheral conflicts, exceptions to the doctrine-level rules of engagement. Many believed that the real threat to American security still lay in a modernizing China, or a resurgent Russia, or an isolated North Korea. Within that paradigm, the U.S. Defense and Intelligence Services continued to emphasize maintaining technological primacy over enemies that did not yet exist. If the Powell Doctrine was in decline through the 1990s, the events of September 11, 2001, signaled its demise. Indeed, the devastating terrorist attacks led to a revolution in political and military affairs in the United States. In the post-9/11 world, the theater of warfare changed dramatically. The American defense community's concerns shifted from failed and failing states to states that harbored, or maintained other ostensible connections with terrorist organizations. Moreover, fueled in part by the American media's fixation on large-scale combat, the geographic center of attention also shifted from Africa, Eastern Europe, and East Asia to the predominantly Muslim Middle East. At the same time, America's enemies took on a new character. They seemed to operate freely and almost invisibly in a world of permeable borders. With the internet, terrorist propaganda flowed freely, and recruitment was easier than ever. And most of all, terrorism was cheap. Like the guerrilla of the Marxist ideal, the Islamic terrorist needed little more than 344. The shirt on his back, while his opponent depended on billions of dollars of technology, equipment, infrastructure, intelligence analysis, and support staff for the most routine field patrol. In at least two of the major post-Cold War cases, what began as interventions with limited counter-terrorism aims turned into full-scale dirty wars. In some ways, these operations were familiar to those commanders who had experience in El Salvador and the multilateral peace support operations of the 1990s. But to a significant extent, they were brand new sorts of dirty wars for the American military, and the lessons learned earlier had only limited application to the present circumstances. The last section of this book examines 5 of these major U.S. engagements in the post-Cold War era: counter-narcotics and counterinsurgency in Colombia, the war in Iraq, the little-reported counterinsurgency operation in the Philippines, the Afghanistan War, and the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi in Libya in 2011. 27. Colombia. On February 7, 2003, a car containing 200 kilograms of explosives blew up in the parking garage of the exclusive El Nogal social club in one of Bogotà's most upscale neighborhoods. The blast killed 36 and wounded more than 200. No one claimed responsibility for what was Colombia's worst terrorist attack in over 10 years in its decades-long internal war. Yet, the government soon declared that it had evidence linking the attack to the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, the country's oldest and largest guerrilla insurgency. The rebels had apparently recruited a young squash champion, John Freddy Arellán, to join the club as a squash instructor. While it is not clear whether Arellán was willingly carrying out the terrorist attack, he drove the car into the garage on that fateful day. A FARC operative detonated the bomb remotely while Arellán was still inside. Arellán and his uncle, Oswaldo Arellán, perished in the explosion, and the operative was captured 3 weeks later. The El Nogal bombings shook the nation's elites, who had become accustomed to living largely normal lives despite the low-level guerrilla presence that had existed for more than 40 years. But the violent and brazen blast made it appear as though no place was safe from the guerrillas' reach. As the 21st century began, Colombia held the dubious distinction of having the longest-standing insurgency war in the modern era. Some of the country's first Marxist revolutionaries began armed operations as early as the late 1940s. The formal organization of the two major rebel groups, the FARC and National Liberation Army, occurred in the early 1960s. For the next 3 decades, though, these two 345, 346, Caribbean Sea, Pacific F. Ocean 7 Nagatsar. 7. Armenia ET0G7. Brazil. Peru. FARC effective control. Re 1998 FARC liberated zone 100 km. Figure 27.1. FARC controlled areas in Colombia in the late 1990s and early 2008. Also marked is the FARC liberated zone in the center of the country, which effectively amounted to an autonomous guerrilla-held enclave within Colombia. Map prepared by the University of Wisconsin-Madison Cartography Labo. Reprinted with permission. Groups along with several other smaller factions did not pose much of a threat to the Colombian government. During the 1970s, for example, the FARC had only 9 operative fronts, and while the exact number of its members at any one time has never been released publicly, its ranks then likely totaled only in the hundreds. Colombia 347. By the 1990s, some of Colombia's guerrilla groups had conducted successful negotiations with the government, allowing them to lay down their arms and enter the political process. Yet the FARC and the ELN remained active in the country's vast jungles and mountain areas, far away from the reach of a Colombian state that had never effectively governed in such regions. But they still did not threaten the Colombian government in any serious way. Making matters worse, murky paramilitary forces, some loosely or more closely sanctioned, funded, and connected with the Colombian state, roamed the country's vast countryside, committing scores of massacres and other abuses. By the late 1990s, though, fueled by its rapid entry into the booming and lucrative drug trade, the FARC had vastly increased its illicit revenues. It used these windfall funds to acquire sophisticated weaponry and increase its ranks by thousands of fresh recruitments from Colombia's impoverished provincial regions. Now numbering over 20,000 men, women, and children under arms, the FARC began attacking army and police outposts. They even threatened and in several instances seized larger towns across the country. In one case in the southern part of Colombia, the guerrilla army killed and captured over 100 soldiers. In 1998, Colombia's elite combat brigade, the 52nd Counter-Guerrilla Battalion, was defeated by a larger FARC force near El Bilar Gorge in Caqueta Department, a highly embarrassing setback for the Colombian military. With time, the insurgents began to set their sights on the major cities, including Bogotá. The FARC's offensive served as a literal attack on democracy. In 1997, guerrillas killed 200 candidates for office and forced another 2,000 to withdraw from campaigns. That same year, an estimated 13% of mayors had links to guerrillas. In July 1999, a Gallup polling firm asked Colombians, "Do you think it is possible that one day the Colombian guerrillas will take power by force?" A stunning 2/3 of respondents said yes. The FARC rampage was abetted by then Colombian President Andrés Pastrana's decision upon taking office in 1998 to grant the rebel group an El Salvador-sized zona de despojo in the southeastern departments of Meta and Caqueta. A formal agreement between the FARC and the Colombian government established the despojo on November 7, 1998, it was extended in February 1999 for another 90 days. Pastrana naively expected that the FARC would consider the concession an act of the government's goodwill. In turn, this trust would help ensure progress in the ongoing government-FARC peace talks. 348. At the time, many observers firmly believed that the FARC was likely to negotiate in good faith, since it appeared that the group had maximized its military position vis-a-vis the Colombian government. Interestingly, members of the U.S. Congress, the head of the New York Stock Exchange, and AOL Steve Case, among many other luminaries, made pilgrimages to the area to see the revolution firsthand and, in some cases, to help promote a negotiated settlement to the war. Yet, instead of engaging in serious peace talks with the government, the FARC used the despojo to arm and train legions of soldiers, import dozens of Irish Republican Army bomb-making teams, cultivate coca, and plan new offensives throughout the country. What did not exist in Colombia at this time was a hurtful stalemate like that which had emerged in El Salvador by the later years of its bloody internal war that might have forced the FARC to genuinely accept the talks. Instead of trying to broker a deal that would ensure the end of their insurgency, the FARC used their remarkable gift from Pastrana to unleash a military offensive across Colombia. By 2002, the FARC was stronger than ever, its eyes now on the big prize of Bogotá and the eventual seizure of national power. The group's wing of urban militias began more aggressive efforts to strangle Bogotá by stationing sizable numbers of troops in inaccessible mountain areas not far from the capital. Kidnappings, extortion, and terrorist attacks against civilians reached levels shocking even for Colombia. The FARC kidnapped a leftist presidential candidate from that year's election, Ingrid Betancourt. It was within this deteriorating climate that Colombians turned in droves to hardline rightist presidential candidate Álvaro Uribe, who won office in a landslide vote in 2002. In sharp contrast to the conciliatory approach his predecessor Pastrana's had tried with the rebel groups, Uribe's signature policy was to use all aspects of state power to protect citizens from illegal violence. As the evidence confirms, 2002 was a horrible year for Colombia. 6 years later, though, the Andean country had undergone a profound positive transformation. The Colombian government's turnaround started in March of 2008, when the Colombian military attacked a FARC jungle camp just over the border in Ecuador. The operation killed veteran guerrillero Edgar Devia, also known as Raul Reyes, the FARC's second-in-command. The raid was highly controversial because it crossed into foreign territory, but it became even more sensational when reports surfaced that the military had recovered 3 laptop computers, external hard drives, and memory sticks full of information that shed light on the Colombia 349 organization's strategic thinking and inner dealings. In violation of the FARC's strict operational security, Reyes had maintained files, some of which dated back decades and included records of strategies, meetings, and correspondence, a treasure trove of the FARC's past and present. The Colombian government handed the files over to an independent body, the International Institute for Strategic Studies, to help diffuse allegations of tampering and misinformation. The IISS team produced a 240-page strategic dossier, the FARC files, Venezuela, Ecuador, and the secret archive of Raul Reyes. The report was damning. The documents revealed long-standing and deep political and military involvement with Colombia's 2 most important neighbors, Ecuador and Venezuela, both at that time governed by colorful and controversial leftist administrations. To list just a few of the highlights, the FARC expected to receive about $250,000 from the Venezuelan government of Hugo Chavez. The guerrillas directly contributed $100,000 to the campaign of current Ecuadorian President Rafael Correa, and they likely helped round up an additional $300,000 for Correa's candidacy from sympathetic leftist sources. The FARC received another blow a few weeks after the 2008 Ecuador raid when the group announced that its founding leader Manuel Marulanda had died of a heart attack. Then, in July, the Colombian military conducted one of the most successful rescue operations in history. Without firing a shot, it freed former presidential candidate Ingrid Betancourt, 3 American anti-drug contractors, and several other Colombians. Deploying commandos disguised as humanitarian workers, the military's Operation Check appeared to checkmate the FARC, as the rescue deprived the guerrilla group of its crown jewel hostages. The Colombian military's remarkable gains against the FARC were not simply good luck. Instead, following the nadir of the Despch debacle, under Uribe's dogged and often controversial leadership, the Colombian government and armed forces pursued a strategy that brought the country back from the abyss. The involvement of the United States in the Colombia FARC conflict carried strong echoes of its soft footprint experience in El Salvador in the 1980s. There, U.S. forces had backed a fledgling democratic government's military in the face of a formidable Marxist insurgency. The U.S. government played a similarly critical role in supporting the Colombians' effort. U.S. officials believed that Colombia's garrison military in fact needed to be both militarized and professionalized. At the same time, though, the United States ultimately 350 realized that any lasting effort against the FARC would require more than simply providing the Colombians with military aid and training. They would also need institutional strengthening such as greater awareness and respect for human rights. While the American supporting role was far from perfect, and scores of critics lambasted Washington for turning a blind eye to Colombian security forces abuses, this broad approach characterized the American effort in Colombia over the next decade. The FARC had become a narco-terrorist organization by the turn of the century, and this would ultimately make it impossible for the United States to differentiate between counterinsurgency and counter-narcotics as Washington deepened its involvement in Colombia. Also, the attacks of September 11, 2001, drastically lowered the threshold for the American public and politicians to support counter-terror work around the world. Under George W. Bush's administration, and with the 2002 El Nogal bombing, the FARC quickly became a focal point of the U.S. war on terror. It is worth considering that any American presumption to save Colombia would have likely failed if Colombian politicians and citizenry had not committed themselves to rescuing their country from the insurgent groups. Colombia probably had to hit bottom before the government and economic elites woke up to the severity of the crisis. The commitment of indefatigable but highly controversial Colombian President Uribe played a critical role in what became an extraordinary societal determination to defeat a once tolerated but increasingly detested Marxist insurgency-cum-narcotrafficking organization. Having started in earnest in the 1960s, Colombia's insurgency was initially a classic Cold War case of Cuban-inspired guerrillas attempting to overthrow a fledgling national government. Yet unlike most of the revolutionary groups in Latin America during this time, the FARC did not disappear when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989. Instead, the organization's drug revenues allowed it to continue its revolutionary activities even if such a violent path to seizing power had already been discredited. As in El Salvador in the 1980s, Washington played a largely indirect yet pivotal role in Colombia's war. But the approach was successful largely because it forced the Colombians to assume primary responsibility for resolving their seemingly endless insurgency war. Plan Colombia. There was intense concern in the early days, especially among Democrats with long memories of Vietnam, that Colombia $51. The program should not become a Vietnam-like counterinsurgency effort. Thomas R. Pickering Plus. When American President Bill Clinton decided to engage Colombia late in his second term, one might have assumed that the move was predicated overwhelmingly on the insurgency question, given the FARC's shocking power at the time. But there was another, more pressing, domestic policy priority to consider: drugs. U.S. officials were much more concerned about the growing evidence that cocaine production had surged in the Andean state. Thus, in many respects, the stunning counterinsurgency victory in Colombia was coincident with, if not a result of, Washington's eagerness to score a victory on the drug front. By the late 1980s, the United States had begun in earnest to prosecute the long-standing war on drugs by going after the drugs at their source. Known in the military and law enforcement lingo as the supply-side strategy, U.S. interdiction efforts necessarily focused in the Andean region of South America, as it was almost the sole producer of the world's cocaine. For 10 years or so, Washington's efforts in Colombia were heavily focused on combating cocaine production and trafficking. Yet, by the turn of the century, Colombia's coca cultivation and cocaine production had exploded. Not surprisingly, the meteoric revenues from involvement in the cocaine trade proved too tempting for the guerrillas, in particular the FARC. As its response to the Colombian situation, the Clinton administration designed Plan Colombia, a program that would ultimately cost $6 billion and involve state-of-the-art helicopters and other sophisticated equipment as well as trainers. A light footprint would be used to save Colombia, a campaign intentionally based on the one used in El Salvador in the 1980s that had bolstered a weak and legitimate government against a serious Marxist insurgent threat. For a host of reasons, Plan Colombia attempted to rescue Colombia by drastically escalating the drug war, although most Colombians would have said then that the money would have been better spent going directly after the illegal groups. Despite the FARC's very real threat to the Colombian government, in accordance with Plan Colombia, the overwhelming majority of U.S. security assistance went to counter-narcotics efforts. In short order, the Clinton administration was able to gain an impressive level of bipartisan support for Plan Colombia by reassuring Congress that the assistance would be used exclusively to fight drugs. This was a $52. Particularly deft political move, given that it placed any opponents in the awkward position of appearing to be soft on the drug war. To placate more liberal members of Congress who believed Plan Colombia was overly militarized, the White House increased soft side expenditures as well. Uribe and Democratic security. After Plan Colombia had been placed for several years, attention turned from U.S. efforts to action by the Colombians. What could they do with the assistance and training they had received? Much of the heavy and most expensive materiel from the United States had been front-loaded in the delivery schedule to Colombia. Thus, once this equipment was in country, U.S. assistance by definition turned more to maintenance of these substantial military-related investments. President Álvaro Uribe took office in 2002 on a simple yet fundamental promise to the war-weary Colombian population that his government would establish security in all areas of the country. For Colombian ears, this was a bold claim. Since its founding in the early 19th century, the Colombian state had never effectively governed in wide swaths of state territory, especially those far from the large cities such as Bogotá and Medellín. But Uribe's fundamental insight was simple but unyielding: democracy, economic opportunity, and even social justice could not come until the state could first protect its citizens from illegal violence. One of Uribe's most decisive breakthroughs was his successful effort to get Colombia's elites to buy into the new strategy. His government levied a war tax on the country's richest citizens and enterprises that raised almost $4 billion over 4 years. These are startling numbers when you consider that U.S. aid over the same time was roughly $5 billion. Labeling the new strategy democratic security, Uribe used this revenue windfall to increase the size of the military and police forces from 280,000 in 2002 to 415,000 5 years later. Bolstered by these funds as well as billions of dollars in military materiel and training provided by Washington, Uribe pushed his military and police forces not only to clear areas from guerrilla control but to hold them so that the insurgents could not return. Seemingly overnight, Colombian military convoys opened up key highways by placing an armed soldier every kilometer or so along them. U.S. provided Black Hawk helicopters gave the Colombian forces long overdue but Colombia 353. Indispensable air mobility as they chased FARC bands across high mountain ranges and thick jungles. In 1998, the Colombian military operated 20 helicopters. By 2007, this number stood at 265. Uribe's message to his fellow Colombians was clear and unequivocal. The Colombian state is committed to protecting you. Colombians began to talk excitedly of being able finally to breathe in a country that, due to the fear of political violence, had become a prison to its own people. Registered. Not surprisingly, Uribe's hardline approach was not without its vocal critics, who contended that he was simply using violence to fight violence instead of addressing the root causes of Colombia's poverty, exclusion, desperation, and resulting violence. Uribe's generals did not come up with their ultimately successful strategy overnight. Rather, their plan reflected years of learning how to reverse the strategic tide against the region's most formidable guerrilla insurgency. The new strategy focused on holding strategic areas where the military had already won control. Then, Colombian forces would deploy to strategic operation areas where insurgents operated with impunity. Now much better equipped and trained than ever before, largely because of U.S. assistance, the Colombian military first put its new plan into practice in 2003 when it pushed the FARC out of the department of Cundinamarca, home to Bogotá. The armed forces then established a regional task force base that coordinated Army, Air Force, and Marine operations in the FARC's traditional strongholds in the southeastern parts of the country. Taking the fight straight to the enemy, this force of 10,000 soldiers succeeded in clearing and holding the areas in a manner that had been unimaginable only a few years earlier. Colombian commanders were elated about their gains against the FARC. A military that had long been criticized for being at once an inert, Salvadoran-style 9-to-5 garrison army and an accomplice to the horrific violence conducted by right-wing paramilitary groups in prior years had been transformed into a formidable fighting force. With a standing strength of over 400,000, the Colombian military was now the most respected institution in Colombia. In addition to its increased professionalism, the Colombian military also now had assets such as U.S. provided helicopters, providing critical air mobility. One of the military's signature triumphs included a massive intelligence coup against the FARC. For decades, the Colombian forces seemed utterly incapable of locating, let alone eliminating, FARC leadership. When asked about the problem, Colombian and U.S. officials would often reply that the largely impenetrable triple canopy jungle where the FARC leaders spent 354 most of their time made bombing attacks indiscriminate and any sort of commando raid impossible. As a result, FARC commanders were able to live surprisingly comfortable lives. Scotch whiskey and Cuban cigars were preferred indulgences, knowing that their inhospitable environs ensured safety. Yet, quietly backed by U.S. intelligence agencies, the Colombians gained access to the leadership by compromising the FARC's command and control structure. Pretending to be FARC commanders, military officials inserted themselves into guerrilla radio communications. In fact, this is the very device that the military used to trick the FARC captors during the daring rescue of presidential candidate Ingrid Betancourt and the other hostages. Although these types of clandestine measures came under scrutiny for their possible violation of Geneva Conventions, the Colombian military deployed them to great effect. And, to be sure, they were the same tactics the FARC had consistently used against them during the past 20 years of this prolonged conflict. At times, the military would debrief former guerrillas and then reinsert them back into FARC ranks without their commanders even noticing that the deserters had left. In turn, these FARC plants provided critical on-the-ground intelligence to the Colombian security forces. They also managed to leave high-tech tracing beacons. With a beacon in place, the FARC commanders became targets for precision-guided missiles, a key tactical innovation made possible by Plan Colombia. In September 2010, Colombian security forces used these tactics to infiltrate the jungle compound of FARC military leader Victor Julio Suarez. Once Jojo's whereabouts were confirmed, the military launched a massive attack that employed 30 planes, 27 helicopters, hundreds of special forces operatives, and more than 30 tons of explosive. Operation Sodom ended in the death of Suarez, the most feared man in the country, wanted for more than 100 separate crimes. Colombian Defense Minister Rodrigo Rivera characterized Jojo's 300-meter-long hideout, equipped with Viet Cong-like tunnels and escape routes, as the mother of all FARC camps. Uribe's successor, Juan Manuel Santos, ebulliently called the strike a turning point and the beginning of the end for the FARC. The outcome would likely have been impossible without sustained collaboration with U.S. intelligence services. The FARC guerrillas were now indisputably on the run and, as intelligence reports suggested, increasingly unable to communicate with one another. Their presence throughout the countryside became sharply reduced. Not surprisingly, life as a FARCista was now far less enjoyable. Colombia 355. Figure 27.2. Manuel Marulanda, Center, the founder and top leader of the FARC, walks with Mono Jojoy, right, the number 2 in command, in guerrilla-controlled territory in the late 1990s. Billions of dollars of American military materiel and training helped swell the Colombian military that eventually devastated the FARC's rank and file and leadership ranks. AP photo/Scott Dalton, reproduced with permission from Associated Press, 0004-290-2369. Than it had been when the group operated with impunity. FARC soldiers, most of whom were forcibly recruited into the guerrilla ranks in the first place, began to desert at the startling rate of 4 per day. In an echo of the Magsaysay counterinsurgency strategy in the Philippines in the 1950s or the British efforts in Malaya, FARC deserters reported that hunger was often what drove them to flee, even though they risked certain death if the FARC captured them, in a sign that even some die-hard revolutionaries were losing the fighting spirit. The Colombian government also reported that most of the FARC deserters had already spent 10 to 15 years with the rebel group. The Colombian military's aggressive operations also dealt the FARC a devastating financial blow. With a large share of its massive war funds generated through the cocaine trade, the FARC saw its revenues plummet from an estimated $500 million to $250 million. The Colombian forces reported destroying over 3,000 cocaine labs in 2009 alone. The Colombian security forces' hard-side operations, such as military offensives and intelligence gathering, dealt the FARC a severe and 356 unprecedented setback. But this is only part of the Colombian counterinsurgency story. The route to defeating insurgencies was not simply in direct confrontation but in winning the hearts and minds of the population. To this end, the Colombian government's clear and hold strategy enabled soft-side projects to flourish, especially economic development programs in regions previously overrun with coca and FARC elements. Backed by the U.S. State Department and other international aid organizations, these programs had success in breaking the cycle of violence, even if progress came in fits and starts. This reality contrasts to prior years, when programs such as alternative crop development floundered because of the absence of security guarantees that would permanently keep the insurgents from returning to the area. The security-first method of counterinsurgency, coupled with the programs designed to encourage citizen participation in regions once occupied by the FARC, became more and more effective as the levels of violence dropped. Registered in many respects, the program outlined by Uribe was strikingly prescient in describing what the Colombian state would be able to achieve and how it would do so. Once a basic level of security has been established, the thesis goes, the state will embark upon a policy of territorial consolidation, re-establishing the normal operation of the justice system, strengthening local democracy, meeting the most urgent needs of the population, broadening state services and initiating medium to long-term projects aimed at creating sustainable development. *7 In conjunction with the destabilization of FARC leadership and finances, under the democratic security programs first envisioned by Uribe, the Colombian military was able to remove the FARC from its strongholds in remote parts of Colombia. One prime example of its success in this regard occurred in the town of San Vicente, just outside Serranía de la Macarena National Park in the department of Meta, where Mono Jojoy was killed several years later. This was often referred to as Farclandia because of the rebel group's de facto control over all aspects of political, economic, and social life. Until 2002, the FARC ran a visitors center staffed by female guerrillas in San Vicente. The building's walls were festooned with huge posters of famed insurgent fighters. Rebels in the region also ran a court, built infrastructure, and taxed local residents. Funded in no large part from Plan Colombia dollars, the Colombian government embarked on an aggressive effort to establish fusion centers in regions that the military had taken away from the rebels. In locales such as the 6 municipalities that comprise La Macarena, the centers attempted. Colombia 357. Figure 27.3. Aerial eradication of illicit drug crops in Colombia in the 1990s. The United States and Western Europe's insatiable demand for cocaine provided windfall revenues to the FARC insurgency. In turn, the FARC used these funds to buy sophisticated armaments that by the late 1990s turned the once dispersed group into the strongest insurgency in modern Latin American history. Reproduced with permission from Marcelo Salinas. To combine the critical elements of governance, judicial, security, education, and so on to give the local population a stake in the post-guerrilla environment. La Macarena was a particularly interesting case since, during the guerrilla-controlled days, almost the entire economy was tied to coca cultivation. Given the deeply ingrained incentive facing farmers to grow the lucrative crop, many assumed that La Mac, as it was called, presented a particularly challenging case for a fusion success story. Moreover, La Macarena's sheer size 11,000 square miles, larger than the state of Rhode Island, made the task particularly daunting. Yet, in this one instance, a strong majority of La Macarena's population enthusiastically embraced the government's efforts. Both coca cultivation and violence dropped precipitously as myriad government agencies took up physical space in the fusion center to coordinate the build phase. A dramatic increase in dairy production complemented the nearly total eradication of 358 coca farms. In 2006, 12,000 to 14,000 hectares of La Macarena's land area was employed in coca cultivation, accounting for almost 25% of all coca production in Colombia. In 2010, there was almost none. The Colombian government invested a whopping $320 million in the La Macarena program to bring fundamental state institutions to this remote and war-ravaged land. Interestingly, Washington provided only around 0% of the funding, which indicated that Bogotá was increasingly able and willing to shoulder these counterinsurgency and nation-building efforts itself. The sizable investment that brought special prosecutors, infrastructure programs, and development programs to La Macarena was vital in that it changed the local population's perception of the Colombian state. For the first time in memory, the Colombian state was both present and effective in the former FARC-controlled region. Another key soft-side development was the reform of Colombia's slow, corrupt, and ineffective judicial system. Backed by hundreds of millions of dollars of U.S. assistance, the most critical achievement on the judicial side was the move from an oral to a written accusatory system. This shift helped boost the conviction rate from 3 to 65%. While still far from adequate, caseloads were now being expedited in an effort to gain the Colombian citizenry's trust in the judiciary. The new system was able to conclude trials in an average of less than a year, a sharp contrast to the 5-year rate at which it operated previously. U.S. funded programs also trained over 2,000 conciliators. The conciliators mediated over 7 million cases in the first several years of their existence. Although reform efforts did not transform Colombia into a judicial paradise, they did allow citizens to gain a sense of connection with public institutions that had for so long alienated them. Taking on the paramilitaries. The Uribe government's main effort to promote security focused on repelling the FARC deeper into the jungle and away from where most Colombians actually lived. Yet Uribe's ability to go after the leftist rebels was hindered by accusations that he harbored sympathy for and even actively collaborated with rightist paramilitaries notorious for their drug trafficking and human rights abuses. It was thus incumbent on Uribe to demonstrate to the Colombian people and the international community that he was seriously committed to curbing paramilitary activity. Back in the 1980s, drug kingpins such as Medellin's Pablo Escobar created personal Colombia 359 shock troops to retaliate against the guerrillas' extortions and kidnappings. When the drug cartels were decapitated by the Colombian government in the early 1990s, their personal militias were left orphaned and morphed into the more formal and political paramilitaries. While the paramilitaries' primary goal was to cleanse areas from guerrilla control, this objective often took the form of targeting suspect civilian sympathizers. At the height of paramilitary actions in the late 1990s and early 2000s, the paras committed the overwhelming share of atrocities and other forms of human rights abuses. And like the guerrillas, the paramilitaries financed their brutality by trafficking narcotics. By offering the paramilitary leaders leniency in return for laying down their arms and confessing to their illicit activities, the Uribe government succeeded in demobilizing an estimated 30,000 well-armed fighters. Uribe surprised many critics when in May 2008 he ordered the extradition to the United States of 14 former paramilitary commanders. Claiming that they were not fully cooperating with the stipulations of the demobilization agreement, Uribe shocked the paramilitary commanders, who had assumed that their participation in the program would ensure that they would never end up in a gringo jail. Overall, while far from perfect, Uribe's demobilization efforts removed a hostile organization from the political landscape, which in turn allowed the Colombian government to focus its efforts on defeating the FARC. In the context of the United States history of counterinsurgency engagements, the response to paramilitary forces in Colombia provides some striking lessons. For example, as in El Salvador, perceived success for both the Colombian and the U.S. governments depended on their ability to distance themselves from and emphasize their contrast to the paramilitaries. Recognizing that any association between the government's operations and paramilitary activities would hinder its ability to win over Colombian hearts and minds, striking out against the paras was a key move in the strategic game. Of course, this outcome is not always guaranteed and was far from inevitable in Colombia. Given different conditions on the ground, such as deeper civilian sympathy for the paramilitary forces, the calculation might have been wrong. False positives. In 2008, in a key vote of confidence in the Colombian security forces' success since Uribe took office, several national magazines listed the Colombian defense minister, Juan Manuel Santos, as their person of the 360 year. In addition to the successful targeting of several FARC leaders, during this same year kidnappings were down to fewer than 500, the lowest total in 20 years. The homicide rate was also down 44% from 2003 to 2008, and Colombia's security forces were largely responsible for an 80% decrease in both left-wing and right-wing violence. The Colombian government estimated that an astounding 68,000 lives had been saved due to the improvement in the security situation. One indication of the Colombian military's growing legitimacy was a 2002 Gallup poll, which registered 80% support for the armed forces, up from 42% in 1998. The figure remained that high for the next decade. Perhaps counterintuitively, another indication was the wave of Facebook-organized protests that rocked Colombia in early 2009. Millions of Colombians took to the streets to march against the guerrilla group's violent ways, even though militarily speaking the group had been degraded to a shadow of its former self. The United States provided over $6 billion in military and social assistance to Colombia during the first decade of the 21st century. Yet, this training and the sizable war chest were not the sole keys to Colombia's dramatic turn of fortunes. Rather, the Colombian state relied on the broad public consensus that it was the state's responsibility and right to address the country's ills, a consensus that Uribe worked doggedly to promote. In this regard, it may have actually helped the Uribe administration's cause that Colombia had hit bottom a decade earlier, as the country's political and economic class finally realized that only a concerted societal effort could save the nation from catastrophe. As is so often the case in dirty wars, Uribe's success on the security front did not mean that he was somehow a saint. On the contrary, human rights groups continued to accuse the Colombian leader of allowing far too much impunity within the government and military ranks. A bitter reminder of the military's deficiencies came in 2008, when a scandal broke that tainted the institution's newly gained legitimacy. Facing tremendous pressure to show positive kills, Colombian military officers lured 11 youths from a poor town near Bogotá to a location hundreds of miles away, dressed them in guerrilla clothing, and murdered them. One victim was a street vendor named Israel Rodriguez, who went fishing one day in 2008 and never returned. 2 days later, his family identified his body in a plastic bag, marked by the Colombian army as a guerrilla fighter killed in combat. Prosecutors quickly had hundreds of alleged cases of false positives on their books. Following an inquiry, Uribe ordered the Colombia 361 dismissal of 27 soldiers and officers. The Colombian government later claimed that another 2,300 security officials were under active investigation for crimes related to the false positives. The Colombia option. Even at its most dire point, Colombia held certain advantages in terms of its ability to counter pernicious insurgent groups. Degree for one, the country's democratic politics had been in place for decades before events spiraled out of control in the 1990s. Thus, unlike El Salvador, the Colombian government did not have to start from point zero to build its institutions up to a level where Colombian citizens found them credible. Álvaro Uribe set the broad strategic framework within which Colombia's counterinsurgency effort took place. While this was indispensable to the overall success, presidential leadership was not the only decisive factor in this story. Rather, after years of dithering to the point where critics contended that it had a tacit agreement with the FARC that neither side would target the other's leadership, the Colombian military finally made a commitment to tackling the insurgent threat. U.S. materiel and training would have done far less had Colombia's generals not made this momentous decision. For the United States, this was in some ways a far more familiar situation than that of its other 21st-century counterinsurgency operations. Many of the U.S. military trainers spoke native Spanish or had served in Salvador in the 1980s, and American forces engaged in Colombia were better acquainted with the culture, religion, and history of that country than were their counterparts in Iraq and Afghanistan. There was also the enduring legacy of more than a decade of American counterinsurgency experience in Latin America. Another key element of the Colombia case is that most of the U.S. assistance came after the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks, which changed the way American policymakers looked at terrorism globally. In this sense, 9/11 proved to be devastating for the FARC, as the group became an unwitting enemy in George W. Bush's global war on terrorism. Contrast this case to that of El Salvador in the 1980s. The recent memory of Vietnam had led many in the Carter and Reagan administrations to conclude that the United States should not commit combat troops to El Salvador. Even though El Salvador did not turn into the Vietnam-like quagmire that many observers predicted at the conflict's onset, this fear plagued the Colombia case as well. Indeed, like L. 362. Salvador, Washington's decision to send everything short of combat troops was predicated on the assumption that it was essential that the host government take responsibility for the effort. Colombia's dramatic gains, supported by robust American assistance, suggested that American engagement could actually make a bad situation better, not worse. In the late 1990s, Colombia's government needed to put an end to impunity and violence in the country's large ungoverned areas. The road to its pacification was one of U.S.-supported militarization, which included fusion centers, counter-narcotics operations, and coca alternative development assistance. Yet one should be wary of concluding that American hardware and training or Uribe's leadership irrevocably transformed Colombia into a land of milk and honey. In many areas where the FARC and other belligerents instituted their own forms of governance, the Colombian government's reach still exceeds its grasp. Bogotá could finally begin to claim that the FARC has imploded, as Defense Minister Rivera promised would happen at the end of Santos's term in 2012. While levels of violence and impunity, not to mention drug trafficking, sadly remained higher than normal for a Pacific democracy, as far as successes go in dirty wars, many military observers considered the U.S.-backed effort a win. 28. Iraq. The Iraq War was a war of choice, not necessity. Thomas Ricks and Bernard Traynor has developed over time a singular focus on conventional warfare, which left it ill-suited to the kind of operation it encountered as soon as conventional warfighting ceased to be the primary focus in. Brigadier Nigel Aylwin Foster, British Army. Be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everybody you meet. General James Mattis to a group of Marines. On the morning of March 21, 2003, the U.S. military launched its invasion of Saddam Hussein's Iraq. It was familiar territory for American commanders, given that the U.S. military had devastated Hussein's forces in the Gulf War a decade earlier. In many respects, U.S. planners expected a sort of Gulf War redux, believing that the Iraqi military's vaunted Republican Guard would be their main foe in the push to take the capital of Baghdad and remove Hussein from power. 5 divisions led the way in what was called a blitz-like operation, using vastly superior mobility, technology, and training to take Baghdad in 2 weeks. Interestingly, the invading force was roughly 150,000 troops, about half the number that some senior U.S. planners had advocated in the lead-up to the war. The chief operational strategy in the invasion, known as Operation Iraqi Freedom, was shock and awe, designed to overwhelm the enemy's defenses, decapitate Saddam Hussein's command infrastructure, and bomb the apparatus of the Iraqi state into submission. On the highways leading to Baghdad, infrared gun camera footage and night vision devices transmitted sanitized images of the war back to the West. Friendly casualties were light, and Iraqi troops abandoned their positions and surrendered to the coalition en masse. Precision-guided munitions dropped from the air eliminated the Iraqi troops who remained at their posts. A textbook example of maneuver warfare, the operation had all the appearances of a complete conventional victory. Covering 400 desert miles from Kuwait to Baghdad and rolling over a demoralized enemy, coalition forces outflanked and isolated the heaviest pockets of resistance. 3 Tanks and infantry rolled with impunity, bombing attacks were selective and devastating. To supporters, the approach's success seemed like the ultimate vindication. A light and maneuverable army using overwhelming force, it seemed, could accomplish anything. When the 3rd Infantry Division took the Saddam International Airport on the western end of Baghdad on April 3, it then proceeded to launch the first of 2 thunder runs across the capital, charges of tanks and other vehicles intended to intimidate the Iraqi defenders, as well as gain an understanding of how the enemy intended to fight. Iraqi resistance in the capital quickly dissipated. The war appeared to be over. This leaner and meaner force was partly the brainchild of U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. He had spent years advocating the creation of a transformed military that could accomplish rapid and decisive military missions and make a quick exit. There were several points to Rumsfeld's military vision. The primary thrust was to increase force readiness by developing units that could be deployed swiftly and to great effectiveness, and to decrease the force footprint by reducing the number of troops in theater and, hence, the amount of labor and materiel needed to support them. This would be accomplished by using small, agile ground forces and heavy air support, working in concert with cutting-edge technology and a unified command structure. Rumsfeld's military doctrine was in part a response to the massive, resource-draining peacekeeping efforts that he believed had previously plagued the U.S. military in such locales as Kosovo and Haiti. To a certain extent, the effective use of small numbers of specially trained CIA and Special Forces soldiers to topple the Taliban and pursue al-Qaeda in Afghanistan had validated the doctrine over the preceding 18 months. However, although the two branches shared the broader, light footprint doctrines, the composition of their forces and the way they thought were drastically different. 366. History will likely record that the American-led coalition succeeded in using this lighter force in the Iraqi invasion. Indeed, Saddam Hussein was overthrown just 3 weeks after the invasion began. A toppled statue of the dictator fell in Firdos Square on April 9. Images of jubilant Iraqis led many around the world to conclude that the war had come to a rapid conclusion. Yet, further scrutiny of the invasion's first several weeks reveals that the seeds of much greater problems were already germinating. These seeds were perhaps first evident in the resistance that coalition forces faced in their notorious thunder runs. While the high-intensity patrols forced Iraqi defenders to flee without the house-to-house fighting that American planners expected would turn Baghdad into another Stalingrad or Mogadishu, irregular forces operating in small groups and often consisting of foreign jihadist fighters used tactics such as taking warheads from rocket-propelled grenades, wrapping them in cloth, and tossing them in the middle of roads to blow up Bradley fighting vehicles and tanks. The tactic was a crude precursor to the use of highly lethal improvised explosive devices that would plague U.S. troops in ensuing years. The unexpected fighting effectiveness of Iraqi paramilitary fighters known as Fedayeen Saddam foreshadowed the bitter counterinsurgency war in which U.S. forces would soon become embroiled. A loosely trained and poorly equipped irregular force, the Fedayeen were overseen by Hussein's son Uday, known for his cruelty and excess, and were fiercely loyal to Hussein's ruling Ba'athist regime. The fighters often dressed in civilian clothing, ignoring the rules of conventional warfare and instead using deception and ambush to bloody the invading force. In remarks that earned him rebukes from more senior officers, General William Wallace, commander of the Army's 5th Corps, told the New York Times and Washington Post that these irregular forces were using bizarre tactics such as charging American tanks and Bradley vehicles with light trucks and .50 caliber weapons. The enemy we're fighting is a bit different than the one we wargamed against, because of these paramilitary forces, he said. We knew they were here, but we did not know how they would fight. 4 intense face-offs in southern cities such as Nasiriyah revealed the Fedayeen's willingness to die for their cause and their ability to use comparatively unsophisticated tactics to score blows against the coalition forces. For example, a common means for disabling high-tech U.S. Apache helicopters flying overhead was to fire waves of AK-47 bullets at them. The Fedayeen were also able to debilitate vulnerable supply lines. Iraq 367. Spread across the Iraqi desert, relying on scores of arms caches hidden across the region in such sites as schools and mosques. Perhaps the Fedayeen's biggest success was its ability to intimidate the local and largely anti-Hussein Shia population from supporting the invading force. Amazingly, small arms and strong-willed fighters turned out to be far more lethal to American forces than the weapons of mass destruction that never materialized. The Fedayeen's unconventional tactics forced the coalition forces to confront them in the southern cities, the very locales that the Blitz force had expected to bypass. Within months, the hints of dirty war that first emerged in Nasiriyah and Baghdad became real. U.S. planners had expected an easier and more emphatic repeat of the 1991 Gulf War. This time, the Iraqi dictator would not remain to threaten the United States. Yet, while it only took 3 weeks to topple Saddam, over 4,000 American troops and countless Iraqi civilians and soldiers died in the ensuing dirty war that took roughly 5 years to conclude. U.S. commanders and President George W. Bush's administration found themselves in a familiar counterinsurgency dilemma: once we're in, we're in. And, as counterinsurgency theorist David Kilcullen concluded, the large-scale, high-profile, unilateral, Überblitzkrieg manner in which the coalition invaded Iraq was deeply flawed. Degree: weapons of mass destruction. In 1991, President George H.W. Bush directed the U.S.-led multinational coalition that trounced an Iraqi military that many experts claimed was the largest and strongest in the Arab world. Yet, despite easily ejecting Hussein's forces from occupied Kuwait, American commanders and policymakers did not include Hussein's ouster as a priority in the military campaign. Instead, they assumed that the Iraqi dictator would fall without external pressure, most likely from Shiite uprisings in the south, Kurdish minorities in the north near Turkey, or even a palace coup against the humiliated leader. Shiite communities in the southern portions of Iraq had indeed rebelled against his weakened government after the Gulf War, but Hussein had swiftly retaliated and put down the uprising. The circumstances of this insurrection had important consequences for the American-led invasion a decade later. After pushing the Iraqis from Kuwait in the Gulf War, President George H.W. Bush had implored Shiite factions to rise up against Hussein, but when they did so, the coalition 368 declined to offer them any assistance. The memory of this failure to provide help led not only to greater animosity toward the Ba'athists but also to a profound distrust of the United States among the Shiite Iraqis, who believed that they had been betrayed. 7 years later, President Bill Clinton's administration attempted to do something about Hussein's pursuit of WMD programs. Clinton authorized a 4-day U.S. bombing campaign in December 1998, the largest attack on Iraq since the end of the Gulf War, in reaction to a standoff over weapons inspections. Known as Desert Fox, the aerial assault used roughly 415 cruise missiles, more than the 315 launched during the entire Gulf War. An additional 600 bombs were dropped from Air Force B-52s, swing-wing supersonic B-1s, and British bombers. In the aftermath of the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks and the subsequent military campaign in Afghanistan, the George W. Bush administration turned its attention to Iraq. Many key administration officials, including Vice President Richard Cheney, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz, were familiar with the potential threats that Hussein's Iraq posed, having played key roles in the 1991 effort. Now, the younger Bush's administration firmly believed that containment was not working and that action needed to be taken before Hussein used the devastating WMD arsenal he was suspected of having against the United States or its allies. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld made the administration's assessment clear when he argued that Hussein wasn't in the box, he has not been contained. Their programs are maturing every day. Diplomacy has been exhausted, almost. To this end, and according to Bush's national security strategy, we cannot let our enemies strike first. The overlap between states that sponsor terror and those that pursue WMD compels us to action. To forestall or prevent such hostile acts by our adversaries, the United States will, if necessary, act preemptively. Registered. The Bush administration's decision to go to war was in part a result of the psychological impact of 9/11 on high-ranking administration officials combined with their existing views about Saddam Hussein's threat. By the summer of 2002, U.S. policy had effectively shifted from no war with Iraq unless Saddam provokes one to war with Iraq in early 2003 unless Saddam capitulates. Registered. The administration's justification for launching a preemptive war against Iraq was predicated on the contention that the intelligence confirming the scale of Hussein's WMD programs was incontrovertible. The National Intelligence Estimate entitled Tracks Iraq 369. Continuing programs for weapons of mass destruction reflected a general consensus within the intelligence community, though many observers and politicians later accused the Bush team of pressuring intelligence analysts to produce conclusions that fit its preconceived ideological notions. The NI indicated that Iraq possessed WMDs and was reconstituting its nuclear program. Even the widely respected Colin Powell, who had gained great fame as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during the Gulf War, went before the United Nations in the lead-up to the war. He stated, "My colleagues, every statement I make today is backed up by sources, solid sources. These are not assertions. What we are giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence." Degree. In the end, 77 senators and 297 of 435 members of the House of Representatives voted in October 2002 to authorize the President to use the necessary military force to defend the national security of the United States against the continuing threat posed by Iraq. As the world soon discovered, the intelligence on Saddam Hussein's weapons programs could not have been more wrong. In fact, Hussein had scuttled his programs to expedite satisfactory inspections from UN experts. At the same time, the Iraqi dictator acted as though his regime still had the weapons as a deterrence against external aggressors. But these facts would come to light only after the United States had occupied Iraq. Debaithification. An insurgency is a cancer. You can't treat it later. General Joseph Fighting Joe Dunford. With the fall of Baghdad in April of 2003, the American-led force had swept through Iraq and toppled Saddam Hussein's regime in only 21 days, a military feat without precedent. It then abruptly found itself occupying a country without a government. What followed the immensely successful invasion and continues to this day was a bold experiment in democratization through force of arms and an elaborate transformation from a Sunni Muslim-dominated Ba'athist state to a liberal democracy in the Middle East. But this endeavor has been largely overshadowed by the complex insurgency that sprang up in the early days of the occupation and nearly brought Iraq to its knees a few years later. The United States military, forgetful of the lessons it had learned in its long history of fighting dirty wars, became a police force fighting an elusive enemy in the urban terrain of Baghdad and its environs. 370. Baghdad destabilized almost immediately. Looters began ransacking government buildings and Ba'ath Party members' residences. Coalition forces were instructed not to intervene against criminal activity. Lawlessness filled the vacuum left by Hussein's regime. When asked at a press conference about the significance of the looting, Donald Rumsfeld pithily replied, "Freedom's untidy." Washington quickly compared the looting to the growing pains of a new democracy. The disorder that began in April 2003 continued and, as foreign policy scholar Gideon Rose wrote, liberation turned into occupation, local uncertainty turned into insurgency and then civil war. The arrival of the American forces brought an end to the certainty of political terror but at the same time unleashed new, less certain fears. A telling case of American mismanagement in Iraq was the stubborn insistence of military and civilian officials, particularly Secretary Rumsfeld, that the burgeoning insurrection was not a coordinated insurgency. They dismissed the rising tide of violence as the actions of bandits and the last throes of former regime elements, groups so disparate in their motivations and aims that Rumsfeld did not believe they were part of any organized resistance. Furthermore, Rumsfeld's refusal to acknowledge the existence of an insurgency turned on technicalities. Insurgencies were fought against sovereign governments, he contended, and in 2003, Iraq did not yet have 1*3. Not until the summer of 2003 did a handful of senior leaders begin to admit that they faced a guerrilla-style insurgency in Iraq. Even then, Rumsfeld often rebuked them. In less than 2 years, with the body counts rising for both American personnel and Iraqi civilians, Rumsfeld was forced to revise his opinion, and he offered his guess that the insurgency in Iraq could go on for any number of years. For this reluctance to admit certain strategic realities ran contrary to the principle, recurring throughout U.S. counterinsurgency engagements, that statesmen and commanders should understand the type of war they are fighting. Colonel H.R. McMaster, the commanding officer of the Army's 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, admitted, militarily, you've got to call it an insurgency, because we have a counterinsurgency doctrine and theory that you want to access. Registered. Unfortunately, not only did the coalition enter Iraq without a coherent strategy for establishing security and starting reconstruction, but the refusal of many high-ranking officials and officers to recognize the existence of an insurgency meant that their subordinates lacked a clear understanding of what their mission was. Iraq 371. Making matters worse, Iraq's infrastructure was in far worse condition than U.S. experts had expected. Most critically, the Ba'athist regime had shut down the electrical grid, but coalition engineers now struggled to get it functioning at pre-invasion levels. Moreover, 2 of 3 sewage treatment plants in Baghdad were in ruins. Bush administration estimates of reconstruction at this point came to around $X billion, a fraction of the more than $20 billion the United States ultimately spent in post-invasion Iraq. Despite the challenges facing the reconstruction and occupation effort, Secretary Rumsfeld was eager to see U.S. troop levels in the country quickly reduced by 2/3, to fewer than 50,000. U.S. Army Chief of Staff General Eric Shinseki had earlier told Congress that a force of several 100,000 soldiers would be required to conduct the occupation. Less than a week later, civilian Pentagon official Paul Wolfowitz contradicted Shinseki, claiming before Congress, some of the higher-end predictions that we have been hearing recently, such as the notion that it will take several 100,000 U.S. troops to provide stability in post-Saddam Iraq, are wildly off the mark. First, it's hard to conceive that it would take more forces to provide stability in post-Saddam Iraq than it would to conduct the war itself and to secure the surrender of Saddam's security forces and his army. Hard to imagine. Registered. He contended that the occupying force should be substantially smaller than Shinseki's estimate and that the costs would be paid by Iraq's seemingly limitless oil revenues. The Bush administration embraced Wolfowitz's thinking. Despite Wolfowitz's contention, effective counterinsurgency and nation-building have usually required a large commitment of troops, especially because one aim of the mission was to secure the civilian population. On January 20, 2003, President Bush signed National Security Directive 24, which formulated the Defense Department's authority for overseeing post-war Iraq. The Pentagon chose retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General J. Garner, who had headed Operation Provide Comfort in the aftermath of the Gulf War, to lead the reconstruction effort. As soon as Garner arrived in Baghdad, Iraqis pleaded with Garner and the Americans to take charge. Yet, within a month, Garner was replaced by L. Paul Jerry Bremer III, who was asked to head a new entity called the Coalition Provisional Authority. Located in the heavily fortified Green Zone section of Baghdad that once housed regime loyalists, the CPA served as an effective viceroyalty over occupied Iraq. Bremer was the viceroy. His mandate was simple yet daunting: run the affairs of Iraq until a new government was in place, after which point, Americans could go home. Journalist Peter Beinart wrote in the aftermath of the war that, unlike Garner, Bremer saw Saddam's regime the way Bush did, as an ugly skin concealing the pro-American democracy trapped inside. Bremer certainly saw his newly created position in grand terms. My new assignment combined some of the vice-regal responsibilities of General Douglas MacArthur, de facto ruler of Imperial Japan after World War II, and of General Lucius Clay, who led the American occupation of defeated Germany. I would be the only paramount authority figure other than Saddam Hussein that most Iraqis had ever known. Registered at once. Bremer possessed full executive, legislative, and judiciary authority in the Iraqi realm. Ironically, however, he had no direct authority over 98% of the official American personnel in Iraq. Confronted with a daunting task, none of Bremer's tough decisions was as grievously damaging nor had repercussions as far-reaching and long-lasting as the summary de-Baathification of the Iraqi government and the disbanding of the Iraqi army. These actions were undertaken out of fear that lingering elements of the former regime, if left in power, could subvert the transitional government. While these fears were not entirely irrational, they were not thoroughly considered. By purging the Iraqi government of the Baath party, the CPA left numerous important positions vacant that would need to be filled. Simultaneously, those Iraqis who were low-level members of the party, often out of necessity, since Baath party membership was a prerequisite for professional advancement, were also suddenly left unemployed in a state with a barely functioning post-invasion economy. By dissolving the armed forces, the CPA left tens of thousands of Iraqis jobless, and an entirely new military would have to be constructed to help coalition forces establish and provide security. Ba'athists who had held government positions as well as the former soldiers were suddenly disenfranchised in the earliest days of Iraq's transition, and the soldiers still possessed military hardware and tactical knowledge. At the time, though, neither the White House nor U.S. Central Command, the regional combatant command with authority over Iraq, soon to be led by U.S. Army Lieutenant General John Abizaid, objected to Bremer's decision, nor did other members of the National Security Council who were briefed. The army had been Hussein's enforcer, so it would be wise to get rid of it and start over from scratch. Initially there were protests outside of the CPA's headquarters at the Republican Palace in Baghdad. For days, former Ba'athists and Iraqi army. Iraq 373. Personnel angrily demanded that the CPA return their jobs. By the time Bremer announced plans for a new military to form, the protesters had disappeared. When asked of the whereabouts of the crowds of unemployed men who had once gathered outside the Green Zone, a former Iraqi soldier laughed and said, "They're all insurgents now." Despite vocal warnings from his own staff, with the mere act of signing his name removing Ba'athists from government positions and dissolving the army, Bremer likely helped push tens of thousands of Iraqis into the insurgency almost overnight. The coalition now appeared to the Sunnis and Ba'athists to be their oppressor, not their liberator. Worse yet, the coalition reinforced long-standing sectarian Sunni-Shia friction. The destruction of these key institutions therefore had unmistakable sectarian implications. Had the CPA not humiliated the Ba'athists and deprived them of their jobs, it might be reasonable to speculate, the insurgency would have foundered rather than being dramatically strengthened, and the task of restoring security would not have become so monumental. Iraq begins to unravel. By the summer of 2003, just a few months after Bremer's fateful decision to disband the Iraqi army, the incipient, shadowy insurgency began to break out in force. The Sunni-dominated sector, often called the Sunni Triangle, to the northwest of Baghdad and incorporating Fallujah, Ramadi and Anbar provinces, proved to be one of the most active areas of the multifaceted insurgency. As one journalist put it at the time, the insurgency didn't begin with an announcement or major event. Rather, it was a change in the weather. Asterisk. While the insurgency's emergence was subtle, in these early months one spectacular attack stood out, the August 19, 2003, suicide bombing of the UN headquarters in Baghdad. The bomber drove a Kamaz flatbed truck loaded with military-grade munitions. The cargo exploded in front of the compound's facade, collapsing part of the three-story building, killing 22, including top special UN envoy to Iraq, Vieira de Mello. The UN attack was followed by a second bombing of UN facilities a month later. The State Department subsequently concluded that Jordanian-born militant Abu Musab al-Zarqawi was behind the attacks. 374. At the time, UN Security General Kofi Annan referred to the seasoned diplomat Vieira de Mello as the one person in Iraq we could least afford to lose. The UN abruptly ended its 600-person mission in Iraq, leaving the nascent CPA to deal with the Herculean task of reconstructing the country. With little centralized leadership, the Sunni insurgency started out with small cells that would target the fledgling provincial government politicians or the thinly dispersed coalition forces, mostly U.S. soldiers. The standard profile of the Sunni insurgent was 18-year-old with AK-47 and no money. In short, a total of 150,000 American troops were facing an enemy that had no head, no central nervous system, no hierarchical command and control that could be destroyed. Degree. The early Sunni insurgency was largely driven by unemployed and increasingly desperate Iraqi males vulnerable to calls to join the fight against the occupiers, and these insurgents had access to an enormous glut of weapons and materiel. The initial insurgent attacks were largely trial and error, yet they increased in frequency and strength as the insurgents found weaknesses in the American ranks and their sophisticated weaponry. The insurgents quickly learned that the IED was by far the most effective weapon against coalition forces, causing roughly two-thirds of the American casualties. For the next several years, the coalition and insurgent forces would play a constant game of cat and mouse. The insurgents used increasingly complex and lethal IEDs to take out convoys or patrolling American vehicles, while the U.S. forces continued to invent new ways to detect and defuse the bombs. The Sunni insurgents were most lethal in Anbar province. Much of the activity there was spearheaded by foreign jihadists. Americans came to think of Anbar province as the Wild West, and foremost among its bandits was Zarqawi, the Islamist who commanded al-Qaeda's forces in Iraq and masterminded the devastating attack on the UN compound. Begun under the name Jama'at al-Tawhid wal Jihad, this network of extremist insurgents gained notoriety for its indiscriminate bombings of civilian targets within Iraq and its publicized executions of Westerners it had managed to capture. Most infamously, in May of 2004 it beheaded American civilian Nicholas Berg, labeling the act a retaliation for U.S. mistreatment of Iraqi prisoners. It later pledged its allegiance to Osama bin Laden and became known as al-Qaeda in Iraq. It was emboldened by its successes to attempt even more devastating attacks. One particularly gruesome bombing in September of 2004, at the opening celebration for a water treatment plant in Baghdad, targeted U.S. Iraq 375 soldiers who were passing out candy to Iraqi children. 41 Iraqis were killed, including 35 children. Al-Zarqawi's group unashamedly claimed responsibility for the attack. It was also widely believed by the coalition that al-Zarqawi and AQI were responsible for the February 2006 bombing of the Al-Askari Mosque in Samarra, a revered site for Shia Muslims, which drastically accelerated the abysmal cycle of sectarian violence that characterized the war for the next 2 years. Al-Zarqawi himself became the most highly valued target in Iraq and was soon the focus of an intense manhunt by the coalition. A price of $25 million was put on his head, and the U.S. Department of Justice added him to the FBI Most Wanted Terrorists list. Videos appeared on the internet of al-Zarqawi glorifying his struggle, posing with a Belgian-made light machine gun used by American forces, and conspicuously sporting a pair of New Balance tennis shoes. He was the face of America's enemy in Iraq. Finally, on June 7, 2006, U.S. Air Force F-16C Fighting Falcons, guided onto target by JSOC operatives, dropped precision-guided munitions on a small house north of Baquba. When the debris settled, al-Zarqawi's body was recovered, along with those of his wife and child and several insurgent leaders. Symbolically, it was an important moment for the American military and the Iraqi people, both of whom had suffered much at the hands of al-Zarqawi and his followers. His death was hailed by the coalition as a victory and a turning point in the fight against al-Qaeda, but the truth was that it did little to abate the violence that AQI had begun. The death toll in Iraq peaked soon after. By 2004, Baghdad had erupted as another center of violence. Most harrowing, Shiite militias were working with the Minister of Interior and police forces to create death squads that targeted vulnerable Sunni populations in the capital. Over time, it became clear that the fledgling Shiite-held Iraqi government was unwilling to rein in these clandestine groups whose activity further inflamed a nascent civil war and ethnic cleansing in Baghdad. Complicating the Shiite angle was the dogged resilience of Muqtada al-Sadr, the Tehran-backed radical cleric who ordered his followers to revolt against the American occupiers in April 2004. Bremer had ordered one of al-Sadr's newspapers, Al-Hawza, shut down after it published incendiary materials about the CPA and U.S. military, including a story titled, "Bremer Follows in the Footsteps of Saddam." Al-Sadr's motley militia, the Jaysh al-Mahdi, quickly went on the offensive in the Shiite cities of Najaf, Kut, and Kufa, and used thousands of fighters to ambush. 376. U.S. patrols in Sadr City, an enormous Shiite slum in Baghdad named for the fiery cleric's revered father. Heavy fighting across the south and in Sadr City continued until early June when a ceasefire was announced. Then in August 2000, Jam fighters seized the shrine of the Imam Ali, a holy site in the southern city of Najaf visited by millions of Shiite pilgrims. U.S. Commander General George W. Casey eventually ordered his forces to regain the territory from al-Sadr, which occurred after a tense standoff and several weeks of urban fighting. While al-Sadr's revolt was quieted in Najaf, he nonetheless used Iranian funds to support the now well-equipped Jam, which proved to be a formidable opponent and one more headache for the coalition in the Shiite south and Baghdad. In some instances, though, instead of simply fighting the coalition forces, the Jam would also fight head-to-head against AQI operatives in bloody confrontations. The capture of Saddam Hussein. "Ladies and gentlemen, we got him." These were the words of a euphoric Jerry Bremer in December 2003 at a press conference announcing the capture of Saddam Hussein. Remarkably, though, given the unchecked chaos and violence that would confront the American campaign in Iraq, the capture of Saddam Hussein turned out to be almost irrelevant to the entire war. As part of Operation Red Dawn, around 600 Special Operations Forces from JSOC and conventional troops from the Army's 4th Infantry Division hunted the ousted dictator on a 24-hour search mission led by the hard-charging General Raymond Odierno and Colonel Jim Hickey. Hussein was discovered near the village of Ad-Dor, about 10 miles southeast of the city of Tikrit and not far from Hussein's birthplace. An Iraqi informant had told U.S. troops that an important Iraqi official was hiding there. During an inspection of the suspected location, a soldier noticed a prayer rug over a dirt spot that had recently been swept. This led to the spider hole from which the disheveled dictator emerged with his hands up. Hussein's capture led to an immediate yet ephemeral boost in President Bush's approval ratings. The capture, however, did not have nearly the impact on quelling the insurgency that U.S. military and civilian officials had hoped for. On December 30, 2006, Hussein was hanged in a grisly ceremony after a protracted trial in which an Iraqi tribunal court convicted him of crimes against humanity, namely, the 1982 massacre of 148 people in the village of Dujail. Iraq 377. The Battle of Fallujah. Welcome to Chaos. Marine Captain Doug's MBC, 7. I come in peace. I didn't bring artillery. But I'm pleading with you, with tears in my eyes, if you fuck with me, I'll kill you all. Marine General Mattis registered. In late March 2004, the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division turned over responsibility for the Sunni-majority city of Fallujah in Anbar Province to the Marine Corps. Under the 82nd's supervision, Fallujah had been relatively quiet in the year since the invasion. This was an especially sensitive time for the U.S. mission since al-Sadra's Shiite uprising was also on the offensive. Yet the situation in Fallujah deteriorated only days after the Marines took over, beginning with a gruesome episode in which 4 American contractors were ambushed and killed in the city's center. Jubilant mobs then dismembered their bodies and hung them from a nearby bridge. Images of the cheering Iraqis and charred American bodies were broadcast around the world. Bremer stated that the act would not go unpunished. After being briefed by Rumsfeld, an indignant President Bush approved the plan for an overwhelming attack to seize the city. Some military commanders, however, were more cautious, believing that a hasty attack could prove counterproductive. Nevertheless, Marine General Mattis ordered his men to carry out Operation Vigilant Resolve by taking control of the city and wiping out the insurgents' strongholds and weapons caches. On April 5, the Marines encountered heavy resistance from hundreds of insurgents dispersed throughout the city. It took several days of painstaking building-by-building fighting before the Marines had finished their sweep of insurgent positions. Calls from the Iraqi government and international capitals and organizations that the U.S. forces were imposing collective punishment on the Fallujah residents quickly turned the violent but successful raid into a political issue. President Bush ordered the Marines to halt their operation. During their departure from the city, they left behind a 2,000-man Iraqi-led outfit called the Fallujah Brigade that had the thankless task of ensuring the city's security. Instead of fighting the insurgents, the Fallujah Brigade tended traffic checkpoints and filled other less pressing duties, but even these modest efforts ceased after a few weeks. Over time, the 800 AK-47 rifles, 27 pickup trucks, and 50 radios the Marines had given to the brigade found their way to the insurgents. The back-and-forth decision-making in the First Battle of Fallujah apparently led a frustrated General Mattis to quip, echoing Napoleon. 378. If you're going to take Vienna, take fucking Vienna. In the ensuing months, the influx of insurgents into the effective sanctuary of Fallujah was so steady that it led some Marines to dub the city the bomb factory. By the fall, the Marines had drafted plans to go into Fallujah a second time with far greater troop numbers and firepower than they'd used in April. The Second Battle of Fallujah was launched on November 8, a cold, rainy morning. The attacking force comprised 500 Marines, 1,500 U.S. Army soldiers, and 2,000 Iraqi soldiers. For the U.S. military, the Second Battle of Fallujah in November 2004 was cathartic, after months of being unable to retaliate, suffering casualties, and watching the city become a haven for AQI and, reportedly, even al-Zarqawi himself. Soldiers and Marines were finally given permission to engage the enemy directly, and they did so zealously. It was the kind of fight that the U.S. military was designed for. It would allow the forces to display their superiority of arms to the enemy rather than fighting reactively, with one hand tied behind their backs. Whereas there seemed to be little glory or excitement in the endless cycle of foot patrols and policing operations, the takedown of Fallujah was certain to be a true battle. The Marines thought of Guadalcanal and Iwo Jima, soldiers remembered Normandy and the Ardennes, names and places that were engraved in the memories and traditions of the American military. Fallujah seemed destined for that pantheon. Most of Fallujah's citizens fled before the battle after coalition aircraft dropped leaflets on the city warning them about the impending carnage. Carrying their children and their belongings, they seeped out into the surrounding countryside while thousands of insurgents filled the void, commandeering homes and vehicles in preparation for their struggle against the Americans. An estimated 400 civilians remained at the time of the assault, out of a city of 250,000. The result was the perfect arena for a climactic showdown between the coalition and the most dedicated of Iraq's insurgents. With innocent civilians removed from the equation and an impenetrable perimeter thrown up around the city that trapped the insurgents within, America's uncontested artillery and air power were free to pulverize the city before ground forces moved in. The U.S. military came down on Fallujah like a sledgehammer. The fighting was ferocious, evoking journalistic comparisons to the Marines' battle for Hue City in 1968. It was house-to-house combat at its most brutal. The courage and sophistication of the enemy surprised many Americans, as they had been accustomed to fighting an unorganized rabble. American soldiers in the combat described an enemy capable of Iraq 379. Mounting ambushes that utilized combined arms of precision rifles, mortars, and rocket-propelled grenades. Insurgents used captured American uniforms and equipment to escape detection. They rigged entire houses with explosives. These building-contained IEDs were meant to detonate once an American unit entered the building, collapsing the structure on top of them. Even more brazen attacks occurred in which insurgents, high on methamphetamines, assaulted American positions en masse. In their drugged state, insurgents were able to withstand numerous hits from American weapons before falling. The intense battle lasted weeks and resulted in the deaths of 2,000 insurgents and 70 Americans, with more than 600 Americans wounded. The fighting was intense, close, and personal. 3 Marine squads engaged in 200 firefights inside cement rooms, using guns, grenades, and even knives. In 3 days, the 38 Marines in 1st Platoon of Lima Company engaged in 16 firefights, killing 38 insurgents and losing 3 of their own men. The Fallujah assault left over 2,000 buildings destroyed and 10,000 severely damaged. Amid the rubble, Marines encountered 2 car bomb factories, 24 smaller bomb factories, and almost 50 weapons caches. 3 buildings held chambers used by Sunni extremists to torture and behead captives. The initial U.S. assessment was that the November battle had broken the back of the insurgency, but like the impact of Hussein's capture, this proved ephemeral. Nonetheless, the massive assault did neutralize Fallujah as an insurgent sanctuary. But Fallujah, while it was still a major coalition victory, became tarnished. The overwhelming firepower that the Marines and soldiers brought against their opponents, while thoroughly supported by U.S. military doctrine, seemed excessive to much of the rest of the world. Homes, schools, and worse yet, mosques, were damaged and destroyed in the effort to cleanse the city of insurgents and foreign jihadis. In one scene that was aired on news channels across the world, a squad of Marines came upon a number of dead insurgents inside a mosque. One of the Marines spotted an insurgent whom he was convinced was feigning death to ambush them, so he quickly shot the man lying on the ground. This footage especially drew harsh criticism, and Al Jazeera displayed it as evidence of American brutality. The Second Battle of Fallujah became yet another lightning rod for Muslim discontent regarding the war in Iraq, even though in many ways, it was the cleanest battle that Americans would fight in the midst of a dirty war, thanks to the absence of civilians and the open willingness of the 380 insurgents to fight and die in open battle against them. Fallujah was an island of ferociously intense but still conventional warfare in a vast sea of counterinsurgency. Degree. The legacy of the CPA. The U.S. occupation of Iraq was not solely about counterinsurgency through combat. On the civilian side there was a multi-billion-dollar effort to build up the country's decrepit infrastructure and fledgling political and democratic institutions. This was especially true during the CPA's year-long rule of Iraq before it handed over a very tenuous sovereignty to an interim Iraqi government. In the days leading up to his final departure from Baghdad in June 2005, Bremer contended that the CPA had put Iraq on a clear path to democracy and a free market economy through a series of achievements. 2,500 schools had been repaired, 3 million children had been immunized, local governing councils had been formed in every city and province, and a liberal Bill of Rights had been written into the interim constitution. But as the Washington Post's Rajiv Chandrasekhran wrote, there was another side to this coin. Iraqis saw broken promises. As Bremer prepared to depart, electricity generation remained stuck at around 4,000 megawatts, resulting in less than 9 hours of power a day to most Baghdad homes, instead of the 6,000 megawatts he had pledged to provide. The new army had fewer than 4,000 trained soldiers, a third of what he had promised. 70% of police officers on the street had not received any CPA-funded training. Attacks on American forces and foreign civilians averaged more than 40 a day, a threefold increase since January. Assassinations of political leaders and sabotage of the country's electricity infrastructure occurred almost daily. One of the most widely covered elements of Iraq's frustratingly slow and contentious march toward stability occurred in January 2005 when citizens went to the polls for the first democratic elections in decades. In Baghdad, the Kurdish-dominated north, and the Shiite south, the election was a remarkable triumph. Images of elderly women waving fingers stained with purple ink sent a message to the world that Iraqis indeed wanted democracy. It was an especially satisfying moment for the Bush administration, as many critics predicted that the attempt to hold an election in such a chaotic environment was a fool's errand. One reason there was far less violence than expected was the 3-day curfew that mandated restricted automobile traffic and pedestrian checkpoints. Point 4. Iraq 381. A less documented problem, however, was the extremely low voter turnout in the Sunni-dominated areas such as the Sunni Triangle. Local politicians had boycotted the vote to push for a national assembly that would then draft a new constitution. In Ramadi, only 6 people voted at one polling station. In another city, 8 polling stations never opened. As is usually the case in democracy, the results mirrored the turnout. A coalition of Shiite parties sponsored by the influential Grand Ayatollah Ali al-Sistani won 48% of the vote. 2 major Kurdish parties gained a combined 26%. On the contrary, a Sunni party led by former Foreign Minister Adnan Pachachi did not receive enough votes to gain a single seat in the legislature. Not surprisingly, when it came time to write the constitution a few months later, Sunnis were generally unhappy with the document they believed was biased against them. What at first glance appeared to bring legitimacy to Iraq's nascent democracy in fact helped to deepen sectarian divisions. Torture at Abu Ghraib. One main element in the U.S. military's sagging effort to quell the insurgency and lower levels of violence involved arresting Iraqis and foreigners suspected of being insurgents. For one, U.S. officials believed that taking the suspects off the streets would prevent them from carrying out attacks. More important, though, the roughly 1,000 suspects imprisoned each month would be treasure troves of up-to-the-minute intelligence on insurgent activities and organization. In the first 18 months of the war, 30,000 to 40,000 Iraqis passed through U.S. controlled detention prisons. By the end of September 2003, the Abu Ghraib prison, which had been infamous during Hussein's reign, held over 3,500 prisoners. A month later, the number doubled, but there were only 360 American MPs to guard them. In late April 2004, the prison gained global infamy when pictures taken by an abusive guard revealed images of sadistic torture, including one of a hooded detainee with wires tying his hands. 17 officers and soldiers were removed from duty, including 1 brigadier general and several colonels. 7 low-level soldiers were sent to prison. The ensuing investigation revealed that the soldiers had been very poorly prepared for the extremely stressful and chaotic atmosphere at the prison. Yet, while the U.S. military might have meted out justice to the implicated soldiers, the damage done to the image of the U.S. occupation of Iraq was incalculable. The United States claimed to have liberated Iraq, yet the images from Abu Ghraib suggested to many, especially in the Arab 382 world, that the U.S. forces in fact wanted to humiliate and abuse the Iraqi people. In more utilitarian terms, the Abu Ghraib abuses counted as a serious setback for the coalition's operations on the ground. American policymakers and commanders were only beginning to understand that the limited mandate occupation was becoming a full-blown counterinsurgency operation, and that this operation's success would depend in part on the coalition's ability to win over Iraqi hearts and minds. Much as the atrocities in previous counterinsurgencies, such as the My Lai massacre in Vietnam and the death squad executions in El Salvador, had discredited the counterinsurgents' efforts, Abu Ghraib steered sympathies away from the coalition's mission. The difference this time, though, was that a 24-hour international news cycle and emerging internet-based social media helped to circulate the images to a global audience. Thus, criticism of the coalition's efforts came not only from opposition in theater and at home, but from an unprecedentedly global public opinion. Force protection and forward operating bases. The U.S. military's entrenchment in Iraq galvanized a significant portion of the officer corps into a sort of free-thinking intellectual movement that is uncharacteristic of most armies. Battalion, regimental, and division commanders in post-invasion Iraq quickly realized that their troops lacked adequate training for handling the simultaneous challenges of irregular warfare and nation-building, and also that the coalition as a whole seemed to lack any cohesive long-term strategy for establishing security and ensuring stability in the area of operations. These two corrosive problems were caused not only by an immense doctrinal gap that spanned nearly 4 decades but also by a vain and stubborn attempt in Washington and among certain key military leaders to play down the violence and disorder that was steadily metastasizing after the fall of Baghdad. While some commanders adapted their forces to wage the battle of hearts and minds, others withdrew into secure bases to avoid American casualties. Major General David Petraeus, who commanded the Army's Royst Airborne Division during the march up to Baghdad and through the coalition's first year of occupation, was quick to implement classic counterinsurgency strategies in the northern city of Mosul and to blend them seamlessly with essential tasks of reconstruction and Iraq 383. Nation building. Reportedly, Petraeus effectively ignored the Bush administration's decree to fire the remnants of Saddam's regime, preferring to allow competent officials to remain running the government. 5. When February 2004 came and the Screaming Eagles of the IOist were rotated out of the country, Mosul was a success story amid a dizzying array of Iraqi municipalities for which life was steadily growing bleaker. But this success was quickly extinguished when a Stryker Brigade combat team with only 1/4 of the Royst Airborne's light infantry manpower, replaced Petraeus's division. While correlation is no guarantee of causation, it is the case that the Stryker forces disengaged almost entirely from the local population, patrolling in armored vehicles rather than on foot and spurning the governance-oriented strategies that their predecessors had promoted. It is also the case that Mosul spiraled back into chaos within months of Petraeus's departure. The story repeated itself across the country. U.S. commanders withdrew their forces behind the fortifications of their massive forward operating bases in adherence to a risk-averse doctrine in military thinking known as force protection. To limit casualties, American personnel were kept within the secure confines of their bases, leading to a rather counterintuitive phenomenon in which combat forces found themselves commuting to work each day in convoys from their bases to the towns in their areas of operation. This vacuum of oversight and security allowed insurgents to operate freely, planting IEDs along roads at night. Moreover, while Americans stayed relatively safe inside the FOBS, Iraqi civilians suffered at the hands of the insurgents. In the same way that the Green Zone became an island within chaotic Baghdad, the American FOBS assumed their own self-contained character. Support personnel involved in logistics, supply, administration, and even intelligence became so ensconced in these fortresses, never going outside the wire, that combat troops began derisively referring to their more sedentary comrades as FOBITs. Journalist George Packer mentions Fob Spiker, near the northern city of Tal Afar, as being home to 9,000 soldiers, many of whom seemed to leave the base rarely or not at all. They talked about going out, as if the psychological barrier between them and Iraq had become daunting. The reliance on FOBS was partly the product of an aversion to casualties and risk that had become ingrained in the U.S. military psyche after Vietnam, and which was reinforced by its ignominious retreat from Somalia in 1993 after the deaths of 18 soldiers in the trash-strewn 384 streets of Mogadishu. Now, This mindset exposed a critical weakness in its Iraqi counterinsurgency strategy. Said one professor at the Naval Postgraduate School, "It's absurd to think that you can protect the population from armed insurgents without putting your men's lives at risk." Degree 7, an American Special Forces officer, echoed the same sentiment, grousing to Washington Post writer Thomas Ricks, "What you are seeing here is an unconventional war fought conventionally, meaning with too much emphasis on force protection and not enough on interaction with the local populace." 3*. Indeed, one of the great tensions of U.S. strategy during these years was that the reliance on the FOBS occurred simultaneously with the understanding that greater attention to classical counterinsurgency insights was necessary to rescue this desperate situation. The commanding general in Iraq, General George W. Casey, maintained the FOBS but nonetheless began to more actively seek out coin approaches to quelling the seemingly intractable violence. One signature innovation under Casey's tenure was the establishment in 2005 of a counterinsurgency school at a large U.S. military base at Taji, about 30 miles north of Baghdad. All incoming battalion commanders had to attend a 2-week indoctrination before returning to their units. One of Casey's key advisors on counterinsurgency was Caleb Sepp, a Harvard-trained historian who, as a Special Forces officer, advised 2 brigades in El Salvador in the 1980s. Sepp produced a short paper that distilled the lessons of 53 counterinsurgency campaigns during the 20th century. The paper identified numerous areas where the U.S.-led effort was coming up short. By the end of 2006, in a clear indication that the strategy for Iraq had now embraced the classical coin gospel, the U.S. military published the much-discussed Counterinsurgency Field Manual 3-24, the most academically influenced field manual in U.S. military history. The Lesson of Tal Afar. In May of 2005, General Casey sent Colonel H.R. McMaster and the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment to the embattled city of Tal Afar, a city with a population of 250,000 located 200 miles north of Baghdad and just 40 miles from the Syrian border. U.S. and Iraqi forces had entered the city in 2004, but insurgents subsequently moved in to use it as a base. By the spring of 2005, former regime elements fully controlled the city. They took Iraq 385 over schools and mosques and intimidated, kidnapped, or murdered those suspected of cooperating with the coalition or Iraqi security forces. Insurgents used Tal Afar as a launching base for their suicide bombing attacks in Mosul, which lay only 40 miles to the east. The insurgents were also able to use their control over Tal Afar to create a sort of ideological sanctuary in which they could brainwash uneducated or unemployed Iraqi youth to oppose American and Iraqi forces. 3. McMaster's daunting task was to clean up Tal Afar. McMaster routinely distributed classic counterinsurgency texts to prep his subordinates on key lessons such as "Every time you treat an Iraqi disrespectfully, you are working for the enemy." McMaster and his soldiers spent the first 3 months in Tal Afar encircling the city and searching those entering and exiting to cut off the insurgents from their supplies. From May to September, the American regiment and 2 Iraqi army brigades exchanged fire with the insurgents on a daily basis. 4 degree at times, McMaster's soldiers engaged in house-to-house fighting with the insurgents. In September, the joint forces set up 29 small combat outposts every 5 or 6 blocks, to be manned by American and Iraqi soldiers. McMaster then went to work on reforming the city's dysfunctional governing institutions, most critically, removing an ineffective police chief and more than 100 of his deputies and replacing them with a more ethnically balanced force of 1,700. U.S. officers were even able to convince critical regional sheiks to cooperate, which resulted in the recruitment of over 1,400 men into the police force. McMaster also used funds to support a Shia-Sunni city council, a novel and risky innovation given the recent sectarian antagonisms. Another large push was to reform the water and electricity departments, whose infrastructure was crippled by war damage and more than 20 years of Ba'athist neglect. But behind each of these programs was a strong military threat. In McMaster's view, no amount of money or kindness, and no number of infrastructure programs, will facilitate winning over the population if coin forces cannot provide security to the population. Plus Tal Afar's dramatic transformation from an insurgent stronghold into a relatively pacific provincial city caught the attention of the global media. The New Yorker's George Packer wrote a widely read essay entitled, The Lesson of Tal Afar. By 2007, there were far more Tal Afar-like operations across Iraq, with outposts in police precincts, neighborhood watches, combined U.S. Iraqi small unit patrolling, and infrastructure reconstruction, that ultimately helped turn the tide against the insurgency. 386. The Sunni Awakening. Over the course of 2006, sheikhs throughout Anbar province had made repeated efforts to organize resistance against the foreign AQI fighters who were terrorizing the local Sunni tribal populations. But these efforts were normally brutally suppressed. AQI demanded strict obedience and executed several sheikhs to make the point. In one instance, AQI fighters assassinated a prominent Sunni sheikh and hid his body from the family for 3 days so that they were unable to bury him in accordance with Muslim customs. Fury over this offense and others encouraged a small group of Sunni sheikhs led by Abdul Sattar Abu Risha to begin to cooperate with coalition forces against AQI. They called the incipient movement Al-Sahway, or the Awakening. The city of Ramadai, located in Anbar province, had begun to spin out of control in early 2004, as hundreds of former Iraqi soldiers sneaked into it to initiate a battle that lasted for over 2 years and effectively destroyed the city. In June of 2006, Colonel Sean McFarland arrived as commander of the RST Brigade Combat Team of the 1st Armored Division tasked with stabilizing and rebuilding Ramadai. In an echo of Tal Afar, McFarland's troops built combat outposts in neighborhoods to establish control and entice the insurgents into making ill-conceived attacks that would expose them to lethal coalition firepower. McFarland would take control of Ramadai piece by piece. It was a gamble of a strategy that thrust American soldiers into daily firefights for months. In McFarland's brigade, 95 soldiers were killed and 600 wounded. One battalion lost 25 tanks, trucks, and Bradley fighting vehicles to IEDs and ambushes. Yet, the brigade immediately began reconstruction projects, recruited police, and initiated negotiations that would bring the tribal leaders to the coalition's side. The tough fighting and painstaking diplomacy conducted by McFarland's forces began to show the Sunni sheikhs that they could live free from al-Qaeda's yoke and that the American and Iraqi forces would not abandon them in the process. AQTXS and American-led coin innovation helped set the stage for the awakening in Anbar province to gain traction. The dynamic Abdul Sattar Abu Risha came from Ramadai, which was a bit ironic since ferocious American firepower there had caused considerable destruction and resentment. Nonetheless, McFarland's nuanced approach to security, population control, and governance helped earn the trust of the sheikhs, including Sattar. In fact, it was Sattar who approached McFarland during a meeting and said, "We are forming an alliance against al-Qaeda. Are you with us?" *4 as 2 U.S. officers wrote. Iraq 387. Rallying cry touched a responsive nerve among the population and legitimized 100 bottom-up partnerships among local leaders and U.S. commanders at the battalion level and below. 4 The awakening eventually encompassed 41 mostly Sunni tribes. By the summer of 2007, the movement had driven AQI from Anbar province and killed scores of its top leaders. Violence dropped from 250 killings per month in late 2006 to fewer than 100 by mid-2007. U.S. fatalities in Anbar fell from 43% of total casualties in 2006 to 17% in 2007. The number of tips to coalition troops surged, and Sunni recruits for police slots jumped up dramatically. Interestingly, the AQI fighters feared the police more than the army or coalition soldiers because the police knew the local area and customs who belonged there and who did not, which made the foreign fighters especially vulnerable. *7 The Zarqawi-led AQI savagery created its own backlash that diverted Sunni and Shia enmity away from the American occupiers and toward the foreign jihadists. So the coalition was not the only side that made fatal mistakes in Iraq. Sadr was assassinated in September 2007 when someone in his security detail betrayed him for a supposed $1 million payment, which the informant never received. Nonetheless, the counterinsurgency against AQI that Sadr had helped create was instrumental in turning the tide of the entire Iraq War. U.S. strategists and commanders came to learn the large role that tribes played in the conflict and that found that success often entailed reaching out to Muslim clerics, tribal sheiks, and village headmen, or muqtars. The surge. I give the strategy no chance of succeeding. 0. Sen. Joseph Biden *. By the fall of 2006, there appeared to be a growing sense that the war had shifted in favor of the coalition. Most important, Sunni tribes and their awakening had now turned against the foreign jihadists. The war had by no means been won, but it no longer appeared to be the losing cause that it had seemed just a year earlier. However, in the United States the perception continued to grow that the effort in Iraq had come unhinged. In fact, the Democratic Party's decisive victory in the House and Senate elections in November led many in the party to conclude that the vote had been a referendum on Bush's failed Iraq policy. The Bush administration decided that any successful way forward in Iraq required the coalition not just to control the population but to protect. 388. A growing but still contested view inside the administration held that the best way to do this would be through a surge of U.S. troops in the most violent and contested locales, including Baghdad. On January 10, 2007, President Bush used a television address to inform the American people that he planned to send 20,000 additional troops into Iraq and to extend the stay of troops already deployed to create a total surge force of 30,000. This would provide the Iraqi government the breathing space it needs to make progress, pass legislation to share oil revenues, hold provincial elections later this year. In his State of the Union address 2 weeks later, President Bush expanded on the thinking and expectations behind his decision to send in additional troops. With Iraqis in the lead, our forces will help secure the city by chasing down the terrorists, insurgents, and the roaming death squads. And in Anbar province, where al-Qaeda terrorists have gathered and local forces have begun showing a willingness to fight them, we're sending an additional 4,000 United States Marines, with orders to find the terrorists and clear them out. We didn't drive al-Qaeda out of their safe haven in Afghanistan only to let them set up a new safe haven in a free Iraq degree. Yet as the surge got underway in 2007, many back in Washington remained convinced that the war had already been lost and that the surge would only commit more American treasure and toil to a hopeless cause. There had been so much bad news and so many false bursts of optimism that it appeared entirely logical to assume that the surge was at best too little, too late. According to Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, this war is lost and the surge is not accomplishing anything as indicated by the extreme violence in Iraq. Instead, Reid and others contended, the United States needed to cut its losses and get out. When General Petraeus replaced General Casey as head of U.S. ground forces in February 2007, the incoming commander's strategy appeared to come straight out of the Coin Manual. Petraeus directed large numbers of U.S. troops to man small joint U.S. Iraqi outposts in Baghdad, similar to those that had led to success in Tal Afar and Ramadi. Petraeus also emphasized the need for population security and non-military programs that would generate Iraqi trust in the counterinsurgency effort. To quell the shocking violence in Baghdad, Petraeus allocated an American battalion to each of the city's 10 districts, something that was only feasible after the White House's decision to increase the U.S. force. Within months, many Marine and some Army units were living among the local populations. Iraq 389. Patrolling on foot and desperately trying to show that Coin Doctrine could win the day in Iraq. 5. The key innovation in the surge was not simply the addition of extra troops, although that was indispensable, but the expansion of their responsibilities. By operating in small, local groups closely aligned with Iraqi military and police units, the larger forces in Baghdad and its environs, such as Diyala province east of the capital, could deliver the sorts of successes achieved in Tal Afar and Ramadi. The surge brought troops to this insurgent-controlled region for the first time in several years. By March, troops had established a series of joint security stations and combat outposts across the capital, with more being built each week in the rough neighborhoods directly south of Baghdad. For instance, coalition forces were also focused on the seemingly mundane tasks of repairing sewage dumps, installing new sidewalks and streetlights, and hiring hundreds of Iraqi civilians to pick up the trash. In a move that critics condemned as ethnic cleansing, the coalition separated combatants and neighborhoods by building high walls. Another key element was the use of Sons of Iraq ad hoc armed forces composed largely of members of the Sunni awakening to bolster counterinsurgency efforts. The Sons of Iraq forces identified hundreds of munitions caches that coalition or Iraqi security forces were unable to discover and remove. They seized loads of weapons, ammunition, and tons of explosives and IED-making material. The intelligence they provided led to the capture of at least 5 high-value target insurgents. Perhaps most critically, though, the Sons of Iraq provided a key link to the local population, enhancing the coalition forces' ability to build trust, situational awareness, and cooperation. During these critical months in 2007, Petraeus was constantly out in the conflict zones making contact with coalition forces and Iraqi politicians and civilians. In a nod to his coin predecessors T.E. Lawrence and David Galula, Petraeus routinely issued essays that included pithy counterinsurgency maxims such as live among the people, pursue the enemy relentlessly, and walk. Move mounted, work dismounted. Stop by, don't drive by. Patrol on foot and engage the population. Situational awareness can only be gained by interacting with the people face to face, not separated by ballistic glass. Degree 4 Petraeus firmly believed that Baghdad was the psychological and physical key to the conflict, as more than 50% of the war had occurred inside the capital since 2006. A far less visible element of the U.S. strategy was the relentless use of shadowy special operation forces to hunt AQI, JAM, and other insurgent. 390 leaders. Under the command of Lieutenant General Stanley McChrystal, Special Operations Forces carried out stealth raids across Iraq that devastated the ranks of an estimated 70% of AQI and JAM leadership. Another key element to the eventual turnaround was the slow and inconsistent but ultimately sufficient process of political reconciliation and moderation. In the wake of the Coalition Provisional Authority fiasco, seasoned ambassadors John Negroponte, Zalmay Khalilzad, and Ryan Crocker all worked tirelessly to cajole disparate and often mistrustful Iraqi political factions to come to various sorts of agreements. Looking back, it became apparent that one problem with evaluating the surge's effectiveness was the inescapable difficulty of separating correlation from causation. We know that U.S. forces surged troops in under the frenetic guidance of their coin-inspired military guru General Petraeus, and we also know that Iraq's security situation improved dramatically around roughly the same time. The summer of 2007 witnessed some of the fiercest fighting in this now 4-year-long war, with more than 100 U.S. soldiers killed in April, May, and June. But then the rate dropped to 25 killed in December. And a year later, in December 2008, only 16 Americans died. Even so, we will probably never know the true extent to which the surge was successful. To complicate this evaluation, in addition to the directly American-promoted political and military efforts described earlier, there were other surprising developments that helped drive this unfolding and remarkable improvement in the security situation. For one, Sunnis across Iraq recognized that they had lost and that suing for peace was their only means of ensuring survival. Second, the aforementioned walling off of Baghdad into sectarian enclaves had an impact, but the grim reality was that a key share of the decrease in violence was perhaps because Baghdad had already undergone sectarian cleansing by the time the surge happened. Fatefully, for all of his likely successes in Iraq that helped save a doomed American campaign, General Petraeus might have ended up making his own grand mistake, first concluding that U.S.-driven actions drove the positive result in Iraq and then assuming that the same coin approach would automatically work in Afghanistan. The war winds down. The complex nature of Operation Iraqi Freedom allows many comparisons to be drawn with other dirty wars throughout America's history. Iraq 391. The war in the Philippines after 1898 also began as a conventional operation that quickly descended into guerrilla warfare. A half-century later, Vietnam was a conflict that America tried its best to make conventional but that proved to be anything but, and that put tremendous strain on the entire country. In fact, as public opinion began to turn against the Iraq War in 2004, it was indeed popular among critics to liken Iraq to Vietnam, knowing full well the nationwide misery that prevailed during those years. The more Iraq began to resemble an intractable conflict, the more Americans heard terms like quagmire in the media. The overarching argument seemed to be that America should only fight clean wars, wars with clear objectives and without moral dilemmas. One of the great ironies of the coalition's involvement in Iraq is that in its efforts to appear benevolent upon toppling Saddam Hussein's regime, it unwittingly committed a number of critical mistakes that expedited the country's decline into violence, not only in its responses to the country's lack of security but also in its formation of a transitional government. As one analyst noted, Iraq's new foreign rulers, arguably reinforced ethnic and sectarian identities through their misconceptions and resulting actions, especially by the way they went about establishing the institutions of the new state. Degree. The Bush team also assumed that the post-invasion phase would be relatively benign, and this was clearly not the case. Instead, the U.S. occupation of Iraq teetered on the brink of a complete disaster. A Wall Street Journal correspondent, for example, bleakly wrote from Baghdad in 2004, despite President Bush's rosy assessments, Iraq remains a disaster. A foreign policy bound to haunt the United States for decades to come. An intelligence failure of enormous portions was behind the fateful decision to launch the Iraq War. Virtually all Western intelligence agencies believed that Saddam Hussein's regime possessed weapons of mass destruction, an assumption that was incorrect. In addition, the Bush team and U.S. military planners failed to realize that Iraq had already mostly fallen apart as a functioning state. For example, when the British engineers and Marines seized the crown jewel of the oil pumping station north of Basra in March 2003, they were appalled to see broken windows, open cesspools, and critical equipment falling to pieces. Colin Powell once quipped about the Pottery Barn rule in Iraq: you break it, you own it. Historians will debate whether Iraq would have remained a viable state had the United States not invaded, but Powell's estimation now seems prescient. The American intervention broke Iraq, and the United States paid for it tremendously in money and lives lost. 392. When the war began to improve in 2006, planners developed a more formal strategy based on the classic counterinsurgency principles such as protecting the population, marginalizing extremist elements, bolstering the political center, and undertaking joint patrols. Indeed, as the positive results of the surge began to sink in, some military writers began to refer to the years 2004-6 as BC and 2007-8 as AD. Petrea certainly played a key role, but so did other can-do officers such as Colonels McMaster in Tal Afar and McFarland in Ramadai, as well as countless others who never gained nearly the clout of these three men. Unlike U.S. experiences in Colombia and El Salvador, but certainly like Vietnam and Philippines in the early 20th century, the experience in Iraq was large footprint coin. And while the case is noteworthy as an instance of the United States adapting prior experience to a new, unfamiliar, and dirty situation on the ground, its long-term consequences for Iraq and for U.S. counterinsurgency policy are still in the making. Journalists Michael Gordon and Bernard Traynor might have summed up the American experience in Iraq best when they wrote in 2013. The United States had stormed into Iraq in 2003 with extravagant hopes but little understanding. 4 years later, it had pulled Iraq back from the precipice of civil war at enormous cost. Generals had been fired and hired. The American military had rediscovered counterinsurgency. Struggling to decipher the labyrinth of sect, religion, and tribe, American commanders and diplomats had cut deals with an assortment of politicians, clerics, militia leaders, and even insurgents. But after the loss of nearly 4,500 American troops and many more Iraqi lives, and the expenditure of more than $800 billion, just what sort of Iraq was the United States military leaving behind? Registered degree. 29. Intermezzo. The Counterinsurgency Field Manual and Postmodern Insurgencies. You are really asking soldiers and Marines to be prepared each day to be ready for a hand grenade or a handshake. Lt. General David Petraeus. In late 2006, while the counterinsurgency wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were still raging, the U.S. Army and Marine Corps jointly published the seminal Counterinsurgency Field Manual. The book's release was much publicized, and it was reportedly downloaded from the internet more than 1 million times in the months following publication, as friends and enemies across the world were eager to gain insight into how the United States understood irregular warfare and how these understandings might be applied to the counterinsurgency fight in Iraq in particular. Notably, most of the new coin doctrine was deeply grounded in the experiences of the Cold War and earlier, especially the seminal influence of counterinsurgency philosopher David Galula. Echoing this, the manual invoked the counterintuitive insight now so familiar as to be obvious that conventional military approaches in an irregular war are often counterproductive. The manual also used maxims to make these counterintuitive points, likely in an intentional response to Mao's guerrilla warfare and certainly reflecting Galula and other classical counterinsurgency thinkers and practitioners who made such points during the Cold War. They included such phrases as "some of the best weapons for counterinsurgents do not shoot," "sometimes doing nothing is the best reaction," and "the more successful the counterinsurgency is, the less force is used and more risk must be accepted." Asterisk. 393. 394. The Field Manual was not the first codification of counterinsurgency principles in recent years and decades, but it was the first document to elevate these coin principles to the center of U.S. military doctrine. And for a while after its publication, it appeared as though coin doctrine was here to stay. Or so it seemed, until the Iraq and Afghanistan wars settled down and the cost of maintaining these maximalist and very expensive and lethal counterinsurgency campaigns became clear. According to the Field Manual, the main objective of any counterinsurgency is to foster the development of effective governance by a legitimate government. It posits that this development must come through both military and non-military means. Echoing Galula decades earlier, it explains that governments operate through a combination of consent and coercion. Governments characterized as legitimate rule through the consent of those governed; those described as illegitimate tend to rely on coercion. Citizens of the latter obey the government for fear of the consequences of doing otherwise. Citizens of the former obey voluntarily. The Field Manual takes a generally utilitarian view of both concepts. One key way that any government can increase its legitimacy, it argues, is by establishing security for the civilian population. Furthermore, local government forces ultimately need to be central to these efforts for the legitimacy to endure. The Field Manual does not shy away from recognizing the U.S. military's past mistakes in this realm. It quotes General Creighton Abrams, the U.S. commander in Vietnam in 1971, who recognized that U.S. efforts undermine the South Vietnamese government's legitimacy. "There's very clear evidence, in some things, that we helped too much," Creighton says. "And we retarded the Vietnamese by doing it. We can't run this thing. They've got to run it. The nearer we get to that, the better off they are and the better off we are." Expectedly, the Field Manual then follows with the oft-cited observation from T.E. Lawrence, "Do not try to do too much with your own hands. Better the Arabs do it tolerably than that you do it perfectly. It is their war, and you are to help them, not to win it for them." When the Field Manual came out, many critics noted a potentially damning weakness. It assumed that its politically appealing prescriptions could take the place of aggressive and decisive displays of force to defeat insurgencies. At best, in their view, the Field Manual was a politically correct document that told the world how the United States should fight a clean counterinsurgency. At worst, it was a set of misguided prescriptions whose implementation would fail to defeat insurgents such as those in Iraq and Afghanistan and yield untold American combat casualties. If an Intermezzo, Counterinsurgency Field Manual. 395. Insurgent group is willing to inflict endless deaths and destruction to achieve its goals. The skeptics asked, why shouldn't counterinsurgent forces deploy similar force to prevent this outcome? Remarkably, and perhaps revealing its inherently political nature, the Field Manual did not explicitly address the counterinsurgent's dilemma. The imperative to win hearts and minds is matched by the inescapable fact that a soldier must also be prepared to kill everyone he meets. It is a bitter truism that throughout history counterinsurgency has most often been successful when it has used aggressive force against insurgents. Frequently this also entails imposing on civilians measures that severely curtail their rights: collective punishment, forced civilian displacement, and food rationing, not to mention high civilian casualties. A major lesson from these experiences is that prudent civilian-focused counterinsurgency strategies, such as population protection and development, must often be accompanied by a steely resolve to weaken the insurgents' inherent advantages. The Field Manual was largely silent on these sorts of issues, which might have muddied the largely feel-good nature of its prescriptions. The Field Manual's publication coincided with the Bush administration's initially controversial but surprisingly successful surge in Iraq in 2007. Indeed, the new Iraqi strategy drew heavily on the Field Manual's prescriptions. Its success also helped cement the reputation of General David H. Petraeus as the U.S. military's intellectual author of contemporary counterinsurgency efforts. Now it seemed that perhaps Petraeus and others who promoted this updated and very public manual had found the magic formula for victory in guerrilla warfare. While the Field Manual's influence continued to grow, many inside the U.S. military and defense policy circles remained unpersuaded by what some called the Petraeus Doctrine. William Odom, a retired three-star general who had served as Reagan's director of the National Security Agency, leveled an oft-cited critique at the Field Manual: there are all kinds of self-appointed experts around Washington. Well, we don't have the right kind of forces, we need counterinsurgency forces, we need smaller forces, a lot of forces, we need them all, and the enemy is not going to conform to your desires. You're going to have to be flexible. Do you want to give up M1 tanks? I don't. Look what they did to get you to Baghdad. Another critic, West Point professor Colonel Gian Gentile, disputed the conclusion that the surge was responsible for the precipitous drop in violence in Iraq. In Gentile's view, to think that the reduction in violence was primarily the result of American military action is hubris run amok. 5. More broadly, Gentile contended that Petraeus's aggressive pursuit of counterinsurgency was being promoted at the expense of indispensable conventional forces, and that COIN proponents had an unrealistic estimation of the U.S. military's ability to influence the world. Moreover, the Field Manual's oft-cited claim that counterinsurgency was the graduate level of war appeared to many military traditionalists as arrogant. Another concern was that the COIN school's promotion of a gentler form of counterinsurgency made it appealing to politicians and others, as it appeared to promise all the benefits of anti-guerrilla warfare and nation-building without the violence and controversy normally associated with it. As a result, the U.S. military's zealous support for COIN could have the perverse consequence of making the country more inclined to get involved in these dirty wars. Others worried that the Field Manual's contention that insurgencies do not have military solutions would cause the U.S. military to de-emphasize soldiering and instead stress more civilian tasks such as economic and social development. Finally, critics argued, the Field Manual wrongly downplayed the reality that counterinsurgencies were bloody affairs. The legacy of COIN. One key element of the ongoing debate in the post-9/11 and post-Iraq and Afghanistan contexts centered on the type of enemy that American forces would confront in upcoming years. According to noted counterinsurgency theorist and practitioner David Kilcullen, the United States and its allies faced a vanguard of hypermodern, internationally oriented terrorists making use of all the tools of globalization and applying a strategy of transnational guerrilla warfare, while seeking to organize, aggregate, and exploit the local, particular, long-standing grievances of diverse but usually tribal or traditional, Muslim societal groups. These subjects of terrorism, the accidental guerrillas who mobilized for tribal or other reasons, such as when we are in their face, seemed bound, for Kilcullen, to cause pain for the United States and other global powers in the years to come. Kilcullen posed the question, if this was in fact the case, then was the United States' approach to counterinsurgency appropriate for the enemy at hand? He argued that it was not and warned that much of what the U.S. military and others learned during the key decades of guerrilla and counterinsurgency warfare at the height of the Cold War in the 1950s and 1960s was still applicable, but that this tried and true approach must constantly be repraised. What was clearly new with respect to these almost exclusively Islamist postmodern insurgent movements was that they neither sought nor achieved any practical objective, at least not in the Western estimation. And certainly the tactics of these postmodern jihadists were unlike what past insurgents had attempted. Now, instead of trying to control national territory and win the hearts and minds of guerrilla movements past, these Islamist organizations often had leaderless resistances where the manipulation of the global, 24/7 media cycle and online networks mattered more than liberated territory. As President Barack Obama announced plans for a dramatic drawdown of the American counterinsurgency campaign in Afghanistan in 2010, it seemed as though the field manual had already faded into obsolescence. In large part, this was due to the landlocked country's incoherent national identity, which sorely complicated the crucial effort to underpin a legitimate government. And it seemed that following this perceived failure, the field manual and its counterinsurgency doctrine would be put to rest only a few years after it was unleashed in the midst of the surge in the Iraq War. If so, this would not have been the first time that the United States had turned its back on a strategy for fighting dirty wars. 30. The attacks of September 11, 2001, pushed President George W. Bush to actively combat terrorist networks around the globe, most visibly in Afghanistan, where the fight against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda captured the world's attention. At the same time, the American military was searching for Osama bin Laden and hunting Taliban insurgents in their isolated mountain strongholds of Afghanistan. The U.S. military initiated a number of smaller-scale operations in a variety of disparate locations that took a more indirect approach toward defeating terrorist groups. The Philippines, a recurring counterinsurgency battleground ever since the colonial wars at the turn of the 20th century and the Magsaysay years of the 1950s, would become one example of America's post-9/11 attempts to target the world's murky and lawless areas that nurtured and fueled the spread of global terrorism and insurgency. While the indirect U.S. military effort in the Philippines would receive scant media coverage, it stands as an important but overlooked case of light footprint counterinsurgency that, in the shadow of the full-scale invasion of Afghanistan, demonstrates the diversity of the American experience with counterinsurgency warfare in the heady moments of the post-9/11 era. By the time of the September 11 attacks, the southern islands of the Philippines had become a notorious hotbed of insurgency, lawlessness, and ethnic tension. Home to a predominantly Muslim population and located beyond the scope of government influence, the region was plagued by Islamic separatist movements, most notably, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, active since the 1960s. In the early 1990s, radical members of the group broke away and established Abu Sayyaf, which 398 translates as bearer of the sword. Taking advantage of the permissive environment, Abu Sayyaf began a systematic campaign of bombings, assassinations, and kidnappings for ransom. In the process, they blurred the line between banditry and terrorism and developed a lucrative foothold in the region. Shortly before September 11, Abu Sayyaf kidnapped a large group of foreigners that included 2 American missionaries, causing considerable alarm in Washington. Of particular concern to the Bush administration was Abu Sayyaf's association with a diverse network of Al-Qaeda-affiliated terror groups, most notably the Indonesian-based Jemaah Islamiyah. In fact, Many of Abu Sayyaf's core leaders, including Abdurrazzaq Janjalani, the movement's founder, killed by government forces in 1998, received their baptism of fire in the jihad against the Soviets in Afghanistan in the 1980s. Later, during the 1990s, Al-Qaeda used Southeast Asia to plan and coordinate attacks on Western targets, illustrating both the manner in which terrorist cells operate across national borders and the global scope of modern counterterrorism. Like many other Islamic terrorist cells, Abu Sayyaf did not start as a product of Al-Qaeda but instead gradually aligned itself with the movement as part of a broader collection of loosely connected terrorist groups held together by mutual interests and radical Islamic ideology. In October of 2001, at the same time that American forces were deploying in large numbers to Afghanistan, the Pentagon began to develop an operational plan for dealing with Abu Sayyaf in the Philippines. The Filipino government in Manila, eager to confront its own bleeding ulcer of Islamic separatism in the southern regions, welcomed American support. The U.S. military campaign against Abu Sayyaf was referred to as Operation Enduring Freedom Philippines, highlighting the connection to anti-terrorism efforts in Afghanistan. In conjunction with Manila, the United States launched OEFP to weaken Abu Sayyaf and diminish its presence in the southern Philippines, especially within the island stronghold of Basilan. The first step, in October 2001, called for an Army Special Forces assessment team, part of U.S. Pacific Command and based in Hawaii, to fly to the Philippines and survey the local situation down to the village level. Once there, they developed intelligence estimates on enemy capabilities, local demographics, and the training needs of Filipino security forces. In this instance, to maintain the lightest of footprints, U.S. forces attempted to work by, with, and through their indigenous Filipino counterparts in order to cut off the insurgents from popular support and capture or kill their leadership. 4 months later, the Pentagon dispatched Joint Task Force 510 to the Philippines to begin conducting conventional and unconventional operations against Abu Sayyaf. Comprising 650 troops, JTF 510 was spearheaded by 160 Special Forces personnel who deployed alongside their Filipino counterparts down to the battalion level near insurgent strongholds. Publicly, the operation was referred to as a live-fire training exercise, but even such limited engagement garnered criticism from some quarters in the Philippines. The deployment of foreign troops in the Philippines was a controversial subject, given the long-standing and frequently imperialistic nature of U.S. involvement with the country. Nevertheless, with the support of Filipino President Gloria Arroyo and a cap on the number of participating U.S. soldiers, JTF 510 arrived in the Philippines in January 2002 as part of an unfolding counterinsurgency campaign against Abu Sayyaf. As we have seen in many other instances of counterinsurgency, the garrison mentality of the host government's security forces was the first challenge confronted by American trainers. Such a passive posture often results in the concession of territory and influence to guerrilla forces, allowing them unmitigated access to the local population and solidifying the hold of an insurgency, a mistake made by American forces in both Vietnam and, more recently, in the early days of the Iraq War in 2003. In the Philippines, aggressive training and the deployment of special forces units alongside Filipino troops helped to alleviate this problem. In addition to training, JTF 510 furnished the Filipino Army with intelligence that served as the basis for many of their operations. While progress was not always smooth in one case, the reluctance of a Filipino general to get out of bed contributed to the failure of a mission. The presence of Abu Sayyaf on Basilan became increasingly tenuous. Members of Abu Sayyaf, after a decade of relatively unchallenged impunity in the southern Philippines, were forced to retreat into hiding or flee to other islands like Jolo. The group's control structure was especially targeted, resulting in the death of Abu Sabaya, a key Abu Sayyaf leader, in June 2002. In another operation, Filipino security forces freed a large group of hostages, including one of the 2 original American captives. As well as military-to-military engagement, U.S. forces in the Philippines concentrated on a hearts and minds strategy designed to win over the local population and extend the reach of the Filipino state into previously remote and lawless areas. According to Robert Kaplan, who spent time embedded with U.S. troops in the Philippines while writing Imperial Grunts, the American military on the ground, the Americans tried to remain in the background during this process as much as possible. He quoted a Special Forces officer, tried to put some backbone into Manila authorities so they would take better care of their own people. Success meant we couldn't take credit for anything. We had to give credit to the Philippine government. We didn't want credit, that would have ruined the operation. The humanitarian effort was especially pronounced during the second half of 2002, focusing on medical help, governance, and the improvement of infrastructure. A U.S. Navy construction battalion, colloquially known as the Seabees, repaired bridges and piers while other military units conducted population surveys and built roads. The Americans even funded the construction of several neighborhood mosques. Medical and dental clinics, staffed by Special Forces medics, reached out to the local population. Development projects had military benefits as well. According to Kaplan, villagers casually volunteered information about the insurgents while their children were being treated for scabies, malaria, meningitis, and having their teeth pulled. The improved security situation also created a safe environment for NGOs and other humanitarian organizations to return to the area, magnifying the benefits of the hearts and minds strategy. In narrow terms, the American mission in the Philippines in 2002 can be considered a qualified counterinsurgency success story. Abu Sayyaf's leadership structure was dismantled, the group's membership decreased dramatically, and the insurgents were forced to relinquish their grip on Basilan. The training of indigenous security forces, most notably the instruction given to Filipino helicopter pilots, allowing them to fly at night, furthered the country's ability to conduct anti-terrorism campaigns independent of U.S. involvement. The central government in Manila reasserted authority over the region at the same time that development and humanitarian assistance returned to the previously dangerous island. Abu Sayyaf, bloodied but not entirely defeated, continued to conduct low-level criminal activity in the region. Registered in subsequent years, the group began to mount a comeback, as many of the leaders and guerrillas who had initially fled Basilan re-emerged on nearby islands to continue kidnapping and extorting. Demonstrating the proven resiliency of insurgent movements, Abu Sayyaf staged a series of bombings across the Philippines in 2004 and 2005, including one on a ferry, that killed more than 100 people. Despite the relatively quick gains made in 2002, American military support for the Philippines in the form of training and monetary aid would continue as Arroyo's administration grappled with the chaotic southern region of the country. In 2007, the Filipino army struck back at Abu Sayyaf, killing two important emerging leaders, Codify Janjalani and Abu Sulaiman, just days apart. Once again, Abu Sayyaf had been dealt a crippling but not fatal blow. The group fragmented, and although Abu Sayyaf was greatly weakened, the group reverted back to banditry and criminal activity. The resiliency of Abu Sayyaf as a guerrilla movement reveals some important themes concerning the nature of counterinsurgency warfare. While short-term gains are possible, combating the conditions that generate insurgent groups takes more commitment and longer periods of time. In the case of Abu Sayyaf, the group's continued existence owed more to the economic incentives and lawlessness of a region conducive to criminality than to ideological or political dogma. Abu Sayyaf was also only one of several militant groups operating in the southern Philippines, further complicating the challenge faced by the Filipino state. Given the continued survival of Abu Sayyaf, America's 2002 attempt at counterinsurgency in the Philippines was not an unequivocal success. Even with the support of U.S. trainers, Filipino security forces struggled to land a decisive blow against the insurgency. Securing the island of Basilan proved to be nothing more than a temporary reprieve for the government, as their adversaries were able to disperse and regroup in other parts of the country. At the same time, the partnership between Washington and Manila in 2002 produced undeniable benefits down the road. The quality of leaders, generals, and officers in the Filipino army saw a dramatic improvement in the decade following 9/11. Meanwhile, the increased capability of the Filipino army helped them to forge a tentative peace agreement with the largest Muslim rebel group in the Philippines, the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, in October 2012. Given the structural problems that often lead to the formation of militant groups, continued U.S. engagement, especially when limited to training and advising, is not necessarily a sign of failure. In fact, in the summer of 2012, the close military relationship between the Philippines and America resulted in the reopening of two large military bases previously closed in the early 1990s. As far as counterinsurgencies and dirty wars go, the campaign waged against Abu Sayyaf from 2002 onward was a relatively clean undertaking. The deployment of 650 U.S. soldiers, larger than the 5,500-man force cap in El Salvador or the restricted troop levels in Colombia during the 1990s, was part of an American-led light footprint counterinsurgency in the Philippines, completely obscured by the U.S. invasion and subsequent occupation of Afghanistan. America's indirect approach, which called for the Filipino security forces to take the leading role in all military operations, differed significantly from U.S. efforts in Afghanistan and Iraq that involved hundreds of thousands of American troops. While the U.S. campaign in the Philippines in 2002 did not generate headlines, it demonstrated that a hands-off approach to counterinsurgency, followed by continued military cooperation and development programs, could gradually make progress against insurgent groups and eliminate the gray areas that allow such organizations to form in the first place. The Filipino name for OEFP, Balikatan, translates as shoulder to shoulder, registered, revealing the nature of the cooperation between the United States and the Philippines since 2002 and suggesting that the two countries had come full circle since the more paternalistic imperial wars a century earlier. 31. Intermezzo. Afghanistan, graveyard of empires. 31 times the size of El Salvador, landlocked Afghanistan traditionally served as a buffer between the Russian Tsarist and British empires. The British leaders suffered a bitter defeat during the First Afghan War, 1839-42, when they learned that it was much easier to occupy Afghanistan than to conquer it. The conflict ended with the destruction of the British garrison at Kabul, where a column of 16,500 soldiers and civilians fled the city for a garrison at Jalalabad, only 110 miles away. Of that expedition, one member alone made it to Jalalabad safely, although the British did recover some prisoners several months later. It was the worst British defeat until the fall of Singapore a century later. After World War II, the British departed Afghanistan, but it was only a matter of time before other interventionist nations, the Soviet Union and United States, respectively, became embroiled in this disputed land. Under the reign of King Mohammad Zahir Shah, who presided over the country from 1933 until his ouster in 1973, Kabul was a relatively modernizing and liberal capital. A university was open and the press was largely free. Many Afghan students traveled abroad and new ideas about how to shape the Afghan state and society were ubiquitous. Communism and radical Islam attracted equal numbers of believers, and the two political movements held the country together in a stable, if ephemeral peace. In 1973, Zahir Shah's cousin and former Prime Minister Mohammad Daoud overthrew the king in a bloodless coup. Daoud aligned with the communists and launched an undeclared war on Islamic radicals. Yet, when Daoud tried to check the increasingly powerful communists, he was assassinated. In 1978, the communists seized full power of the central government in Kabul and proceeded to launch a radical program of land redistribution and indoctrination. Within months, under the rule of the diabolical Hafizullah Amin, once a student at Columbia University, the regime killed roughly 12,000 suspected anti-communists, most of them students and members of the intelligentsia, in Kabul alone. Many Islamists fled the country or started isolated, low-intensity guerrilla jihads against the communist government. After welcoming the communist coup of 1978, Moscow had become concerned about Amin's delusional effort to weld the incoherent ethnic tribal worlds of Afghanistan into a communist society. Ideologically, the Afghan state that existed under Amin in 1979 was not communist or even socialist, but simply a country ruled by an oligarchy who called themselves communists. In the final weeks of 1979, and with Amin's regime teetering, Soviet leaders decided to go forward with an invasion modeled on their experience seizing Czechoslovakia in 1968, use Soviet troops to seize control of the capital, remove an unreliable communist regime, and leave a pliant replacement. Moscow optimistically believed that they would be in and out of Afghanistan almost before anyone noticed. Soviet advisors quietly removed the batteries from Afghan army tanks for winterization and gathered up anti-tank ammunition for inventory. Soviet commandos then stormed the presidential palace and killed Amin while conventional troops spilled across the border, heading for Kabul. Moscow boldly informed the world that the Afghan government had requested Soviet assistance. In fact, the puppet Revolutionary Council chairman Babrak Karmal made the request from a radio station on the Soviet side of the border, after 20,000 Soviet troops had already crossed into Afghanistan. After removing Amin, the Soviets rewarded the docile Karmal by making him president. The new ruler was immediately tasked with keeping the splintering Afghan state intact and quelling the country's unfolding instability. Soon after the Soviet invasion began, National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski apparently sent an ebullient letter to President Carter predicting, "Now we can give the USSR its Vietnam War." Within weeks of the invasion, Brzezinski traveled to Pakistan to discuss a covert action program with General Zia and went to the Afghan border where he was photographed holding a Kalashnikov rifle. Indeed, what the Soviets confidently believed would be a Prague 1968 redux ended up being a deep quagmire. Karmal was only partly successful in restoring order. In 1986, Moscow replaced him with Mohammad Najibullah, director of CAD, the 406 Communist Intelligence Agency. Najibullah, a notorious organizer of the execution and torture of anti-communists, attempted to moderate the extreme communist policies and rhetoric. He emphasized his Islamic faith and pushed for national reconciliation. Yet his efforts failed in preventing the outbreak of an Islamic insurgency and ferocious Soviet-backed counterinsurgency. Covert action in Afghanistan. Responding to the Soviets' move in Afghanistan, Carter announced a U.S. boycott of the 1980 Moscow Olympics. The administration also cancelled wheat sales to Moscow, asked the UN to condemn the invasion, and pushed legislation intended to reintroduce the military draft. Moscow had not anticipated Washington's stern response given that prior U.S. administrations had done next to nothing during the invasions of Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968. In July 1979, Carter signed the first of the directives that allowed for covert assistance to Afghanistan, likely a shipment of venerable Enfield .303 rifles. For the first several years, the CIA attempted to keep its involvement secret. Much of the funding and materiel passed through Pakistan's intelligence service before reaching the Afghan freedom fighters who called themselves Mujahideen. The CIA largely avoided direct contact with the Afghans in the hope that it could maintain the thinly veiled ruse that it was not funding the guerrillas. Moreover, most of the delivered weapons were made in Warsaw Pact countries, which brought a double advantage, since Mujahideen could often use these weapons with ammunition captured from the Soviet or Afghan army forces. CIA Director William Casey explained the logic of the American strategy. Here is the beauty of the Afghan operation. Usually it looks like the big bad Americans are beating up on the natives. Afghanistan is just the reverse. The Russians are beating up on the little guys. We don't make it our war. The Mujahideen have all the motivation they need. All we have to do is give them help, only more of it. At the same time, Pakistan's military dictator, General Zia-ul-Haq, who had seized power in 1977 after deposing standing Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, strongly agreed with Washington's strategic objective of making the Soviets bleed in Afghanistan. Under Zia's iron rule, Pakistan proved a reliable launching pad for US covert aid, as well as a sanctuary for the poorly armed and fractured Mujahideen fighters. During these same years, the Saudi monarchy saw the jihad in Afghanistan as a fantastic opportunity to export Wahhabism, the austere Saudi form of Sunni Islam. The Saudis ended up sending as much aid to the insurgents as did Washington. Prince Turki, head of the Saudi intelligence agency, who collaborated with the CIA and Pakistani operatives, sent to Afghanistan a wealthy Saudi businessman, Osama bin Laden, to organize thousands of poor Arabs from the Middle East and North Africa who were drawn to the Islamist struggle in the landlocked country. Over the decade of the war, an estimated 25,000 Arabs may have passed through Pakistan and Afghanistan. At one point, the CIA weighed whether it should organize volunteer Arab legions to fight in the war, but the notion was soon dismissed as impractical. By the mid-1980s, the CIA office in Islamabad, Pakistan, was second in size only to the headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The rate of U.S. assistance grew from around $80 million in 1984 to $700 million by 1988, making it the largest covert assistance program since Vietnam. Meanwhile, the motley coalition providing said assistance to the Afghan Mujahideen had grown to include China, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and the United Kingdom. Over the course of the war, the coalition poured roughly $5 billion into the country. Scores of Afghan resistance groups formed to accept the military and humanitarian aid. The only thing that united these ethnically, tribally, and linguistically diverse groups was their hatred of the Afghan communists and their Soviet sponsors. An estimated 80,000 to 150,000 Mujahideen were active at any one time during the 1980s. On the other side were roughly 115,000 Soviet troops, along with 30,000 regular Afghan army troops and another 50,000 in other Kabul units. Like their American and NATO successors, the communist forces controlled the cities and large towns, while the Mujahideen held the rugged countryside. Echoing the Viet Minh in the lead-up to Dien Bien Phu, the Mujahideen supply efforts often consisted of men carrying backpacks over little-known but dangerous trails. The Mujahideen relied on classic guerrilla tactics of mining roads and ambushing convoys. At times they even managed to isolate a city, which required the Soviets to supply the location by aircraft, 4 years in the case of cost. Soviet and Afghan forces began the war using large sweeps of the Mujahideen-held areas. This usually compelled the guerrillas to fade away into the surrounding hills, accompanied by local villagers. The communist forces, in turn, would be forced to live off the land and to resupply their garrisons with highly vulnerable truck convoys. By and large, the two sides fought to a stalemate through 1985. The outcome very much played into the hands of the Mujahideen, who believed that the slow attrition worked to their advantage. One tactic that gave the Soviets a decisive advantage over the Mujahideen early on was the use of helicopter gunships, increasing the number of them fivefold in just a few years. The gunships allowed Soviet units to bring tank-like firepower to the remote mountain locales where the Mujahideen were located. In 1986, the Soviets were using Mi-24D attack gunships, whose armored bottoms made them almost totally immune to light weapons. The gunship's superiority diminished considerably by the end of 1986, when, under strong pressure from the U.S. Congress, the CIA began supplying the Mujahideen with lightweight and easy-to-use Stinger missiles that could shoot down the gunships. Interestingly, the Stingers arrived in Afghanistan only a month after Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev's stunning 1986 speech in the Siberian city of Vladivostok, where he described the war as a bleeding wound. In September 1986, Mujahideen forces successfully used 5 Stinger missiles to down 3 helicopters near the Jalalabad Air Base in eastern Afghanistan. Over the next 10 months, almost 200 Stingers were used, with roughly 3/4 hitting Soviet aircraft. Soviet losses of helicopter and fighter aircraft were soon running at a rate of 420 to 500 per year. In turn, Soviet commanders sharply reduced the volume of air missions. The Stinger became the symbol of the billions of dollars that Washington covertly funneled to the Mujahideen, which tolled the death knell for the Soviets' counterinsurgency war in Afghanistan. Over the course of the war, the CIA provided between 2,000 and 2,500 missiles to Afghan insurgents, some of whom had decidedly anti-American sentiments. As the Soviet war ebbed, President George H.W. Bush and later President Clinton authorized a classified CIA program to spend millions of dollars buying back Stingers, paying from $80,000 to $150,000 per missile. Moscow's decision to pull out of Afghanistan in 1988 came after a decade of struggling to prop up the puppet regime in Kabul and defeat the Mujahideen, all at great cost of treasure and lives lost. Most of the Soviet dirty war was carried out in relative obscurity given press censorship across the Soviet Union and official denials at home and abroad. The Soviets later admitted suffering between 48,000 and 52,000 casualties, including at least 13,000 combat deaths. During the war's first year alone, 1.5 million Afghans became refugees, mostly flooding over the mountain border into Pakistan, where they scraped out a meager life in camps. Out of a population of 16 million, more than 1 million Afghan civilians died. Amazingly, the Mujahideen never held a single province during the war. U.S. policymakers began to forget about Afghanistan following the Soviet Army's withdrawal in early 1989, 3 years after Gorbachev's bleeding wound speech. Within months, the Soviet Union began to unravel as the Cold War came to an end. While Washington turned its attention elsewhere, Afghanistan's bloody war continued as the Afghan communists retained control of the government until they were defeated by Mujahideen led by Tajik forces under Burhanuddin Rabbani and his military commander, Ahmad Shah Massoud, 3 years later. Interestingly, most observers confidently believed that Najibullah would last only a matter of months after the Soviet departure. Yet, bolstered by continued military aid from Moscow, his regime lasted for an additional 3 years, in which he succeeded in routing the Mujahideen in a key battle for the city of Jalabad. But after the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, Najibullah's regime was on its own. With supplies low, Afghan army morale dropped and desertions surged. In April 1992, the weary but ebullient Mujahideen spilled into the capital city. As one observer recounted the eerie calm associated with the occupation, "It took me some time to realize that the city was calm because the militias were busy looting government buildings. It took them days to get everything. When they finished, they came after everyone else." Within months, Kabul's electricity, police patrols, and other government services vanished. Asterisk. The rise of the Taliban. The United States government decided it had no further interests in Afghanistan. Steve Call. Once the communists were defeated, however, the motley assortment of Mujahideen began to fight among themselves. Between 1994 and 1996, a group known as the Taliban, made up of rigidly ideological Islamists led by the one-eyed supreme leader Mullah Mohammed Omar, was able to gain control over the national government, despite its inability to defeat the patchwork of Russian and Iranian-backed Tajik warlords known as the Northern Alliance 5. The Taliban consisted mainly of theology students and former Mujahideen who came from the Pashtun tribes in the east and south of the country. Many of the Taliban's members were drawn from madrasas, or Islamic seminaries, created in Afghan refugee camps in Pakistan during the 1980s. Many ordinary Afghans, of all ethnic stripes, at first supported the Taliban because they expected them to bring peace and order to a war-torn country. But after taking power and effectively controlling 90% of the country, the Taliban prevented women from working, closed schools for girls, and executed homosexuals, adulterers, and others suspected of violating Islamic law. Registered. The initial admiration or toleration eventually gave way to resignation, submission, and in some cases armed opposition. Moreover, despite their religious fervor, the Taliban generally permitted poppy cultivation and the related opium production. In 1997, almost all Afghan poppy came from areas under Taliban control. Hoping that these theological students would bring stability to their strategic neighbor, leader Benazir Bhutto's government in Pakistan provided critical aid to the Taliban in their march to power. The Saudis also continued to send funding. Eager to gain support for its ongoing struggle against the Northern Alliance, in 1996 the Taliban provided sanctuary to a Saudi citizen who had recently been forced out of Sudan. Accompanied by his acolytes, his name was Osama bin Laden. The rise of Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda. Moscow's invasion of Afghanistan in 1979 prompted thousands of young Arab men to travel to Pakistan to prepare for jihad against the Soviet invaders and their puppets in Kabul. Among these Arabs was Osama bin Laden, a Saudi citizen who used his sizable family wealth to recruit men and arms for the anti-Soviet cause. In 1984, bin Laden set up a group called Maktab al-Qadamat, which funneled money to the Afghan fighters. 2 years later, he established an Arab training camp called Al-Masada, near the village of Haji, 60 miles north of Khost, Afghanistan, on the border with Pakistan. The incipient group's theology was a toxic combination of Islamic fanaticism and anti-Soviet guerrilla warfare. From there, his connections with other foreign jihadists led him to establish Al-Qaeda, which would become a global network of organizations aiming to extend and support Islamist struggles around the world. Al-Qaeda considered itself a revolutionary vanguard working to defend the Islamic world against false prophets and foreign invaders. Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait and the U.S.-led Operation Desert Storm convinced bin Laden and Al-Qaeda to focus increasingly on the United States as the chief threat to their vision of Islam. Interestingly, bin Laden first offered to send operatives to Saudi Arabia to repel the Iraqi invasion, but the Saudi leaders rejected the offer and instead invited the U.S. military to launch an operation from their soil. This decision infuriated bin Laden and further sharpened his antipathy toward the American presence in sacred Saudi lands. Bin Laden firmly believed that just as Hezbollah's bombing of the U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut in 1983 had prompted the Reagan administration to withdraw American forces from Lebanon, a hard strike against U.S. assets would precipitate a swift removal of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. In 1996, bin Laden declared jihad against the United States, in part because the presence of the USA Crusader military forces on land, sea, and air of the states of the Islamic Gulf is the greatest danger threatening the largest oil reserve in the world. Referring to what he considered an overreaching U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, bin Laden argued, "The walls of oppression and humiliation cannot be demolished except in a rain of bullets." In 1998, bin Laden called for the murder of Americans as the individual duty for every Muslim who can do it in any country in which it is possible to do it. *8 that same year, and in a sharp indication that the terrorist group was expanding its war with the United States beyond the Middle East, bin Laden's organization Al-Qaeda bombed the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. In August 1998, codenamed Operation Infinite Reach, U.S. cruise missiles targeted 4 suspected Al-Qaeda bases in Afghanistan as well as Al-Shifa, a pharmaceutical plant in Khartoum, Sudan, suspected of manufacturing chemical weapons. American officials later admitted that there was never any definite evidence that the Al-Shifa plant produced nerve gas as initially claimed. In the Afghan strikes, the missiles killed an estimated 20 to 30 people but not bin Laden, who had reportedly left the compound a few hours beforehand. Clinton told the American public at the time, "Our mission was clear: to strike at the network of radical groups affiliated with, and funded by, Osama bin Laden, the preeminent organizer and financier of international terrorism in the world today." Degree in 1999, President Bill Clinton issued an executive order declaring that the actions and policies of the Taliban in Afghanistan to be used as a safe haven and base of operations for Osama bin Laden and the Al-Qaeda organization, constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Despite Clinton's desires, and as became tragically apparent following the September 11, 2001, attacks, neither the Clinton nor George W. Bush administrations had understood the full extent of Al-Qaeda's threat. 32. The longest war. America in Afghanistan. In counterinsurgency, the population is the prize, and protecting and controlling it is the key activity. The war, therefore, is where the people are. You win or lose it a village at a time, and you secure villages and gain access to the people by controlling valleys, roads, and the heights that overlook them, in that order of priority. Counterinsurgency practitioner David Kilcullen. The Americans intended to separate the people from the insurgents. Instead, the insurgents succeeded in separating the peace from the Americans. War reporter Bing West *. We developed a hunter mentality. This was a great place if you're a Marine infantryman. U.S. Marine Captain Nikolai Johnson, commander of Kilo Company. On the morning of July 13, 2008, at about 4:20 a.m., a force of over 200 insurgents attacked a remote American patrol base near the village of Wanat in the Waghal Valley of Nuristan Province, Afghanistan. The small base was brand new, its fortifications unfinished. Occupying it was one platoon, 38 soldiers, from the U.S. Army's 2nd Battalion, 173rd Airborne Brigade Combat Team, augmented by 6 combat engineers and 3 U.S. Marines acting as an embedded training team for a 24-man detachment of the Afghan National Army. Using combined arms tactics and employing a blistering array of mortars, light machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades, and snipers, the mostly Taliban fighters battered the American and Afghan forces. The insurgents navigated through a nearby village to get close to the patrol base and at one point managed to breach the American perimeter. The brunt of the attack targeted the Americans' heavy weapons, quickly neutralizing both their mortar position and their TOW missile launcher. The insurgents also rendered the Americans' Mk-19 grenade launchers ineffective by moving close enough to the base to be within the minimum arming distance of the 40mm high explosive rounds. At the same time, the insurgents isolated the base's observation post, positioned roughly 75 meters from the patrol base, and put their remaining attention on the 9 U.S. soldiers there, killing several and compelling the main force at the patrol base to attempt to reach and evacuate the wounded, which in turn led to 2 more American fatalities, including RST Lieutenant Jonathan Brostrom, the American platoon commander. American artillery and air support eventually drove the Taliban back 4 hours later, but by then 9 Americans had been killed and 27 wounded. Losses for the Taliban were believed to have been much higher, but the death toll was never confirmed. U.S. forces estimated that over 40 insurgents perished, but reportedly only 2 enemy bodies were recovered after the battle. It was a high price to pay for an unfinished patrol base. Within a week of the battle, American troops withdrew from Wanat. An informal investigation censured the battalion's commanding officer, Colonel Charles Praisler, for leaving the base undersupplied. The report criticized other commanders on the same task force for relying too heavily on a highly kinetic approach that alienated Americans from the Afghan civilians they were meant to protect, a factor that may explain how the insurgents were able to infiltrate Wanat before the battle without being detected. A follow-up investigation determined that local officials had directly aided the insurgents by providing them locations in the village to conceal their weapons. A tragedy that may have helped precipitate this turn of fortune for the U.S. effort in the Waghal Valley took place just 1 week prior to the battle, when a team of AH-64 Apache attack helicopters engaged and destroyed 2 speeding pickup trucks following a mortar attack against an American combat outpost. In the aftermath, the bodies found were not those of militants, but of a number of local civilians and healthcare providers working at a nearby medical clinic. Because U.S. forces involved believed that insurgents had been in the pickup trucks, the task force was reluctant to apologize or issue condolences to local civilians and families for the strike. According to an exhaustive report on the Battle of Wanat by military historian Douglas Cubison, Afghans throughout the Waghal Valley were outraged by the incident, and some Afghans connected it with the cooperation later reported between locals and the Taliban during the attack on the Wanat patrol base. Registered, it is doubtful that the average American citizen would know what happened at Wanat, but the battle's significance and its repercussions were not lost on the community of counterinsurgency. Scholars and practitioners who analyzed after-action reports and media accounts. The complexity and boldness of the Taliban's attack on the patrol base at Wanat signaled to many a growing sophistication in the insurgents' techniques, and a renewed resolve to engage NATO forces in combat. Most analysts looking at the Battle of Wanat in the context of the greater campaign in Afghanistan concluded that U.S. operations were slipping away from population-centered counterinsurgency strategies. Attacks like this were not just a sign of the Taliban's strengthening but of American forces losing focus. The Good War. The deterioration of the conflict in Afghanistan was not foreseen, but it could have been. At first, Operation Enduring Freedom was the Good War. The United States invasion in late 2001 was precipitated by the worst terrorist attack in history, and military intervention against the Taliban and Al-Qaeda enjoyed broad international and domestic support. The initial military action itself was stunning in both its simplicity and effectiveness. Small expeditionary forces of U.S. Marines and Army airborne units moved in to seize strategic points such as the airport at Kandahar. Meanwhile, elite teams of CIA officers and Army Special Forces infiltrated key rural areas and made contact with the Northern Alliance, a small rebel army aligned against the Taliban, dazzling their new allies with unseen airstrikes and up-to-the-minute intelligence that helped them locate and destroy Taliban forces. One 10-man CIA team, codenamed Jawbreaker, landed in the Panjshir Valley north of Kabul on September 26 and met up with Northern Alliance Commander Mohammad Fahim. The supervising official, director of the CIA Counterterrorism Center Kofor Black, was 416. Emphatic in his instructions to the CIA team, "I don't want bin Laden and his thugs captured, I want them dead. I want bin Laden's head shipped back in a box filled with dry ice. I want to be able to show bin Laden's head to the president." Jawbreaker also brought 3 cardboard boxes filled with $3 million in $100 bills in order to influence potential collaborators. Led by one Special Forces A-team, OTA 555, the capture of the critical Bagram Air Base outside Kabul was decisive in the Taliban's precipitous downfall. When OTA 555 arrived at Bagram in late October of that year, the base effectively constituted the front line in the war between the Northern Alliance and the Taliban, the former holding the northern part of the base and the latter the southern part. Utilizing the base's control tower, OTA 555's attached Air Force combat controller called in airstrikes that eliminated scores of Taliban soldiers deployed at the base's south end. The United States and its Afghan allies routed the Taliban less than 2 months after the insertion of the first Special Forces teams. It was this fast, light campaign utilizing high technology with low-tech unconventional warfare, including the most dramatic use of Army Special Forces since Vietnam, that seemed to vindicate the doctrinal beliefs of policymakers such as Donald Rumsfeld, who then fatefully insisted on a similar approach for the invasion of Iraq 2 years later. Upon more scrutiny, the initial military actions in Afghanistan were unconventional and innovative, while the drive on Baghdad that began the Iraq War in 2003 could be considered hyper-conventional. Interestingly, the resurgence of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan focused not on population centers such as the capital city of Kabul but rather on areas where the Afghan government was most easily delegitimized, in the outer provinces closest to Pakistan where infrastructure and rule of law were most obviously lacking. An especially violent corner of northeastern Afghanistan, the remote and lethal Crandall Valley, played host to numerous brief engagements between insurgents and counterinsurgents, most harrowingly displayed in the documentary film Restrepo. Underestimating Taliban resistance and taking its demise for granted, the United States initially attempted to prosecute this campaign using an economy of force, helping to ensure that the conflict would drag on far longer than the Bush administration could have imagined in 2001. A look at the allocation of resources to Afghanistan is perhaps most damning. In terms of funding and troop levels, Afghanistan received roughly a quarter of the outlay that Iraq received from the United States. By 2008, after the longest war 417 5 years of fighting, the Iraq War had cost the United States around $608.3 billion, and Afghanistan over its 7-year slog had cost a mere $162.60 billion. Even in word, American officials seemed focused far more on Iraq, as when Admiral Michael Mullen, then chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, remarked in congressional testimony in December of 2007, "In Afghanistan, we do what we can. In Iraq, we do what we must." Developments in Afghanistan since then turned this logic on its head, as the war in Afghanistan developed into the dominant foreign policy concern of President Barack Obama's first term. Of course, it would be a mistake to construe funding and troop levels as the surest indicators of attentiveness or potential for success. In its initial stages after September 11, Operation Enduring Freedom was accomplished with a very light commitment of troops and money, while Operation Iraqi Freedom drained America's coffers for years with very dubious results prior to 2007 and 2008. But there can be little doubt that opening a second front in Iraq drew away critical resources and attention that Afghanistan both needed and deserved. The war in Afghanistan had 4 apparently distinct phases: a swift and highly successful invasion in 2001 that toppled the old regime, the transition to a new government while insurgent forces began to coalesce, a period of escalating violence by insurgents against occupying forces, and finally a coordinated counterinsurgency effort led by the United States after admitting the need for a coherent strategy. By 2011, Afghanistan had already become the United States' longest war. In June of the same year, President Barack Obama announced a significant reduction in the American troop levels in Afghanistan, signaling that the American empire was eager to rid itself of this counterinsurgency and nation-building ulcer. Almost a year later, in May 2012, Obama's televised address to the American people from Bagram Air Base recognized the undeniable reality that most Americans wanted to end the war. Many Americans are tired of war. As president, nothing is more wrenching than signing a letter to a family of the fallen, or looking into the eyes of a child who will grow up without a mother or father. I will not keep Americans in harm's way a single day longer than is absolutely required for our national security. But we must finish the job we started in Afghanistan and end this war responsibly. Interestingly, Obama's decision to drastically scale down a campaign that he had previously called a war of necessity was done despite the ongoing opposition of most of the involved commanders at the Pentagon and in the field in Afghanistan. 418. Like all American counterinsurgencies, this was a brand new operation, and it had to be fought differently than previous operations, though the ability of U.S. forces to apply the lessons of previous conflicts in some cases made the initiatives more successful. However, many of the strategies that succeeded in Iraq were ineffective against an insurgent enemy that had vast resources from opium poppy production and a safe haven in the border areas between Afghanistan and Pakistan. In some ways, Colombia is the closer analogy, but the difference is that in Afghanistan, and contrary to the FARC, the insurgents were often inseparable from the local population, combatants one hour and civilians the next. The invasion of Afghanistan. On September 11, 2001, bin Laden and a cadre of top al-Qaeda commanders sat in a compound in Khost, listening to the attacks they had planned and coordinated unfold over a BBC radio broadcast. Bin Laden, who had been associated with Afghanistan ever since the Mujahideen struggle against the Soviets in the 1980s, had turned to the Taliban-controlled country as a safe haven for himself and his adherents during the 1990s. Almost immediately after the dust cleared on September 11, U.S. military planners used intelligence linking bin Laden to the Taliban to develop operations for Afghanistan. This included the critical partnership with the Northern Alliance that reinforced the maxim that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In an address on October 7, President George W. Bush explained the situation in Afghanistan. More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands: close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens, unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met. And now the Taliban will pay a price. By destroying camps and disrupting communications, we will make it more difficult for the terror network to train new recruits and coordinate their evil plans. Initially, the terrorists may burrow deeper into caves and other entrenched hiding places. Our military action is also designed to clear the way for sustained, comprehensive and relentless operations to drive them out and bring them to justice. At the same time, the oppressed people of Afghanistan will know the generosity of America and our allies. As we strike military targets, we'll also drop food, medicine, and supplies to the starving and suffering men and women and children of Afghanistan. *5. According to the administration, the intervention in Afghanistan would have three distinct, though connected aims: retribution for the Taliban. The longest war 419. Sheltering and supporting a terrorist organization, prevention against future terrorist strikes from Afghan soil, and humanitarianism. The interaction and frequent conflict among these three aims would prove a major source of confusion for the intervening forces' mandate. For the George W. Bush administration, the mission's goal was never to engage in nation building, which the Bush administration viewed as overly ambitious and unnecessary. As Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld wrote in a memo during the initial stages of the war, in addition to eliminating al-Qaeda, the goal is to terminate the rule of the current Taliban leadership to make an example of them. Creating a stable, post-Taliban Afghanistan is desirable but not necessarily within the power of the U.S. The USG should not allow concerns for stability to paralyze U.S. efforts to oust the Taliban leadership. Nation building is our key strategic goal. *degree Operation Enduring Freedom commenced on October 7, when U.S. and British aircraft and cruise missiles struck Taliban and al-Qaeda targets. Until this point, the Taliban had pinned the Northern Alliance into two mountainous areas of northern Afghanistan and had reduced the force to roughly 12,000 fighters and a militia of almost equal size. Yet the deft use of U.S. air power consisting of B-52 and B-1B bombers, and F/A-18 fighters hitting Taliban defenses quickly tipped the balance in the Northern Alliance's favor. Accompanied by 350 Army Special Forces and 100 CIA officers, including members of the CIA's Elite Special Activities Division, and supported by AC-130 Spectre gunships, the Northern Alliance pushed the Taliban out of Kabul on November 13. The Taliban retreated to Kandahar, their spiritual home, but had to surrender this outpost a month later. Almost overnight, it seemed, the U.S. military had accomplished two of its goals, punishing the Taliban and upending al-Qaeda's sanctuary. And it had done so with a remarkably light footprint. Many of the defeated Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters fled for the mountains of eastern Afghanistan, while others fled into Pakistan. In December, the United States deployed forces from the Roth Mountain and Rorst and 82nd Airborne Divisions to hunt down fleeing Taliban and al-Qaeda militants in the rugged eastern region of Tora Bora. These sweeps, however, failed to yield significant results despite the use of massive firepower to defeat the fleeing enemy. A series of special operations teams, particularly the Army's Delta Force, worked with CIA and British operatives as well as thousands of Afghan soldiers to root out the enemy. U.S. forces called in massive airstrikes, including the biggest bomb in the American 420 arsenal, a 15,000-pound CLU-82 Daisy cutter so big that it had to be dropped with a parachute out of AC-130 Transport Aircraft 7 in March of the following year. The U.S.-driven coalition launched Operation Anaconda, which airlifted thousands of British, Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand forces into the Shahikot Valley and surrounding mountains. The operation resulted in intense combat with insurgents using sniper rifles, machine guns, and man-portable air defense systems. The mountain terrain offered excellent concealment for the Islamist fighters who fought in small units and hid in caves, resulting in 8 U.S. troops killed in action in the first 4 days. 5 months later, the U.S. military launched Operation Mountain Sweep, with units of the 82nd Airborne Division taking the lead. The failure of these missions to meet the objective of annihilating the fleeing enemy proved a harbinger of many more bitter frustrations for the United States and its allies in Afghanistan. One sobering realization that emerged from these arduous high-altitude campaigns was that both the Taliban's Mullah Omar and Al-Qaeda's bin Laden had slipped across the porous border into Pakistan. Accompanied by a coterie of bodyguards, bin Laden likely left Tora Bora sometime in December 2001. CIA agents and Army officers on the ground repeatedly requested an additional battalion of U.S. Army Rangers to block bin Laden's escape, but the Pentagon preferred to rely upon local Afghan forces, and bin Laden slipped to safety. Registered over most of the next decade, Pakistan proved to be an ideal sanctuary for Taliban and Al-Qaeda operatives. American commanders in the initial years following the Afghanistan campaign lauded what appeared to be an incredible military victory. Indeed, it had required less than 50 days for roughly 300 special operations soldiers and 100 CIA officers to bring down the Taliban. Before Operation Anaconda, remarkably only 12 Americans were killed in Operation Enduring Freedom in the fall of 2001, with only one of these killed by the enemy. Over the next 4 years, only 259 U.S. fatalities were recorded in the country. According to one heady American general, we had accomplished in 8 weeks what the Russians couldn't accomplish in 10 years. Asterisk. Governance and corruption in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a strong nation, but a weak state. Afghan diplomat said Javad Degree. The longest war 421. We fought RZ one-year wars, where each incoming unit blames the previous one. There is no continuity. Units spend half to 3/4 of the time learning and are usually gone by the time they have figured it out. Generals are even worse, one-year tours, half of which are spent back in DC, no real sense of what is happening on the ground. Locals and insurgents learn and adapt, but we are always repeating kindergarten. U.S. intelligence officer trademark. Following an international conference in Bonn, Germany, in December 2001, a provisional government was established for Afghanistan with Hamid Karzai selected as chair of the interim administration. The conference also established the International Security Assistance Force to help bring a lasting peace to the war-torn country. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization would take command of ISAF in 2003. Karzai was the leader of a moderate nationalist group who spent most of the Soviet occupation in Pakistan. From this perch, Karzai spent time obtaining foreign funding for the anti-Soviet guerrillas, despite his unease with the Islamic fundamentalism within the Mujahideen ranks. With the precipitous fall of the Taliban in late 2001, U.S. forces facilitated Karzai's arrival into Kabul. This new leader immediately became the face of his fractured country. Despite initially seeing him as an indispensable figurehead who would eventually unite a modern and peaceful Afghanistan, the United States and its NATO allies eventually soured on Karzai after continuing allegations of inveterate corruption in his administration. In theory, a government is a strongly centralized system, with power flowing from the center. In practice in Afghanistan, the central government had limited influence in much of the country outside Kabul. Remarkably, in the years following the Taliban's loss of Kabul, Afghanistan elected a popular president in Karzai and approved a written constitution that codified a representative parliament and Supreme Court, although it had little effect outside the capital. For in the 2004 presidential vote, roughly 10.5 million Afghans cast ballots, double what experts predicted given the high incidence of Taliban threats and attacks. Karzai took around 55% of the vote and was inaugurated that December. By the end of 2004, a new cabinet was in place, and Afghanistan's central government appeared to be making progress. But over time many Afghans lost faith in the Karzai government. In 2007, Jabbar Shighari, a member of the Afghan parliament from Ghazni, would articulate the frustration of many Afghans that Karzai's administration had betrayed its country, saying, "We have patiently waited 5 years for change, for an end to official corruption and abuse of power, and for 422 economic development. But we've received nothing." 5 Tragically for Afghanistan, Hamid Karzai was extremely ineffective. A multinational effort. U.S. military planners knew well that two successive British expeditions in the 19th century and the Soviet invasion in the late 20th century had each ended painfully for the foreign invaders. Thus, and especially after the successes in late 2001, American strategists believed that a light military footprint would help ensure that history did not repeat itself once again. With major combat operations completed in late 2001, the U.S. forces were joined by an additional 12,000 troops from 19 nations. NATO's ISAF also became a key contributor to the international effort known as the Coalition. Unlike the largely unilateral war in Iraq, the campaign in Afghanistan was a true multinational effort. *7 Almost from the beginning there were problems with NATO's mission. Registered for starters, in the first decade of the war, NATO had 14 top commanders in Afghanistan, a dubious number rivaled by the United States' own 8 military commanders and 7 ambassadors. The initially appealing lead nation approach had various NATO contingencies take the lead for specific nation-building areas. Thus, for example, the United States volunteered to helm the creation of the Afghan National Army, while Germany was responsible for the Afghan National Police, the United Kingdom for counter-narcotics, and Italy for the justice system. All in all, the process was a disaster. A major source of controversy was the refusal of most NATO countries to allow their forces to be used in offensive operations. This resulted in the emergence of a two-tiered NATO hierarchy, wherein certain nations assumed an authority by merit over civil and military operations, which brewed resentment among non-combat contingents. This reluctance of some countries to put their soldiers in harm's way was not surprising given that in 2007, 75% of German, 70% of Italian, and 72% of Spanish citizens told pollsters that they did not support the deployment of their troops for combat in Afghanistan. By 2003, however, the counterinsurgency effort began to shift to a more population-centered approach that reflected the growing realization that the U.S.-led international force and its Afghan counterparts were locked in a desperate struggle to win the Afghan people's loyalties away. The longest war 423. From the Taliban. Once considered a nuisance, the Taliban had used intimidation, illicit drug revenues, theological fervor, and the coalition's own actions to transform itself into a formidable and highly lethal insurgency. Thus, what was initially a disorganized, retreating enemy had gained momentum in rural Afghanistan and Pakistan as an insurgent coalition of ethnic Pashtun nationalists, dispossessed tribes, and Islamic extremists keen to control the Pashtun majority regions of both countries. The group aimed to exhaust the occupying enemy and its Afghan lackeys rather than defeat them outright. In this capacity, the Taliban represented a formidable challenge for coalition forces. The Taliban posed as defenders of remote tribes against central government misrule and neglect in the hope of making the country ungovernable so that the international community would withdraw and leave the illegitimate Kabul regime to its own fate. Degree ever adaptive, the Taliban was able to exploit coalition weaknesses by using both traditional guerrilla tactics such as hit-and-run raids, ambushes, and bases in foreign sanctuaries and also postmodern tactics like suicide bombers and internet and social media-driven propaganda. Crawl, walk, run. By 2006 the tide appeared to have turned in the Taliban's favor. According to Karzai, ridge by ridge and valley by valley, religious zealots who suffered devastating losses in the U.S. invasion that began 5 years ago, are surging back into the country's center. Similar to the conditions that allowed Colombia's FARC to endure far longer than it otherwise would have, opium production and trafficking provided the Taliban with critical revenues to fund its insurgency. Exploiting the lack of sizable and effective security forces able to control the population and hamper opium production, the Taliban appeared to have enough resolve and resources to withstand the coalition indefinitely. By 2005, the Taliban was also improving its tactics by operating in pairs and using snipers, camouflage, and high-powered optics, all unequivocal signs of a growing professionalism within its ranks. In a loud echo of the American counterinsurgency and nation-building campaign in El Salvador 2 decades earlier, the U.S.-led coalition made the training of Afghan security forces a critical component of its strategy. US and NATO planners reckoned that the only opportunity for exiting this endless and costly counterinsurgency and nation-building campaign would be when the Afghan forces could provide the security necessary to 424. Establish the rule of law and deter the Taliban. In November 2003, U.S. officials hired international private security contractors to train Afghan policemen in large numbers. By the end of 2004, 32,000 new policemen had gone through the academy. By mid-2007, 71,000 had graduated. The quality of these new forces, however, was disputable. Critics lambasted the private contractors for being cowboys, more interested in adventures than in creating an effective police force. 3. The training results were often frustrating, leading one U.S. captain to quip, "The people fear the police more than they do the Taliban, and until we can get that fixed, it's going to be a long road." For the coalition's effort to bolster the ANA had similarly tough going, despite its indispensable part in the counterinsurgency strategy. According to one U.S. trainer, "We began one day at 0730 with 189 students, and by 1,000 hours we were down to 111, give or take a few." In some instances, recruits who spoke only Pashto had difficulties because instructions were given through interpreters who only spoke Dari. One big push was to create a healthy well of non-commissioned officers to promote a permanent cadre of professional soldiers among the ranks. As Staff Sergeant George Beck Jr., an American advisor, said in 2008, "It's all about crawl, walk, run. Right now the Afghan army is at a crawl. In a few more years, it will walk, and in 10, it will run. Then we can all go home." The ANA was young and plagued by morale and retention problems, but it remained the only tool that Kabul had against the insurgency. By 2006 the ANA had 63,000 troops in the field and was headed toward a goal of twice that number. Positive developments led former NATO Supreme Allied Commander James L. Jones to testify to the U.S. Congress in 2006 that the ANA was the most successful pillar in the reconstruction efforts to date. In July 2007, the ANA reached a milestone when Major General Abdul Khalik, commander of the 203rd Corps, served as the commanding general during Operation Maywand in the Taliban stronghold of Andar district in Ganzi province. The mission aimed to clear insurgents out of Zardula Pass, a high mountain gap that was critical for transit into and out of the district. Over 1,000 Afghan and 400 U.S. military personnel cleared and held the area. It was the first large-scale operation planned and led by Afghan officers. The Taliban, however, was not resigned to permitting the ANA to grow unchecked. Rather, the Taliban guerrillas exploited the ANA's poor resources by offering almost 3 times the daily pay for a soldier, up to $300 per month versus the $80 per month earned by a first-year ANA private. The Taliban often enticed tribesmen and farmers with a variety of offers. The longest were 425. On a seasonal basis, including daily rates of $10 to $20 per day for joining an attack against coalition forces, $15 to launch a mortar round into an air base, and $1,000 for killing a government worker or foreigner. The Australian military scholar and soldier David Kilcullen has described these sorts of episodes as the phenomena of the accidental guerrilla, the Pacific civilians who are somehow caught up in the conflict and become insurgent fighters, or the bored youth who join an insurgent ambush for an afternoon simply to find relief from the monotony of daily existence. And thus, the more the United States as a global power fights dirty wars around the world, the more likely there are to be accidental guerrillas. At the height of the Taliban insurgency in 2008, Kilcullen estimated that 90% of the insurgent fighters were reconcilable and could be convinced to give up the fight, while the remaining RO% were hardcore fanatics who could only be dealt with through military force. The accidental guerrilla phenomenon is another example of blowback in action. The outcome is the very opposite of what is expected. In this case, the campaigns to defeat guerrillas wound up creating more of them. A key innovation in the coalition's counterinsurgency and nation-building strategy occurred with the expansion of provincial reconstruction teams. First established in 2002 and led by the United States and NATO, the PRT's main function was to combine military and civilian resources and personnel to deliver reconstruction, governance, and security to local communities under the auspices of the central government in Kabul. In practice, this entailed the deployment of teams of between 60 and 100 civilian and military personnel to operating bases throughout the country to perform small reconstruction projects. By 2007, NATO had taken command of the dozens of PRTs based throughout the country. As the PRTs developed on the civilian side, the US and coalition forces relied upon three different types of military units to attack the insurgents. The first was a combination of Special Operations Forces, or SOF, who focused on direct action raids targeting insurgent leaders, IED makers, and safe houses, and of Army Special Forces, who, in line with their unconventional warfare history, trained and mentored ANA units, especially ANA commando units. The second component was air power transport and assault helicopters and the B-1 bombers, F-18 fighters, and drones that targeted remote insurgent positions. Journalist Bing West estimated that SOF and air power likely accounted for over 50% of the insurgents killed. The final element was the foot soldier, who, often in an advisory role, conducted the indispensable but monotonous work, patrolling every 426 day, sweltering in the summer and shivering in the winter, all the time knowing the insurgents would get off the first shots. 38 And once more we see how, strategically, counterinsurgents often need to push for an outright victory, while insurgents fight not to lose. But at the tactical level the counterinsurgents almost always concede the tactical initiative to the insurgents. Getting this balancing act right is one of the most difficult issues for a counterinsurgency to reconcile. You need to be everywhere at once while the insurgents only need to find one weak spot to exploit. This sober reality goes a long way in explaining the difficulty of waging a successful counterinsurgency. Between 2006 and 2009, the Taliban and Al-Qaeda had deftly used their sanctuary in Pakistan as a base for raids into Afghanistan. Afghan local governance was not working as hoped, and drug trafficking and related criminal activities were rampant. Operation Enduring Freedom took a backseat for the American media, the public, and even civilian and military leaders. Reports from Afghanistan were sparse, and the death tolls were modest compared to those in Iraq. With the destabilization of Iraq and subsequent awakening and surge of 2007 in focus, Americans were largely taking for granted that the campaign in Afghanistan was going well. This was a costly mistake. As the cacophony of violence in Iraq waned, reports from Afghanistan became more dire. In the summer of 2006, the Taliban began to focus its military efforts on southern Afghanistan, including Kandahar province, in surprisingly lethal and effective operations. Over the next 2 years, the general counterinsurgency and nation-building climate in Afghanistan declined significantly. Obama's necessary war. When the Obama administration assumed office in January 2009, there was a growing cry among experts inside and outside the U.S. government that a reinvigorated campaign was necessary to reverse the deteriorating situation in Afghanistan. At the suggestion of Defense Secretary Robert Gates and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, in June Obama removed the American general running the Afghan war, General David McKiernan, the first firing of a wartime theater commander since President Truman removed General Douglas MacArthur in 1951 for opposing his Korean War policies. The Obama team quickly replaced him with a publicly anonymous but internally celebrated commander, General Stanley McChrystal, who had run the most clandestine branch of the military, the Joint Special. The longest war 427. Operations Command, or JSOC, which controls the United States Special Mission Units. JSOC had become legendary in the preceding years for its ferociously lethal nighttime raids in Iraq and Afghanistan. McChrystal was credited with overseeing the successful killing of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the head of al-Qaeda in Iraq, while serving in that theater. The tall, gaunt McChrystal lived an ascetic lifestyle, with the much reported habit of limiting himself to one meal a day, a few hours of sleep a night, and a daily 8-mile run. As one New York Times journalist observed, McChrystal was a soldier's soldier. Within the tight circles of Special Operations troops, McChrystal was revered for his steely will and legendary willingness to endure the same risks they faced. In 2005, he accompanied a small team of commandos in Iraq on an early dawn raid targeting Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, the leader of al-Qaeda in Iraq. The British and U.S. soldiers soon found themselves overwhelmed by enemy fighters. McChrystal reportedly leaped into a ditch and returned fire at fighters overrunning his position. A day later, British commandos presented McChrystal with a certificate that he hung in his Iraq office. This recognizes that during the period 02300415, while facing hostile fire from enemy forces, LTG Stanley McChrystal was the highest-paid rifleman in the United States Army. President Obama made two other key appointments for his Afghan campaign. Retired Lieutenant General Carl Eikenberry, who had previously served as a commander in Afghanistan, was now sent to run the U.S. Embassy in Kabul. The imperious and often maddening Richard Holbrooke, a veteran American diplomat, was tapped to be the State Department's special representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan in the hope that he would replicate his stunning success in brokering a peace in the Balkans in the 1990s. With his new Afghan team in place, Obama had now raised the number of American forces in Afghanistan to 68,000 from 38,000, hoping that a renewed commitment to this necessary dirty war would give the Afghan government and nascent democracy the breathing room it so desperately needed. The perceived success of his predecessor's bold troop surge in Iraq undoubtedly influenced the Obama administration. Soon after arriving in Kabul in June 2009, McChrystal turned his focus to Helmand, a province just to the west of Kandahar. Helmand was home to less than 4% of the country's population, and some observers openly questioned why the region was now receiving thousands more troops on top of the nearly 11,000 Marines already deployed on bases. 428. Their point 44. However, McChrystal's military thrust into Helmand was overshadowed by a dubious and highly embarrassing presidential election that took place in Afghanistan over the summer amid stepped-up Taliban attacks and credible allegations of pro-Karzai fraud. Once the contested vote was tallied in August, Afghan election officials declared a runoff between President Karzai and his closest opponent, former Foreign Minister and physician Abdullah Abdullah. Karzai then refused to participate in the second vote, contending that he had already won the election fair and square. Rattled by this crisis that threatened to further delegitimize the fledgling Afghan government in the eyes of its people, the White House dispatched the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, John Kerry, to Kabul to broker an agreement allowing for a second round of elections. Kerry and his European counterparts were finally able to convince Karzai to agree to the second vote, even though Abdullah never participated in what he deemed would be a rigged election. The Obama administration was now forced to stomach a hastily formed strategy of bolstering an Afghan government led by a dubious Democratic figure. One senior administrator lamented to the New York Times' David Sanger, "It's hard to say that we are sending your children to fight and die for a guy who steals elections." Taking a broader view of the American experience in dirty wars, and contrary to the enthusiasm with which George W. Bush embraced him in the early years of the war, Hamid Karzai was decidedly not an effective and legitimate indigenous national leader along the lines of the Philippines' Ramsés Magsaysay in the 1950s or El Salvador's José Napoleón Duarte in the 1980s, who both proved to be indispensable in those two successful American-backed dirty wars. These sorts of sobering revelations regarding the state of the Karzai government as well as ISAF's own failings helped compel the Obama administration to spend several agonizing months in the fall of 2009 reconsidering the Afghanistan strategy it had only recently unveiled via the McChrystal appointment and related surge in the South. After 7 years of toil and billions of dollars spent, the United States and its allies were bogged down in a violent country. Public support for the war lagged as Americans began to tire of hearing about more combat deaths, just as had been the case in Iraq in the dark years of 2004-06. Despite his well-earned reputation as a lethal warrior, McChrystal in his official coin guidance promoted a counterinsurgency effort that the longest war 429 divided the political/military effort at an amazing 95/5. That is, McChrystal was attempting to win this dirty war in an unprecedented clean fashion, an approach that weighed down his subordinates with what they believed were incapacitating rules of engagement * registered related to this attempt at fighting a clean counterinsurgency. McChrystal also pledged to lower the civilian casualty count down to zero, a virtual impossibility given the grisly reality of this dirty war. 47 In a classified report that was leaked to the press in September, the incoming McChrystal recommended that an additional 30,000 to 40,000 more troops were needed to best ensure that this now decade-long war could in fact be won. And the idea was that it could be done by following the general outlines of the coin doctrine of expansive and patient campaigning that was believed to have been so effective in Iraq. Despite these recommendations from commanders in the field, the Obama White House was not predisposed to sign on to such an open-ended approach given what it increasingly believed was Afghanistan's shrinking political and strategic value. Perhaps most influentially, Vice President Joe Biden, who had long been skeptical about the rationale for sending more troops, contended that the effort should be increasingly confined to what could broadly be considered counterterrorism as part of a gradual drawdown of American forces * registered. In the end, President Obama appeared to split the difference between the maximalist coin options supported by McChrystal and the Joint Chiefs and Biden's reduced counterterrorism presence by sending additional surge troops but sharpening the withdrawal plan. Obama believed that pushing counterinsurgency in some areas and counterterrorism in others was a hybrid approach that would help ensure a positive outcome amid drastically reduced goals of what was possible in Afghanistan. In a televised address to the nation from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point on December 1, 2009, President Obama laid out the broad parameters of his decision to surge an additional 30,000 troops into Afghanistan to finish the critical mission of denying al-Qaeda a sanctuary before handing over security responsibilities to a more capable host government. Obama also announced that, despite the surge, American forces would begin a withdrawal after 18 months. Obama also used the speech to repudiate the increasingly popular critique in the American media that Afghanistan was turning into a replay of Vietnam. There are those who suggest that Afghanistan is another Vietnam. They argue that it cannot be stabilized, and we're better off cutting our losses and rapidly withdrawing. I believe this argument depends on a false reading of history. Unlike Vietnam, we are joined by a broad coalition of 43 nations that recognizes the legitimacy of our action. Unlike Vietnam, we are not facing a broad-based popular insurgency. And most importantly, unlike Vietnam, the American people were viciously attacked from Afghanistan, and remain a target for those same extremists who are plotting along its border. To abandon this area now and to rely only on efforts against al-Qaeda from a distance would significantly hamper our ability to keep the pressure on al-Qaeda, and create an unacceptable risk of additional attacks on our homeland and our allies *. Some critics blasted the new strategy for the apparent disconnect between doubling down on the war by sending thousands of more troops, but then immediately announcing an insanely near withdrawal date of summer 2011, which they contended would almost certainly encourage the Taliban and al-Qaeda to wait the Americans out. The Obama administration responded that the 2011 dateline was simply the beginning of a gradual pullout and that the actual level of troop reductions would be determined by the situation on the ground. Into 2010, most of the surge troops were sent to Afghanistan's southern provinces of Helmand and Kandahar. Involving 15,000 U.S., British, and Afghan troops, the launch of Operation Moshtarak marked the first salvo of this new strategy against the Taliban and by extension a new strategy of sizable military and civilian efforts in the southern provinces. 5 If the longest war 431. Bush administration's counterinsurgency efforts in Iraq several years earlier had been characterized by clear, hold, build. Then the Obama administration's vision was adjusted to read, clear, hold, build, and transfer. One of the first targets for both eliminating the enemy and implementing aggressive public works was Marja, a farming region in Helmand and one of the most productive centers of Taliban-controlled poppy cultivation in the world. According to the new counterinsurgency approach, U.S. Marines and Afghan forces would clear the area so that civilian and military advisor teams could oversee the installation of what in McChrystal's term was government in a box. At the outset, the results for what quickly became the biggest military operation since the Afghan War began in 2001 were far from encouraging. This was not good news for McChrystal given that he wanted the Marja mission to be a model of the campaigns that would ensue. It took weeks for the joint force to push the Taliban out of the area's key villages and compounds, and their zone of control, which centered on the Marja Bazaar, dwindled almost as soon as they had taken it. At one point during the fighting, a U.S. rocket launcher called HIMARS blew up a compound, killing 12 Afghan civilians. Initial reporting indicated that the usually accurate system had impacted roughly a quarter-mile short of its intended target. Subsequent American recovered evidence suggested that the compound hit was in fact Taliban-controlled but also had civilians in it. In any case, McChrystal suspended the use of HIMARS pending an investigation. He also ordered his staff to issue a statement apologizing for the killings. McChrystal explained his rationale in a way that could have applied to countless American experiences in dirty wars. To some, issuing an apology to Afghans for whom our soldiers were risking their own lives, often displaying extraordinary courageous restraint in the process, symbolized the inherent contradictions in much of the Afghanistan war. Afghans' resentment of mission-critical actions often mystified soldiers and those who sent them to combat. Such an attitude can strike the military as ungrateful. I recognized and respected those feelings and frustrations, but I also knew improving Afghan perceptions was critical to victory. Echoing Napoleon's lament during the Peninsular War in Spain 2 centuries earlier, McChrystal called Marja his bleeding ulcer. After a year, however, American commanders insisted the situation had improved dramatically, with one claiming that it was safer than Detroit. Observers attributed the improvement in security and local government to the sizable 432 force of 2,000 U.S. Marines supported by 700 ANA soldiers and 300 regular police officers. Perhaps most critical was a program copied from the Awakening Councils established in Anbar province in Iraq. Local leaders from Marja's locales raised teams of up to 50 militia fighters who were expected to repel the Taliban. The locals who organized these teams were paid $150 per man, plus a start-up fund of $1,500. While far from perfect, the councils had the invaluable advantage of being able to identify who was and was not a Taliban outsider. Ironically, the new 800-man force was already bigger than the local police force. Back in Kabul, Karzai administration officials expressed concern that such massive irregular forces might transition into illegal warlord groups. Petraeus enters the fray. You can only take so many killed and wounded before you say, this cannot continue. We didn't want to destroy Sangin, but there were places that we had to flatten. We had no choice. Lieutenant Colonel Jason Morris: we can offer them a way out, we can show them daylight, yeah, but if they don't take it, we'll put them in the fucking grave. British Army General Graham Lamb registered. In June 2010, General McChrystal offered his resignation to President Obama after unflattering remarks from McChrystal and his staff about Vice President Joe Biden and other prominent administration figures were published in Rolling Stone magazine. With McChrystal gone, Obama then named General Petraeus to replace the humiliated McChrystal as commander of NATO and American forces in Afghanistan. Attendant with the appointment was the expectation that Petraeus, and at this point his almost messianic promotion of all things counterinsurgency related, would be able to do for Afghanistan what he had done in Iraq. In the first months, he seemed poised to do so, assuming once again the double role of military commander and diplomatic advisor. The McChrystal affair achieved the effect of elevating the larger issue of whether the United States was winning the war in Afghanistan. Liberal Democrats in Congress, for one, threatened to delay further appropriation to the campaign. Referring to the change from McChrystal to Petraeus, Massachusetts Representative Jim McGovern offered, Same menu, different waiter. On the political right, Republican Congressman Ron Paul said, "The longest war 433. That McChrystal thing is just a symptom of what we won't face up to, which is to suggest that it is a totally failed policy. If we were on the verge of a great success, do you think we'd fire the general?" Responding to this apparently deteriorating situation, Defense Secretary Robert Gates pleaded for patience, telling the Senate Appropriations Committee, "This is not something where we do ourselves any favors by tearing ourselves up by the roots every week to see if we're growing." 5 degrees at the same time, U.S. military commanders in Afghanistan began to acknowledge publicly what many of them had long known, that the classical counterinsurgency approach of winning hearts and minds through civic works, foot patrols, and low-intensity combat was not working. Remarkably, very few Afghan villagers were even aware of the September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks and why this act drove the massive American campaign in their country. It is very hard to justify a foreign occupation if the local civilians do not understand the event that prompted the invasion. For the United States, the war in Afghanistan was justified by the September 11 attacks, while for local Afghans the Americans were strange, distant soldiers in body armor. The Taliban and its loose network of insurgents proved too dogged and too vicious, especially against civilian populations. Noted commentators such as the influential Vietnam veteran and combat journalist Bing West pushed the line that the U.S. commanders and politicians needed to realize that Afghanistan could only be won through hard counterinsurgency. There would be a time for hearts and minds later, but West contended that now the key was to punish these fanatical insurgents and eliminate their ability to intimidate and control the local populations. For West, the U.S. military's emphasis upon persuasion through empathy was illustrated by the U.S. High Command's embrace of the author Greg Mortenson and his widely read book, 3 Cups of Tea. A humanitarian who had funded hundreds of girls' schools in Afghanistan and Pakistan, Mortenson routinely briefed the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and senior commanders in Afghanistan. In West's view, the military's senior ranks were determined to see counterinsurgency as benevolent nation-building, an image that appealed to the mainstream press covering the conflict. "We didn't have a war-fighting doctrine for defeating the Taliban. Instead, we had a counterinsurgency doctrine for nation-building, much like the Peace Corps on a giant scale." Continuing his stinging critique, West contended that the new counterinsurgency dogma embodied in General Petraeus's heralded field manual perplexed soldiers because it confused roles by diminishing the military's 434. Core competence, violence. Risk avoidance, for one, had become the guiding light at the brigade level. So instead of embracing the degree imperial grunts who fought and killed in places such as the Korengal Valley and were the key to winning this dirty war in Afghanistan, the USPE promoted a kind of antiseptic and politically correct counterinsurgency degree. By the end of 2010, Petraeus's approach had begun to diverge sharply from the principles of the counterinsurgency field manual he helped to create for Iraq, in favor of a strategy journalist David Ignatius has described as talk and shoot. In short, Petraeus instructed his forces to batter the insurgents while quietly opening channels for them to seek accommodation within local and national governments. The strategy relied heavily on raids and bombings by special operations forces that targeted high-level Taliban leadership. Indeed, a report that Petraeus commissioned showed that 90% of effective operations during his command had come from 5% of the U.S. force strength. One notorious feature of this light footprint, heavy impact approach was the increased use of unmanned aerial vehicle strikes in Pakistan, a move that many analysts censured as illegal as well as deleterious to AU's Pakistan relationship, whose good terms were arguably central to mission success in Afghanistan. Petraeus also endorsed Karzai's diplomatic efforts to reach Taliban commanders for reconciliation talks, even helping to open back-channel networks to communicate with the Taliban and push them toward a political solution. By the end of 2010, the 4,000-strong Afghan army had become one of the country's most respected institutions. It was also far more capable of handling security issues on its own than it had been 2 years earlier. Afghan and coalition forces pushed the Taliban out of key areas of Kandahar province, including Kandahar city. These forces also expanded the security zone around Kabul and continued to interdict insurgents on the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. By 2011, Taliban insurgents faced a double threat in what appeared to be a far more effective Afghan security force, as well as widespread national government presence*. At the same time, though, the magic bullet of training Afghan forces so that they could eventually assume responsibility for their country's security remained mired in problems and controversy. Most glaring were the infamous green-on-blue attacks, the term used for Afghan security attacks on NATO troops. In 2012 alone, and despite 10 years and $33 billion to bolster Afghan security forces, more than 50 American and Allied soldiers were killed in this manner, registered for the longest war 435. During these violent years, U.S. Marines were achieving operational success through intense close-range firefights and the use of lethal weapons systems not normally associated with the population-centered counterinsurgency doctrine. As seen through the battlefield reporting of the Washington Post's Rajiv Chandrasekharan, here is the chilling account of one battle in October 2010 to offer a sense of what this hard-fisted approach looked like. For the Marines in 3/5's Kilo Company, their very first patrol led them into the horrors of Sangin. On the afternoon of October 14, 1st Platoon exited its new home, a Spartan outpost in a belt of farmland between the Helmand River and Route 611, the district's main north-south road. Walking single file, scanning the shoulder-high cornfields for signs of insurgents, the platoon set out for a nearby village. The Marines had not traveled more than 250 yards when the shooting started. First a few pops. Then a volley. And then a fusillade, not just from AK-47 rifles but the belt-fed machine guns as well. Pinned down among the corn, the platoon radioed for help. A reinforced machine gun squad from 2nd Platoon threw on its gear and left the outpost to set up a blocking position so the Marines from RST could withdraw. But as soon as the backup squad neared the scene, it was ambushed by dozens of insurgents. Within minutes the squad's leader was shot in the leg. The only place his comrades could take cover was an adobe compound to the southwest marked on their maps as Building 3. It was then that those Marines and soon the rest of Kilo Company would come to understand why Sangin had become the killing fields of the war in Afghanistan. As the squad rushed toward the compound, one of the machine gunners stepped on a homemade mine on the southern corner. He was blown into a nearby canal. On the north side of the building, a Marine seeking cover behind a wall was struck by a bomb planted in it. When the squad's medic rushed over to help him, he stepped on a pressure-triggered makeshift bomb. He lost both his legs, and the Marine he sought to save died before the medevac helicopters arrived. There were so many explosions, so close together, that others in the platoon assumed fellow Marines were firing mortar rounds at the Taliban. Only later would they understand that the sound was from their buddies stepping on mine after mine. By the time 1st Platoon and the response squad from 2nd Platoon made it back to their post, they discovered another challenge. They were desperate for more ammunition, but the Taliban had dammed up nearby irrigation canals, flooding the sole dirt road leading to the outpost and rendering it impassable to armored U.S. vehicles. The Marines were eventually forced to wade through the muck on foot, hoisting the ammunition on combat stretchers, under the cover of darkness degree. This sort of fighting continued in Sangin for the rest of the year. The Taliban attacks claimed the lives of 8 men from Kilo Company, with 24 wounded, some as double or triple amputees. Yet Kilo 436 Company continued to fight, sending out almost daily patrols. In short, their goal was to get in fights and kill as many insurgents as they could. One American officer, Lieutenant Colonel Jason Morris, lost 10 Marines within a week of their arrival in Sangin. Morris's conclusion was that the soft side of counterinsurgency that involved reaching out to tribal leaders and rebuilding roads simply did not apply, lamenting, "Sangin was a minefield, and you can't do coin in a minefield." He told his soldiers that if they were receiving machine gun fire they should respond with rockets. "We need to make a statement," he said. Degree 7. The Afghanistan-Pakistan border. In July of 2008 there were roughly 60 attacks against Afghan or coalition forces along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border. In early September 2008, U.S. Navy SEALs launched an assault from Afghanistan into the Pakistani agency of South Waziristan against Al-Qaeda and the insurgent Haqqani network. In late September, U.S. O-58 helicopters active near the border took small arms fire from a Pakistani military checkpoint. American cross-border operations infuriated Pakistani officials, including the Army's Chief of Staff, General Ashfaq Parvez-Kayani, who contended that the right to conduct operations against the militants inside our own territory is solely the responsibility of the armed forces. U.S. commanders were now realizing that no matter what counterinsurgency gains coalition forces might be making on the Afghan side, the sanctuaries in Pakistan made finishing the task difficult militarily and delicate diplomatically. As one U.S. military intelligence officer revealed, "We recognize the border. They do not." The tensions over cross-border incursions would only heighten with the dramatic increase in the use of unmanned aerial vehicles to strike insurgent positions in Pakistan. The incidence of reported strikes rose from 33 in 2008 to a peak of 118 in 2010, before tapering off to 70 in 2011, as a result of increased scrutiny and questions about the permissibility of deploying lethal force against another state's territory in international law. But drone strikes were small fry compared to the mission that brought the United States one of its most important victories in the war on the Pakistani side of the border. Back in August 2010, U.S. intelligence analysts reported to President Obama that they had located bin Laden's favorite courier, a man about the longest war 437. 30 years old, named Abu Ahmed al-Kuwaiti. According to journalist Nicholas Schmidl, the analysts observed that residents of the compound burned their trash, instead of putting it out for collection, and concluded that the compound lacked a phone or an internet connection. Kuwaiti and his brother came and went, but another man, living on the third floor, never left. When this third individual did venture outside, he stayed behind the compound's walls. Some analysts speculated that the third man was bin Laden, and the agency dubbed him the Pacer. 7 degrees. In late 2010, President Obama ordered the CIA and U.S. military to consider options for attacking the compound. 6 months later, Obama was viewing the real-time footage of the raid, which was being filmed by an unarmed RQ-170 drone hovering more than 15,000 feet above the Pakistani city. Up until this point, Obama's advisors had been divided over the best course of action. Defense Secretary Gates reminded his colleagues that when Eagle Claw, the star-crossed Delta Force operation in 1980 to rescue the U.S. hostages in Iran, was presented to the Carter White House, they said that was a pretty good idea too. 7 Gates and U.S. Marine General James Cartwright, the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs and one of Obama's favored officers, initially pushed the alternative of using B-2 bombers to take out the compound or employing a relatively untested aerial drone to shoot a small missile directly at bin Laden when he would be walking in the compound's courtyard. The problem with the bomb approach, though, was that it would have created giant craters and thus made it virtually impossible to acquire bin Laden's body, the proof necessary to provide that the raid had succeeded in killing its elusive target. In the case of the drone strike, there was fear that even if it succeeded in killing bin Laden, to prove to the world that the al-Qaeda leader had indeed been taken out would be difficult. In the end, though, Obama supported the helicopter-borne raid, an option replete with risks especially as it ensured the involvement of American troops on the ground for a hostile raid inside Pakistan without that government's approval. *. We got him. Go in there and get bin Laden, and if he isn't in there, get the hell out. Defense Secretary Leon Panetta. Just before midnight on the night of May 1, 2011, 2 specially modified stealthy MH-60 Black Hawk helicopters took off from Jalalabad airfield in eastern Afghanistan on a covert operation. Inside the blacked-out 438 Aircraft were 23 U.S. Navy SEALs from Red Squadron Team 6, a Pakistani-American Pashto interpreter, and a highly trained dog. A Belgian Malinois named Cairo. 74. The men in groups like SEAL Team 6, such as Delta Force, had for most of the last decade been routinely deploying to Iraq and Afghanistan for several months at a time. During these months, they would conduct missions almost every night. When deployed, the troops lived mostly sequestered from conventional troops, either at their own forward operating bases or on part of a conventional base that was sealed from the rest. These operatives were roughly 10 years older than regular soldiers, most were in their early 30s, veterans of several tours in regular SEAL teams, as opposed to their current status as Black Ops 75. Part of the reason for choosing the SEAL team was that it had successfully conducted around a dozen secret missions inside Pakistan. 7 degree. The helicopters flew fast and low, navigating the contours of the land with terrain following radar. Inside the helicopters, each of the SEALs was in full kit: desert camouflage, helmet, night vision goggles, gloves, and hard knee pads. They were armed with a variety of pistols and automatic rifles outfitted with silencers. 77. After approximately 15 minutes of flight, the helicopters crossed undetected into Pakistani airspace. For decades, Pakistan's military had maintained a state of high alert against its eastern neighbor, India. Because of this focus, Pakistan's principal air defenses are all pointing east, not west toward Afghanistan. On the Black Hawk's entry into Pakistan, 3 large Chinook helicopters lifted off from Jalalabad. One flew to a site right inside the border on the Afghan side. The other 2 proceeded to the staging area north of the small provincial city of Abbottabad via a different route. The SEAL team's destination was a compound in Abbottabad, a city located about 120 miles from the border with Afghanistan and north of Islamabad, Pakistan's capital. Abbottabad was also the site of Pakistan's premier military academy. The Abbottabad raid was the first serious effort to kill Crankshaft, the name that JSOC had given to bin Laden. The intricate plan was disrupted when one of the Black Hawks carrying the assault team hovering over the compound abruptly wheeled, clipping the compound's wall with its tail and suffering a hard but controlled crash. As journalist Mark Bowden, who had written a searing account of the tragic Mogadishu firefight in 1993, chronicled here in the first seconds of the mission, they had a Black Hawk Down 7 registered when the first helicopter crashed, the second Black Hawk diverted by. The longest wore 439. Landing in a field outside the compound, all of which added an element of improvisation to this unfolding operation. Yet the downed helicopter proved only a minor delay. Within seconds the SEALs poured out of both helicopters, both outside and inside the compound. Before the operation began, the SEALs created a checklist of code words using Native American terms. Geronimo was to signal that bin Laden had been located. The SEALs first killed the courier Kuwaiti and other individuals on the premise, including bin Laden's 23-year-old son, Khalid. The original plan called for half the SEALs to rope down through the balcony into the 3rd floor, which would have meant that bin Laden would have been encountered first, not after 15 minutes of approaching as was the case. The SEALs came up the stairs to the 3rd floor bedroom until one saw a tall, bearded man in a prayer cap and traditional flowing clothes. One of the SEALs entered the compound's 3rd floor bedroom room and fired his HK-416 carbine at bin Laden, striking the Al-Qaeda leader in the chest. Another SEAL then shot him in the left eye, reporting on his radio, "For God and country Geronimo, Geronimo, Geronimo. Geronimo EKIA." After hearing this in the White House Situation Room, Obama reportedly uttered to no one in particular, "We got him." Before the SEALs made a hasty departure for Afghan airspace after the 38 minutes spent on the ground with no American casualties despite the hard helicopter crash and bin Laden dead, they collected flash drives, CDs, DVDs, and other computer files from bin Laden's media studio. This immediate shift from direct action to intelligence gathering illustrated just how markedly JSOC's shooters had changed in the preceding 10 years. The intelligence obtained indicated that bin Laden continued to be far more involved in al-Qaeda's operational planning than most intelligence analysts had assumed. His organization had been planning assassination plots against President Obama and the American commander in Afghanistan, General Petraeus. One of the backup Chinooks arrived at the compound to ferry out the operators who were unable to use the ruined Black Hawk. A medic from the Chinook took swabs of blood from bin Laden's body and inserted needles to extract bone marrow for DNA testing. Before departing, SEALs set charges to destroy the damaged Black Hawk. The helicopters then flew north to Kala Dacca to rendezvous with the second Chinook and refuel the remaining Black Hawk. After 25 minutes, they flew to Jalalabad, all without eliciting a response from the Pakistani government. The helicopters landed. 440. In Jalalabad at 3 in the morning local time registered degree, the entire operation had taken less than 4 hours. Bin Laden's body was flown back into Afghanistan, and then over Pakistani airspace to the USS Carl Vinson, an aircraft carrier sailing in the Arabian Sea. At this point, bin Laden's body was washed, wrapped in a white burial shroud, and slipped inside a bag, fully in accordance with Islamic burial practices, according to U.S. officials. And then from a height of over 20 feet, the corpse was tossed into the waters below. America in Afghanistan. The Taliban are very happy that the foreigners pull out. When the Marines go, war will come back. Ali Mohammed Khan, village elder: what takes away from my time is getting all this gear out of here and shutting down the place. We all know that the war is ending. Marine Lieutenant Mike Breslin registered *. Osama bin Laden's death in Abbottabad in 2011 at the hands of U.S. Navy SEALs deprived the terrorist organization of its commander-in-chief. But any celebrating that ensued in the months following the daring raid on bin Laden was deflated by the sobering reality that the United States counterinsurgency campaign in Afghanistan was far from over. This was hammered home in the very early morning of March 11, 2012, when U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Robert Bales massacred 17 Afghan civilians. After burning 11 of the bodies, he returned to the base, where he was apprehended and subsequently charged and convicted under the U.S. Military Uniform Code of Military Justice. The killings echoed an earlier controversial attack in March 2007 in eastern Afghanistan, when Marines killed as many as 19 civilians after a suicide car bomb struck the Marines' convoy, wounding one of them. *3 In June 2010, the war in Afghanistan became the longest war in U.S. history. By this time, more than 3,000 U.S. soldiers and 10,000 Afghan troops had been killed. The Taliban may have lost as many as 20,000 combatants, according to some estimates. All told, it was a bloody and costly conflict. Like each of the dirty wars the United States has been involved in, Afghanistan was a new war. The dictates of the particular environment: a widely distributed population, mountainous terrain, a history of government corruption, low government influence in rural areas, and violent ethnic and tribal struggles for power made it the ideal setting for an insurgency, in many ways similar to previous theaters. The longest war 441. In Southeast Asia, Central America, and even the North American Piedmont almost 2.5 centuries earlier. But other factors made it a totally unfamiliar environment, where the best practices of previous counterinsurgencies did not necessarily apply. Because of their doggedness, endless poppy revenues, and effective safe haven in Pakistan, the Taliban mounted a much stronger and more resilient resistance than did the Sunni insurgency or Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Population-centered counterinsurgency efforts such as those that had helped gain the support of the Sunni awakening were ineffective in areas where the Taliban held military, economic and, in some cases, theological authority over rural populations. The ability of American and NATO forces to respond to these very different conditions often determined their success or failure. Obama's 2010 surge had a major positive impact on the course of the war, but only when deployed with an enemy-centered mandate that largely diverged from the counterinsurgency lessons of last year's war in Iraq. All this and more led President Barack Obama to turn Afghanistan into a light-footprint dirty war despite the initial consensus of his military advisors to keep the effort more maximalist than had been the approach theretofore. *4 Into his second administration, the president and the American public as well continued to believe that ramping down the dirty war in Afghanistan was preferable to the cost of sustained counterinsurgency and nation-building. Yet it remained far from clear exactly what would fill the void left by the departing forces. According to one 29-year-old Afghan police officer interviewed in Helmand in 2013, the Taliban are coming back here. Even their women and children are coming back to fight. They are coming to take over the whole country, and I will stay here to fight them until I die. Degree 5 After investing tens of billions of dollars recruiting and training the Afghan forces, Washington had gambled that these 350,000 could maintain order in the midst of the American withdrawal. No one was under the illusion that the future would be perfect. According to Colonel Austin Renforth, who commanded the 7th Marine Regiment Combat Team in southern Helmand Province, the focus of the American troop surge in 2009, we just want them to be a little better than the Taliban. Degree Such lowered expectations are the very nature of dirty wars. 3.3. The Fall of Muammar Gaddafi, 2011. On the morning of September 12, 2012, the world awoke to shocking news out of Libya. U.S. Ambassador Chris Stevens, head of the American consulate in the provincial coastal city of Benghazi, and 3 additional American citizens had been killed overnight in a coordinated attack staged by radical Islamic terrorists. The controversy surrounding the incident would continue for months, becoming a key issue of the 2012 presidential campaign and leading to depositions on Capitol Hill and accusations of intelligence failures and even a White House cover-up. The uncertainty surrounding the attack was fueled by confusion as to the timeline of the assault, the identity of the perpetrators, and the purpose of the American presence in Benghazi. Lost amid the furor over the Benghazi attack was the broader issue of America's deep involvement, beginning in 2011, with the bloody and highly controversial effort to overthrow the country's dictator of 40 years, Muammar Gaddafi. The harsh lessons of a decade of war in Iraq and Afghanistan helped shape a more hands-off and indirect American approach in Libya, one that relied in large part upon NATO allies to get the job done. In an interesting and telling turn of events, Washington found itself supporting and aiding an insurgency instead of fighting against one, as was the case in Afghanistan and, to a lesser extent, Iraq. While U.S. policy toward Libya showed a desire to escape the boots-on-the-ground approach that proved so inconclusive, costly, and polarizing in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Benghazi attacks demonstrated that even a more intentionally hands-off approach to a dirty war was nonetheless fraught with its own set of difficulties and dangers. An insurgency, in most cases, entails an often motley combination of many different actors and moving parts, and once it is unleashed, foreseeing eventual outcomes or controlling events to suit one's purposes can be difficult. This was especially true in Libya, where a spontaneous movement to overthrow a dictator arose in the aftermath of the ultimately successful protests against autocratic regimes in Tunisia and Egypt in 2011 in what came to be known as the Arab Spring. And, at least as far as Barack Obama's administration was concerned, the unfolding case of Libya provided more evidence that trying to aid an insurgency can be as confounding and challenging as attempting to wage an effective counterinsurgency. Gaddafi in power. Born in 1942, Muammar Gaddafi grew up just as Libya was beginning to escape from its colonial past. In an example of true historical symmetry, he was born outside the desert town of Sirte, the same place where, 70 years later, he would be dragged from a smoking convoy and shot by NATO-supported Libyan rebels. Gaddafi was raised as a Bedouin nomad until the age of 11, at which point he returned to Sirte to begin his formal education. His first political role model was Gamal Abdel Nasser, the inimitable Egyptian nationalist leader and vocal champion of Pan-Arabism who had seized power in 1952 and, in 1956, attempted to nationalize the Suez Canal. In Libya, Gaddafi began to develop strong feelings against the British-backed government of King Idris. While Libya had achieved nominal independence in 1951, the year that Idris came to power, in practice the country essentially remained a colonial protectorate. Given Gaddafi's strong traditional Bedouin upbringing, subsequent trips to London as part of his military training only exacerbated Gaddafi's antipathy toward the West. Upon his return to Libya, Gaddafi created his own clandestine revolutionary group and named them the Free Officers, in homage to the nationalist organization that had vaulted Nasser to power in neighboring Egypt. The underground movement began slowly, their activities limited to printing newspapers and holding meetings. In 1969, the Free Officers seized power in a bloodless coup while King Idris was out of the country. Once in power, Gaddafi moved quickly to assert his credentials as an unabashedly nationalist leader, demanding that the British and the Americans remove their military presence from the country. At the same time, he quadrupled Libya's oil revenues by forcing Western oil companies to accept concession terms more favorable to his regime. While these actions initially made Gaddafi a hero in the eyes of many ordinary Libyans, they would also signify the beginning of 42 years of authoritarian rule in Libya and foreshadow Gaddafi's deeply contentious relationship with the West. The 27-year-old colonel would rule Libya for the remainder of the 20th century, developing a reputation as an eccentric, unpredictable ruler. In 1969, however, nothing hinted at the clownish, ranting figure of later years. Gaddafi and the West. Over years and decades, Gaddafi used his prodigious oil revenues and political cunning to consolidate his iron grip on power. As with many dictators inebriated by their own power, he gradually came to view himself as the total embodiment of his country, with complete control over the Libyan resources and people. To hold on to power, he played Libya's many tribes against each other, systematically weakening all the country's institutions including the military to create a state apparatus that was completely reliant on him. Because of the economic clout generated by Libya's vast oil reserves, Gaddafi was able to sustain an extensive patronage system throughout the country that further solidified his autonomy. Calling himself brother leader and guide of the revolution, Gaddafi codified his idea of a perfect society into a governing philosophy named Jamahiriya, which he translated as the state of the masses. The Libyan autocrat published his political theories in a work known as the Green Book, which covered topics ranging from property rights to gender discrimination. Convinced of his system's innate brilliance, Gaddafi took advantage of every chance to leave his footprint etched on the Libyan nation. He unveiled a new flag and renamed the country the Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya. The arrival of Fidel Castro in 1977, invited by Gaddafi to speak before the Libyan General People's Congress, touched off street celebrations and military parades. Despite the fanfare and idealistic rhetoric surrounding the Jamahiriya, Libya never amounted to more than Gaddafi's personal fiefdom and soon settled into a pattern of political repression and harsh authoritarian rule. Student protests were crushed by force, military officers were purged, and public hangings became commonplace. To further increase his stranglehold on the country, Gaddafi organized a cadre of revolutionary supporters into the Revolutionary Committees movement, a paramilitary group that quashed dissent and spread fear throughout the country. At the same time he was moving to dominate the Libyan political landscape, Gaddafi was also making waves abroad, especially for his aggressively outspoken anti-Western stance. He quickly took up the Palestinian cause, allowing Libyan soil to become a meeting point and a refuge for terrorists like the Palestinian Abu Nidal. Gaddafi was an alleged supporter of Black September, the group that abducted and killed 11 Israeli athletes at the 1972 Munich Olympics, an attack that the Libyan ruler praised publicly. Registered farther afield, Gaddafi assisted Nicaragua's Sandinista government in the 1980s and supported the Ugandan dictator Idi Amin, even sending 2,500 Libyan troops to help Amin in his war against Tanzania in 1978. Gaddafi's long, complicated, and antagonistic relationship with Great Britain included support for the Irish Republican Army. The list of subversive organizations promoted by Gaddafi continues: Basque separatist movements, the Moro National Liberation Front in the Philippines, and the Italian and Japanese Red Brigades, to name a few. In the 1970s, Gaddafi's support for various revolutionary groups was mostly limited to rhetoric and financial support. Over time, however, the dictator took on a much more active role in planning attacks against Europe and the United States. In an ominous foreshadowing of the death of Ambassador Stevens, the American embassy in Tripoli was ransacked by Libyan protesters in 1979 in what the ambassador at the time, William Eagleton, described as a planned military event, not a spontaneous student action, similar to the Iranian takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran that same year. The relationship between Libya and the West would continue to deteriorate from there, reaching its lowest point in the 1980s. Mad Dog of the Middle East. For the Reagan administration in the tense period of the 1980s Cold War, it was bad enough that Gaddafi had his hands in conflicts across Africa and around the world. Even worse, Washington feared that Libya, which had purchased much of its military hardware from the Soviet Union, would grow closer to Moscow. Although American fears of a Libyan-Soviet alliance were probably exaggerated, Reagan was convinced that was little more than a Soviet puppet who should be eliminated. From the very beginning of his presidency, Reagan earmarked Gaddafi's regime as a danger to the world community. The United States severed diplomatic ties with the country and the bilateral relationship continued to deteriorate. The fall of Muammar Gaddafi 447. This only encouraged Gaddafi to further step up his involvement with anti-Western causes, and he was blamed for a variety of terrorist attacks over the next few years, including the hijacking of an Egyptian airliner in 1985 that killed 59 people. By 1986, Reagan was calling for Gaddafi to be treated as a pariah in the world community. On April 5, 1986, the bombing of a Berlin nightclub killed 2 American servicemen and injured 79 others. Suspicion fell on Libya, especially after the U.S. intercepted a number of radio messages between Tripoli and the Libyan embassy in Berlin that seemed to implicate Gaddafi. Reagan responded with lethal force, sending Air Force bombers based in Britain to strike targets in Tripoli and Benghazi, allegedly killing Gaddafi's infant daughter, Hannah, and almost killing the Libyan leader himself. For the colonel, however, exacted his revenge 2 years later in the skies over Lockerbie, Scotland. In 1988, a bomb was smuggled onto a Pan Am jet bound for New York. The plane had taken off from London carrying mostly Americans, and made it as far as Lockerbie before exploding in mid-air. All 259 passengers were killed, along with 11 people on the ground. The investigation of the crash would lead to 2 Libyan agents, who in 1991 were charged with conducting the attack. Gaddafi laughed off the allegations and refused to extradite the suspects. The incident further isolated Gaddafi, and in the eyes of the world Libya was now firmly identified as a pariah state. Adding to Libya's seclusion were the first reports, published in 1987, accusing Libya of pursuing weapons of mass destruction. Gaddafi's actions during the 1980s would prompt Reagan to name him the Mad Dog of the Middle East. Degree. Gaddafi gives up the bomb. While Gaddafi was provoking revolution and violence abroad, he increasingly faced opposition and resentment at home. The Libyan economy, overly reliant on oil exports and damaged by Western sanctions, struggled to fund the country's military expenditures and Gaddafi's lavish patronage system. Internal dissent was also on the rise, and the already paranoid Gaddafi turned even more autocratic and repressive. Show trials, torture, and public executions were a permanent part of Libyan life. The hanging of Sadiq Hamed Shwedi in 1984 is a good example of both Gaddafi's brutality and his attempts to strike fear into the Libyan people. Shwedi, charged with terrorism, admitted to joining the Stray Dogs and was forced to kneel and confess his crimes on 448. National television. He was executed in a basketball stadium, surrounded by hundreds of school children forced to watch his body swing from the gallows. 7 Such repression worsened after 1991, and many observers believed that Gaddafi would lose his grip on power as a result of his domestic troubles. In fact, Gaddafi survived numerous assassinations and at least 8 coup attempts. The colonel held on, but was forced to become more pragmatic in the process. In 1999, Gaddafi finally agreed to hand over the 2 Libyan suspects in the Lockerbie bombing. They were eventually tried in the Netherlands. Only one, Abdel Basset al-Megrahi, was convicted. Gaddafi's reconciliation with the West continued when, in the aftermath of the trial, he pledged to withdraw his support for terrorist groups registered in 2003. Gaddafi, spooked by the U.S. ouster of Saddam Hussein, admitted the extent of Libya's nuclear weapons program and, in return for an end to sanctions, opened the country to inspectors. While the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan seized global attention, beginning in 2003 it appeared that Libya was at last on the path to normalcy. However, the bad blood between Gaddafi and the West would be difficult to overcome. For the next 8 years, the West veered between accepting him back into the world community and holding him at bay, fearing that the new Gaddafi might really be the old Gaddafi. Revolution. The sequence of events that led to the death of Gaddafi began in Tunisia on December 17, 2010. On that day, a young and unemployed Tunisian named Mohamed Bouazizi staged a public self-immolation after police shut down his unlicensed business. Bouazizi would die of his injuries 17 days later, but by then the Arab world was aflame with revolution. In what became known as the Arab Spring, public anger and dissatisfaction swept across North Africa and the Middle East, toppling rulers one by one. Tunisia's president was removed from office in January 2011. A month later, the 30-year rule of Egypt's Hosni Mubarak ended after violent protests and demonstrations. Gaddafi was next in line. The Libyan population had long suffered under his oppressive regime, and, inspired by events elsewhere in North Africa, finally saw their chance to fight back. Gaddafi took several small steps to prevent a Libyan uprising, lowering food prices in January 2011 and promising better living conditions for his citizens. It was not nearly enough. The Arab Spring had unleashed buried sentiments in Libya that had been building for decades. Beginning. The fall of Muammar Gaddafi 449. In the first week of February 2011, almost every major city in Libya saw spontaneous protests and marches, initially sparked by people calling for the release of an imprisoned Libyan human rights lawyer. Unemployment, economic hardship, corruption, and repression fueled the uprising, which involved hundreds of thousands of people and soon grew too large for Gaddafi to contain. His initial response to the revolt was tepid and unorganized. At the same time he was releasing a small number of political prisoners to appease the protesters. He was also sending hired mercenaries from West Africa to contain the crowds. The mercenaries, who even included Chinese and Bangladeshi members, inspired even more anger by, in one episode, firing on unarmed protesters in the early days of the uprising. The revolution continued to snowball, fostered by a feature that influenced many of the Arab Spring uprisings, the Internet. Social media sites like Twitter and Facebook allowed Libyans to voice their grievances, which soon moved from small complaints to calls for the overthrow of Gaddafi himself. The colonel, who may have underestimated the force of change sweeping across his country, snapped into action and initiated a severe crackdown. The use of violence by Gaddafi's troops was so brutal that it seemed clear the intent was not to merely get the protesters off the streets but to terrify them into submission. Early on, a helicopter was used to fire on unarmed civilians. Gaddafi, it seemed, was hell-bent on avoiding the fate that had befallen President Ben Ali in Tunisia and President Mubarak in Egypt. The Western response. The speed and tenacity of the Arab Spring uprisings caught many observers off guard, and Western governments, while applauding the seemingly democratic transition taking place, were unsure how to react. The situation in Libya differed from the uprisings in Tunisia and Egypt, where leaders were swept from power in rapid fashion. Instead, it was clear that Gaddafi aimed to hold on to power at all costs and that a lengthy conflict might ensue. At the same time, given Gaddafi's difficult history with Europe and Washington, the revolution represented a golden opportunity to remove, once and for all, a longtime enemy of the West. It became increasingly clear that Gaddafi would not go down without a fight. The colonel promised to hunt down the rebels house by house, inch by inch, alleyway by alleyway. Asterisk. Gaddafi's son, Saif, was even more assertive, warning of rivers of blood and proclaiming, "We will fight too." 450 Part 4. Post-Cold War, 1990s-2000s. The Last Man and Woman and Bullet. We will not lose Libya. We will live in Libya and die in Libya. Asterisk plus the lines of battle were being drawn, the Gaddafi family and its supporters, including the military, stood resolutely on one side. On the other side, the revolutionaries dug themselves in and prepared to take on the regime. The rebels, although widespread, consolidated their forces around the port city of Benghazi, Libya's second largest city. One reason for Gaddafi's savage response to the revolt was his unwillingness to believe that the Western powers would intervene in Libya, with Western troops bogged down in Afghanistan, and with the bitter experience of Iraq not far from the surface. The colonel assumed that Western governments were in no position to launch an assault against his regime. Asterisk while extensive military commitments in other parts of the globe undoubtedly complicated the decision to intervene in Libya, ultimately foreign powers would respond and aid the rebels against Gaddafi. The first steps taken by Western governments were relatively simple. By the end of February, the United States had frozen the assets of Gaddafi, his family, and the Libyan government. A host of European governments followed suit. Additionally, the UN Security Council imposed an arms embargo on Libya and banned international travel by Gaddafi and his officials. The crisis in Libya was also brought to the attention of the International Criminal Court, which prepared to prosecute Gaddafi's ruthless crackdown. After these initial steps failed to halt Gaddafi's forces, however, the situation grew murkier for the Obama administration. By March 2011, the rebels had been putting up a stern fight, but Gaddafi's advantages in weapons and equipment were beginning to bear fruit. Gaddafi's forces surrounded Misrata, a western coastal city originally captured by the rebels on February 24. Constant artillery fire rained down on the revolutionaries, who dug into the rubble of Libya's third-largest city and struggled to hold on. Farther east, Gaddafi's troops approached the rebel capital of Benghazi and threatened to place it under siege as well. Gaddafi had the upper hand and was bearing down swiftly on the rebel positions. For Washington and Europe, it was decision time. On March 15, Obama and his key advisors assembled in the White House Situation Room to hear a National Security Council briefing on the situation in Libya. The consensus among the intelligence community was that Gaddafi would attack Benghazi within a matter of days, where they expected him to be at his most brutal. Gaddafi himself did nothing to dispute this notion by this point, he had taken to referring to his enemies as rats and vermin. 7 At the time of the meeting, there had already been the fall of Muammar Gaddafi 451. Several weeks of discussion among European and American officials concerning the way forward in Libya. European calls for a no-fly zone were spearheaded by French President Nicolas Sarkozy of France and British Prime Minister David Cameron, both of whom were in favor of sending in NATO planes to protect the rebels from Gaddafi's airstrikes. 7 Registered among the higher levels of the US government, the question was whether a Libyan no-fly zone would have any impact on the ground. While Gaddafi did rely on helicopters to support his ground operations, he was estimated to have fewer than 40 operational military aircraft. A skeptical Admiral Michael Mullen, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, advised Barack Obama that the no-fly zone would not work. This notion that we're going to put some planes in the air to fly over a massacre just doesn't make a lot of sense. We could feel really good about ourselves, on the right side of history, and the people would still get killed. 3 degrees. The doubts surrounding the no-fly zone caused a great deal of disagreement in Obama's cabinet. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates, for one, opposed military intervention, while others, led by Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, supported it. Beyond the administration, Sarkozy, Cameron, and even the Arab League also voiced their support for a no-fly zone. In the end, it was the imminent threat to Libyan civilians that convinced Obama to throw his support behind a limited Western intervention in Libya. Thus, the mission to defeat Gaddafi initially had humanitarian overtones that echoed NATO's involvement in the Balkans in the 1990s. At the same time, Obama was adamant that we will not, I repeat, we will not deploy any U.S. troops on the ground. 2 days after Obama's March 15 decision to back a no-fly zone, the United Nations passed Security Council Resolution 1973. 5 countries, Brazil, India, Russia, China, and, most interestingly, Germany, abstained from the vote. The resolution gave the coalition what amounted to a free hand in Libya, granting it permission to use all necessary measures to protect civilians. *+ On March 19, Operation Odyssey Dawn began in earnest. 120 Tomahawk missiles, fired from several American warships and 1 British submarine, screeched across the desert sky, striking Gaddafi's command centers and air defense systems. In the following days, American cruise missiles and warplanes turned against Gaddafi's ground forces. The Libyan army was rapidly driven back from Benghazi, giving the rebels a stronghold and safe haven from which to operate for the rest of the war. The U.S. military took a leading role in the early days of Operation Odyssey Dawn but had planned all along to gradually take a backseat to 452. The French and the British forces. By the end of March, control of air operations had officially passed from the United States to NATO in what was now referred to as Operation Unified Protection. Contrary to its normal position as the preponderant military power whenever it was involved in this sort of dirty war, America now let other nations take the lead, and missions against Gaddafi were flown almost entirely by non-US coalition aircraft, led mainly by the French and British. As Obama had promised, the United States would limit contribution to unique capabilities at the front end of the mission to protect Libyan civilians. Many observers expected Gaddafi's regime to collapse soon after the introduction of NATO air power, but the colonel proved to be more resilient than anyone had predicted. The rebels were secure in their capital of Benghazi and had a foothold in the western mountain ranges, but they were still struggling to hold Misrata and found it difficult to make headway elsewhere in the rest of the country. By this point, several factors were contributing to complicate NATO's mission in Libya. The tenuous coalition, which was spearheaded by NATO but also included some additional participants, had some countries taking on far more of the conflict's military burden than others. Within NATO, there was a great deal of variance in the commitment to the intervention. France and Britain, for example, were firmly in favor, while Italy and Germany, among others, voiced their opposition. Even more problematic, Western leaders seemed unsure of their exact military and political roles and goals in the conflict. Prior to intervention, Obama and several European leaders had called for the ouster of Gaddafi. However, in practice, the no-fly zone was geared toward protecting civilians rather than regime change. This disconnect hampered the war effort, extending the civil war and allowing the conflict to grind into a bloody deadlock. Other factors also contributed to the impasse. Gaddafi's forces were beginning to disguise themselves as civilians in order to mitigate the effectiveness of coalition airstrikes. At the same time, the disorganized and ragtag rebels were unable to take advantage of openings on the battlefield, resulting in a general stalemate across the country. While the intervention had saved the rebel forces, Gaddafi's resolve remained strong and the conflict devolved into a brutal war of attrition. The hunt for Gaddafi. While the Obama administration was very publicly taking a backseat to NATO, the extent of American involvement in Libya behind the scenes. The fall of Muammar Gaddafi 453 was deeper than many people realized. As early as March 30, reports were already beginning to emerge of an active CIA role in the conflict. 3 CIA operatives, along with their British counterparts in MI6, were charged with directing airstrikes and identifying targets. More important, they were also responsible for making contact with the rebel forces to fill in gaps in understanding who their leaders are and the allegiances of the groups opposed to Colonel Gaddafi. 3. Obama also gave the CIA permission to arm the Libyan rebels, a dangerous and bold proposition given the possibility that the weapons might fall into the wrong hands. In late April, U.S. Predator drones began appearing in the Libyan skies, another sign that Washington was expanding the scope of operations in the country. By the summer of 2011, America and NATO had clearly switched their mission from protecting civilians to hunting Gaddafi. With drones, airstrikes, and covert operations, U.S. forces were essentially engaging in a high-tech manhunt in a manner that echoed the pursuits of Mexico's Pancho Villa and Nicaragua's Sandino a century earlier. The difference in this case, of course, was that instead of hunting a guerrilla leader, the Americans were aiding an insurgency to remove a head of state. The CIA increased its efforts to both equip and train the insurgents. Other coalition partners provided similar support, including Britain, France, and Qatar. The training, in particular, had a big effect. The rebel strikes became better coordinated, both tactically and across the country. The tide was slowly beginning to turn against Gaddafi. By May, Misrata, which had suffered through savage house-to-house fighting for months, was solidly in rebel hands. As the summer wore on, the situation grew even more dire for Gaddafi. The insurgent forces holed up in the western Nafusa Mountains went on the offensive, effectively opening a new front and stretching Gaddafi's forces to the limit. From Benghazi, the battle-hardened revolutionaries pushed steadily westward toward Tripoli, liberating one city at a time. The National Transitional Council, created by former members of the regime in the early days of the war, asserted itself as an interim ruling body that the revolution could coalesce around. The NTC allowed the rebels to present a united front, especially important given U.S. concerns over the endgame in Libya. As the rebel successes piled up, time grew short for the ruler once known as the brother leader. Observers feared that the colonel would fight for Tripoli at all costs and predicted a bloody siege of the capital that might last for months. There was much surprise, then, when on August 21 the rebel forces faced only 454. Part 4. Post-Cold War, 1990s-2000s. Token resistance when they entered Tripoli. The NIC moved quickly to consolidate their victory, and celebrations erupted throughout the country. The colonel's 42-year reign was finally at an end. Over the decades, Gaddafi had built a vast array of tributes and monuments to his reign. These were now quickly removed by the revolutionaries, who tore down statues, replaced flags, and defiled portraits of Libya's former ruler. The war, it seemed, was over, but where was Gaddafi? While the rebels took on the difficult task of governing and rebuilding their country, the hunt for Gaddafi continued. For 2 months, it appeared that the colonel had vanished into the desert. On October 21, 2011, the mystery of Gaddafi's whereabouts was finally solved. NTC fighters cornered a convoy of several dozen vehicles just outside the town of Sirte, transporting Gaddafi and approximately 100 of his remaining bodyguards. A U.S. Predator drone flying overhead fired a missile into the doomed convoy, destroying most of the vehicles and decimating Gaddafi's troops. Struggling out of his burning vehicle, Gaddafi staggered toward a nearby drainage pipe dug into the side of the road. The group of rebels, surprised to stumble upon Gaddafi in such a fashion, dragged him out of his hiding spot and threw him onto the dirt. Gaddafi appeared confused, repeatedly asking, "Why are you doing this to me?" As the men hurled insults at the former president, the chaotic scene was interrupted by a gunshot. Despite calls to keep Gaddafi alive, an impassioned revolutionary had fired a single, fatal shot into the left side of Gaddafi's skull. Muammar Gaddafi, brother leader and the mad dog of the Middle East, had finally met his fate in the desert sands outside his hometown of Sirte, Libya. 5. Leading from behind. Up until this point, the decision to intervene in Libya appeared to be sound. Without risking American boots on the ground, the United States, with the support of NATO members, had successfully partnered with an insurgency to overthrow a dictator who, because of his involvement with terrorist organizations, had long been a thorn in the side of the Western powers. It seemed a far cry from the huge cost in blood and money spent in Iraq and Afghanistan, and appeared to be a point in favor of light footprint interventions. It may have taken months to finally catch Gaddafi, but that was the price to pay for keeping American troops out of harm's way in Libya and avoiding another land war in the Middle East. In the short term, at least, the American intervention in Libya appeared to be a success story. The fall of Muammar Gaddafi 455. The worst, however, was yet to come for the Americans. On the morning of September 12, 2012, gunfire erupted outside the U.S. consulate in Benghazi. Initial reports from the scene were inconsistent and contradictory. The media at first latched onto the idea that the attack was a demonstration that had gotten out of hand. As more details emerged, a much darker picture began to materialize. The assault had been planned and coordinated by radical Islamic terrorists, who used mortars, machine guns, and assault rifles to storm the compound. The attack killed Ambassador Chris Stevens and 3 other American citizens, sending shockwaves throughout the Obama administration. What had seemed like such a success story just days earlier now appeared to be another example of the United States engaging in an unnecessarily dangerous dirty war abroad. The fallout from the attack was extensive. It became the dominant foreign policy issue of the 2012 presidential election, and the Obama administration suddenly found itself under fire from all sides. The State Department was accused of neglecting diplomatic security, while others pointed to the confusion surrounding the attack as evidence of a government cover-up. Depositions and congressional testimony would continue for months, most dramatically when Secretary of State Hillary Clinton appeared before Congress in January 2013 to defend the administration's actions in the aftermath of the tragedy. While Obama's decision to intervene in Libya may have caused problems at home, it also raised a host of issues abroad. For one, it opened the lid on the growing problem of Al-Qaeda in North Africa. On January 16, 2013, militants stormed an Algerian oil refinery and engaged in a 4-day standoff with security forces. In the course of the operation, 69 people were killed, at least 39 of them hostages. 7 of the dead were American citizens. Most troubling, reports emerged that the terrorists had obtained their arms from Libya. Even more alarming, several of the Egyptian militants involved in the attack were subsequently linked to the assault that killed Ambassador Stevens. The spillover from Libya was not limited to Algeria. In that same month, over 2,000 French troops arrived in Mali to combat the Al-Qaeda safe haven that had surfaced in the lawless north of the country. Taken together, these unintended consequences of the Libyan intervention tempered the initial idea that Libya was an unmitigated success story for the West. As far as insurgencies go, the American campaign in Libya raises several key issues. The decision to intervene in Libya was not a rash one, and for the most part Washington kept itself at arm's distance from the conflict. 456. On the ground. Despite this, America got sucked into the messy aftermath of the Libyan civil war, and many of the region's problems with regard to terrorism still remain. For America, the experience in Libya followed an unusual script. Instead of engaging in counterinsurgency, the United States found itself aiding an insurgency against a head of state. While it is common to view America as a perpetual counterinsurgent, the fact is that the United States is not exempt from engaging in warfare on the insurgent side when the situation calls for it. The rise of drones, in particular, gave America the option of intervening with the bare minimum of military commitment. At the same time, lowering the risks associated with military intervention might also have lowered the parameters of what makes it acceptable for America to become involved in foreign conflicts. The indirect approach to Libya contrasted significantly with the full-scale campaigns of Iraq and Afghanistan, but each case represented the enormous difficulty in foreseeing the eventual long-term aftermath of military action even if launched with humanitarian considerations in mind. Like many of the dirty wars recounted in this book, the outcome in Libya was ambiguous and unclear. 34. Intermezzo. JSOC raids and drone strikes. In Iraq, when we first started, the question was, where is the enemy? That was the intelligence question. As we got smarter, we started to ask, who is the enemy? And we thought we were pretty clever. And then we realized that wasn't the right question, and we asked, what's the enemy trying to do? And it wasn't until we got further along that we said, why are they the enemy? General Stanley McChrystal, interviewed in 2013. On the morning of November 4, 1979, enraged Iranian student protesters began scaling the brick walls of the U.S. Embassy compound on Takhti Jamshid Avenue in Tehran. Iranian security officials positioned to protect the compound did nothing to block the entering mob. The protesters thus seized the embassy and held hostage more than 50 Americans. The radical university students, including the future President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, were motivated by a desire to strike a blow against the Great Satan, but also to help push aside the secular moderate elements who were competing for power since the pro-American Shah of Shahs, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, had been ousted earlier in the year. As the blindfolded Americans were led out of the Chancery building, a jubilant crowd shouted, "God is great!" and "Death to America!" Over the next several months, American diplomats failed to secure the release of their compatriots, who would not be freed until January 20, 1981, 444 days after their capture and the day that President Jimmy Carter left office and Ronald Reagan was inaugurated. At the same time as the seemingly fruitless talks continued, American military planners hatched 457. 458. A rescue mission codenamed Eagle Claw that would use the newly created Elite Counterterrorism Unit, the RST Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, or simply Delta Force. Intense training and planning ensued in the United States, Egypt, and Oman to get the mission ready for action. President Carter approved the operation in the spring of 1980. On April 24, 1980, U.S. helicopters left the deck of an aircraft carrier headed to a spot outside Tehran, coined Desert One, where fixed-wing aircraft would refuel them before they proceeded to a hiding spot near the city. According to the plan, the following night Delta Force would emerge from the secret location, storm the embassy, free the hostages, and then meet up in a nearby soccer stadium where they would be picked up by the helicopters and flown to an airport that was supposed to have been seized by U.S. Army Rangers. And then onward, out of the country to freedom. Remarkably, the Delta Force team borrowed helicopters from the Navy used for minesweeping, not covert missions, and the Marine pilots were unused to this special kind of stealthy flying. Due to mechanical failures caused by sandstorms, U.S. operators aborted the mission. And then during the still quiet departure, one helicopter crashed into a 4-engine C-130 on the group and both exploded, killing 8 American soldiers, 5 airmen and 3 Marines. The crash immediately ended any hope of keeping the aborted hostage rescue secret. The rescue had failed miserably. And with the Desert One debacle went Carter's presidency and any realistic hopes for rapprochement with Iran. The Iran hostage rescue disaster shook the U.S. military to its core and prompted the creation of the Joint Special Operations Command based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. The ensuing blame focused on the hapless efforts to borrow from the respective service branches unaccustomed to working together. Amazingly, though, the result of one of America's most humiliating military disasters was not to kill Special Ops but to expand it. JSOC was formed to integrate elite units from every branch into a lean and mean outfit, equipped with vehicles and weapons suited for this highly specialized special warfare. The Union brought together the Army's Delta Force, the Air Force's 24th Special Tactics Squadron, and the Navy's Special Warfare Development Group, popularly known as SEAL Team 6, as well as elements of the Army's 75th Ranger Regiment. And because the Eagle Claw mission failed in large part because of air travel failures, the Night Stalkers, the R6th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, was established using the military's most capable helicopter pilots to fly specially designed Intermezzo, JSOC raids and drone strikes. 459 choppers for special missions. Over the next few decades, JSOC doubled in size to nearly 4,000 men and to its supporters became the country's most celebrated military and intelligence unit, becoming sort of an army within an army. JSOC's reach was global as it operated in secret in scores of countries. It was also relatively free of strict bureaucratic oversight from Washington. By the end of the first decade of the 21st century, JSOC had become highly operational, maintaining a frenetic pace of operations, mostly related to the Iraq and Afghanistan campaigns. Eventual JSOC Commander Admiral William McRaven and his men carried out more special operations missions than any such unit in American history. In McRaven's calculation, by the time of the Osama bin Laden raid in 2011 he had been personally involved in thousands of black raids, commanding them remotely or actively. And when it came to the Osama bin Laden raid, one that bore a chilling similarity to the failed Eagle Claw over 3 decades earlier, McRaven's men had already been hitting similar compounds for a year, at times multiple targets in a single night. For the American commander, this one was unremarkable. The layout and location of the compound clearly indicated to him the right way to assault a small helicopter-borne force. Degree: JSOC spear tip in Iraq. What had been impressive but rudimentary was now a relentless counter-terrorist machine. Stanley McChrystal. In the years following the relatively quick and successful overthrow of Saddam Hussein's regime in 2003, Iraq spiraled out of control. A good deal of this horrific violence, much of which was directed at the United States and its allied forces, was driven by Sunni extremist groups, including a new element of al-Qaeda led by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. His group, Al-Qaeda in Iraq, unleashed a campaign of roadside bombs and suicide attacks intended to kill American soldiers but also Iraqi civilians, all to foment civil war and weaken the American public's appetite for continuing this dirty war in Iraq. In General McChrystal's estimation, al-Zarqawi had gone from an important but stock jihadist operative slipping through our fingers to the most feared, active, deadly, and controversial al-Qaeda leader. Registered ultimately, these mass killings alienated the Sunni majority. 460. That should have been the insurgency's natural constituency, marking a turning point in the war in favor of the American-backed forces. During these seemingly dire years for the American-supported counterinsurgency and reconstruction effort in Iraq, JSOC, under the command of General Stanley McChrystal, incessantly battered insurgent al-Qaeda cells with unprecedented ferocity, innovation, and effectiveness. JSOC operatives located Saddam Hussein hiding in a spider hole in the final months in 2003. In June 2006, aerially dropped smart bombs, guided onto the target by lasers from on-the-ground JSOC operators, killed al-Zarqawi himself. Impressed observers quickly concluded that McChrystal's successes were among the most significant military achievements of modern times. The American commander called the efforts collaborative operations, meaning that special operators teams of elite fighters from every service branch operationalized enormous amounts of data through new computational ability. In one description, in the past, after a successful night raid where a member of an insurgent cell was killed or arrested, by morning, or even within a few hours, every critical member of that group would know about it and would have taken evasive action. Information spread quickly. Cell phones would be ditched, computer disks destroyed, bomb-making facilities moved, the bad guys would scatter. But if you could get inside that response time, if you could beat their information cycle and learn enough from the first raid through either interrogation or, say, scrutinizing a seized cell phone or hard drive, you might be able to launch a new raid or even multiple raids before word of the first one had gotten out. Back at the command centers, data-competent U.S. military operators would exploit the evidence, instantly turning information gathered in raids into broader intelligence networks. Over time, However, the Special Operations Forces themselves were carrying out this process, which allowed them to more effectively turn intelligence into lethal operations. Now evidence recovered in one raid could lead to multiple raids on the very same night. The net effect of this ferocious pace was that JSOC was dismantling insurgent networks before these groups knew what hit them. Writing in his memoir published in 2013, Stanley McChrystal vividly described the atypical characteristics of operators conducting the raids and how Iraqis tended to view them entirely differently, though were being as sensitive as anyone could be when searching someone else's house. Poise came naturally to them. They were older, in their 30s and 40s, and they were seasoned. They did not need to smash things to prove their manhood or to feel powerful. Most were fathers, and that night, as on Intermezzo, JSOC raids and drone strikes 461. The hundreds of raids each went on during the war, they couldn't help but see their own children in the young Iraqis who hid behind their parents' legs. But the operators' care mattered little to the Iraqis, who never ceased glowering. We were big men, made bigger with body armor. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and our searching their home was as humiliating to them as if we had stripped their bodies. They had no way of knowing that we too were fathers. Without language, there was no chance even to attempt human connection. I knew we needed to do these raids, but I also knew these searches on top of the electricity and backed up sewage and the lack of jobs in a chaotic, post-Saddam Iraq were producing fury, understandably directed at us *degree. On one night in September 2007 in western Iraq, a JSOC unit was carrying out one of its routine raids on suspected Al-Qaeda insurgents, in this case hoping to nab a regional commander who called himself Muthanna. During the raid the operatives discovered a virtual Rolodex of names and numbers that referenced computer files containing photos, travel documents, expense reports, and other key documents for roughly 500 current Al-Qaeda recruits. The Sinjar operation revealed that Muthanna was indeed responsible for coordinating the movement of foreign Al-Qaeda insurgents and suicide bombers across the close border with Syria and through the JSOC model. The recovery of this intelligence became the raw material for the ensuing decapitation of al-Zarqawi's network that was destroying Iraq and by extension the American pacification campaign. Indeed, in the year following the Sinjar raid, virtually the entire leadership of the Syrian-based support network for al-Qaeda in Iraq had been destroyed. A single raid inside Syria near the border city of Abu Kamal in October 2008 resulted in the death of the al-Qaeda operative Abu Ghadiyah, one of his brothers, and 2 cousins, all of whom were also insurgent leaders. From Kennedy's Green Berets to Obama's JSOC. After many years of frenetic operations in Iraq, the Afghanistan-Pakistan regions, and elsewhere, JSOC's well-established prowess and track record made it an increasingly attractive military option for American planners and politicians. As we saw earlier, back in the early 1960s, a young President John Kennedy had been dazzled by the seemingly boundless capabilities of Army Special Forces, something he aggressively enlisted in the unfolding campaigns against communist guerrillas across the globe, including Vietnam. 462. Half a century later, another young president, Barack Obama, revealed to a journalist that his fateful decision to use Special Operations Forces for the Bin Laden raid in 2011 stemmed from his confidence in these 21st-century imperial grunts. I just felt as if I'd gotten to know McRaven. I had gotten to know the SEALs. I had obviously been monitoring their capacity to carry out night raids in Iraq and Afghanistan. We had mocked up the compound. We had experimented with it. They had run it. McRaven, he inspires confidence. And I had pressed him hard. Obama continued to elaborate on his view of the new role that Special Operations Forces would play in America's dirty wars, both today and tomorrow. I think with Special Forces, the dangers are smaller because the human element is still there. Those who are still somebody's dad, somebody's husband, somebody's son. When you send them in, you know they may not come back. And for me at least, as Commander-in-Chief, I don't think about that any more causally than I do when I'm sending some green kid off to Kandahar. I do think that just from a broader military perspective, that we can't overstate what special forces can do. Special forces are well designed to deal with very specific targets in difficult terrain and oftentimes can prevent us from making the bigger strategic mistakes of sending force in, with big footprints and so forth, and so when you're talking about dealing with terrorist networks in failed states, or states that don't have that capacity, you can see that as actually being less intrusive, less dangerous, less problematic for the country involved. Drones into the 21st century. The ability, with laser-like focus, to eliminate the cancerous tumor called an Al-Qaeda terrorist while limiting damage to the tissue around it. John Brennan's asterisk. Over a 2-day period starting on October 13, 2011, the CIA used drone strikes in North Waziristan, Pakistan, to kill some of the sought-after insurgents on the American spy agency's most wanted list. Those killed included Janbaz Sadran, the third in command of the shadowy Haqqani network that according to U.S. intelligence sources was responsible for numerous attacks on U.S. and allied forces in Afghanistan. Drone attacks the next day nabbed 2 top al-Qaeda operatives, Abu Miqdad al-Masri and Abd al-Rahman al-Yemeni. In this same month, Libyan strongman Muammar Gaddafi's time came to an end when his fleeing convoy near the city of Sirte was hit by a missile launched from a Predator drone. Gaddafi survived the strike and jumped into a culvert to hide. Libyan rebels pursued him and, after a brief gun battle, pulled him out, a Kalashnikov in one hand, a pistol in the other. Within an hour, Gaddafi was shot in the head and his body was put on display. These lethal operations further revealed the extent to which the U.S. government was using UAVs such as the Predator to help fight its dirty wars in the 21st century. The Predator drone, for example, was a 27-foot-long device that could spend a full day in the air at high altitude. The Reaper, a larger and more lethal version of the Predator, could fly up to altitudes of 50,000 feet. The Predator could be configured to carry 2 laser-guided Hellfire air-to-ground missiles, the multi-mission Reaper with similar armaments. Launched from at least 60 military and CIA bases in locales such as Djibouti, the Seychelles, and Ethiopia, targets were largely in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia. With its ability to remain airborne for so long, there was little to no warning to the targeted persons on the ground before they were hit. By 2012, the U.S. Air Force had more drone pilots in training than pilots for fighters and bombers combined. One enormous advantage of the drones as opposed to, say, B-52 strikes of the Rolling Thunder era in Vietnam was that the unmanned devices were infinitely more discriminate in targeting. That is, strikes appeared to better allow the U.S. military and CIA to kill those it wanted and not those it did not want to. At the same time, though, at least one estimate concluded that perhaps 20% of fatalities caused by drone strikes were in fact civilians. Part of the motivation behind the proliferation of drone strikes was that they could allow the U.S. military to maintain its military preponderance around the world without the long, costly, and unpopular wars and occupations that had dominated the past decade. Registered if a couple of generations ago American generals in Vietnam preferred to send bombs, not boys, their 21st century successors were opting to send drones, not boys. Indeed, President Obama, for one, believed that it was often preferable to use the precision of drones so America did not have to put special operations forces in the dirty wars of the age. In the words of the American president, in some of these places, the state has only the most tenuous reach into the territory. In other cases, the state lacks the capacity or will to take action. It is also not possible for America to simply deploy a team of special forces to capture every terrorist. And even when such an approach may be possible, there are places where it would pose profound risks to our troops and local civilians where a terrorist compound cannot be breached without triggering a firefight with surrounding tribal communities that pose no threat to us, or when putting U.S. boots on the ground may trigger a major international crisis. Mirroring the political and moral controversies surrounding the burgeoning use of drone strikes, Obama acknowledged the risks associated with such use. And yet as our fight enters a new phase, America's legitimate claim of self-defense cannot be the end of the discussion. To say a military tactic is legal, or even effective, is not to say it is wise or moral in every instance. For the same human progress that gives us the technology to strike half a world away also demands the discipline to constrain that power or risk abusing it. 7. An Austrian ski-mobile engine. The drone was not a new technology. Radio-controlled aircraft were used as early as World War II. President John Kennedy's old brother, Joe, was killed on a covert mission when his B-24 plane, designed to fly itself to a German target after Kennedy had bailed out, crashed prematurely. Drones had also been used in Vietnam, and the Israeli military used them successfully over Lebanon's Bekaa Valley in 1982. The CIA purchased several of the Israeli models and turned them over to an American defense contractor for continued development. Unarmed drones were then used very effectively in the American-led campaign, first in Bosnia and then in Kosovo in the 1990s. One Predator precursor, called the Gnat, basically a glider with an Austrian ski-mobile engine, allowed the soldiers a 60-mile view from a platform that could remain aloft more or less continuously, flown in 12-hour shifts. Compared to the use of manned aircraft whose mission taxed the pilots, this was a remarkable development. Nonetheless, there were still challenges with this nascent technology. Pilots struggled to fly such a light, awkward plane from satellite-delayed television images. After they pulled on their joysticks, it would take several seconds for the aircraft to respond. There was also no effective way to control ice on the drone's wings. Last, the drone was not stealthy and could be brought down by anti-aircraft fire. Registered once the Gnat missions started in the Balkans, they never stopped. Into the 21st century, the U.S. Air Force was using the drones in teams, which allowed much greater coverage of targeted areas. In addition, the images did not have to be monitored continually by human operators. 466. Instead, computers, which never got distracted or bored by the complexity or duration of a mission, could monitor the collected data. Then, for example, the movements of a given vehicle could be followed over a region or city for months, or even years, allowing a detailed map of a suspect's travels. And adding that map to cell phone calls, American soldiers and spies were gaining a much better sense of the target's connections and habits, that is, his network. Last, improvements in optics allowed for surveillance at such a great distance that the drones could stand off well outside the restricted airspace of a country in question, which also appeared to help mitigate potentially embarrassing diplomatic spats. Asterisk. Drones, beacons, operatives, and reprisals. In 2012 alone, CIA drone strikes killed hundreds of suspected Islamic militants in the insurgent hubs of North and South Waziristan in northwestern Pakistan, along the Afghan border. Given the drone's chillingly lethal state-of-the-art technology, there was little that the insurgents could do to avoid their fate. Yet one significant countermeasure was the dogged search for informers who assisted the CIA by often placing GPS beacons in insurgent compounds to create a 21st-century bullseye to help ensure that the drone strikes hit their target. The militants' efforts often involved accusing local tribesmen of collaboration and then forcing them to confess into a video camera before their summary execution by hanging or firing squad. The taped confessions were then distributed locally and on the internet in order to terrify other potential collaborators. In the Afghan-Pakistan border regions, the insurgents had become obsessed with Paytray, a local word for a tiny metallic device that they believed the CIA used to locate them. In 2009, an Al-Qaeda deputy commander published an article with photographs of these devices and warned of their lethality. He was subsequently killed in a drone strike. In 2012, the Taliban distributed a video showing another such device, a tiny electronic circuit board covered in plastic that, when connected to a 9-volt battery, pulsed with an infrared light that acted as a homing device. In this instance, it seemed, the 9-volt batteries revealed a decidedly low-tech element in what was a high-tech dirty war of American drone strikes against suspected terrorists. 315. Conclusion. Nowadays, everyone calls himself a counterinsurgency expert. U.S. Special Forces General *. Georges Clemenceau is reputed to have said that war was too important to be left to soldiers. Nobody seems to have come forward with the obvious corollary, which is that peace is too precious to be left to politicians. Such aphorisms, while they may delight those who like their thinking supplied for them in tasty capsules, wholly oversimplify the complex problem with which they deal. They can be true, certainly, but at the same time they are nonsense. Counterinsurgency expert, 1961 *. The kinds of wars we must master. When the Iraq War was still raging in 2006, General Petraeus wrote in the U.S. Army's Military Review that his forces had learned a tremendous amount in Iraq and Afghanistan about how to fight guerrilla insurgencies, but the United States military needed to continue to learn from those conflicts because America's overwhelming conventional military superiority makes it unlikely that future enemies will confront us head-on. The vaunted American commander conceded that these two insurgencies were not the wars for which we were best prepared in 2001, however, they are the wars we are fighting and they clearly are the kinds of wars we must master. Petraeus soberly reminded his soldiers that a liberating force must act quickly, because every army of liberation has a half-life beyond which it turns into an army of occupation. 467. 468 Conclusion. While he referred only to the two major dirty wars that the United States was engaged in at the time, Petraeus could equally have been talking about American involvement in the Philippines after 1898, the chases after Augusto Sandino in Nicaragua in the late 1920s and early 1930s, or Pancho Villa in northern Mexico in 1916, or Vietnam 60 years later. Around the same time that Petraeus offered his reflections, scholar Edward Luttwak described an American society that is willing to fight wars, that is willing to start wars because of future threats, that is willing to conquer territory or even entire countries and yet, is unwilling to govern what it conquers, even for a few years. In this view, America has been overly willing to engage in dirty wars but has rarely had the stomach to actually carry out the hard-nosed political and military policies necessary to achieve victory. Whether we see this in the dilemma surrounding the fits and starts of the American siege of the provincial city of Fallujah during the Iraq War, or the debate that raged in the 1980s over whether American advisors in El Salvador should be allowed into combat, throughout its historical experience America's desire to fight cleaner dirty wars has at times made winning more difficult, especially when the real military but not necessarily political answer has been to fight the insurgencies more on their own harsh terms. Compounding this quandary, counterinsurgent operations needed to produce material goods, such as a legitimate and effective government, a dilemma that insurgents did not have to face. In addition, the usual asymmetry of stakes always makes victory that much more elusive. The insurgents are so committed that they are readily willing to die for the cause, while American troops are understandably doing their best just to get home alive. In other words, insurgents wage total war whereas U.S. forces, which are actually structured for full-scale war, and the local forces they are backing are fighting a limited war degree. Maybe great nations do not learn lessons, they relearn them. Peggy Noonan registered. Some observers have looked at American dirty wars and, drawing especially on the searing Iraq and Afghanistan experiences, have concluded that courageous and effective national leaders, overlapping national interests between allied countries, and capable and legitimate governments and security forces are the indispensable elements for any lasting success. For example, scholar Francis Fukuyama wrote in 2011, "In the end no counterinsurgency will ever be won with foreign forces taking the lead. Nor will there ever be an exit for the U.S. from the conflict other than humiliating defeats unless there is an indigenous government and army to eventually carry the burden." Registered. While Fukuyama is right to emphasize the need for strong domestic forces, the very irregular nature of dirty wars ensures that they will be governed by no hard and fast scientific laws. With this intentional intellectual modesty in hand, this book has attempted to fill the gap regarding what we have learned during these 2.5 centuries of America's experiences with dirty wars. Not surprisingly, Many scholars believe there is a distinct American way of war. It is, in this view, generally characterized by inherent strategic impatience, cultural ignorance, a lack of historical reflection, hypersensitivity to casualties, and obsessive reliance on overwhelming firepower. As we have seen in this survey of the American Odyssey in Dirty Wars, the United States is sometimes guilty on all charges. At the same time, though, the U.S. legacy is far more varied than this depiction. To be sure, in this book we have seen in the experiences of others, the British in the Boer War and Malayan Emergency, or the French in Indochina or Algeria, that the United States is not the only global power that has suffered from these cultural defects. As the foregoing chapters of this book have attempted to make clear, nothing in the American approach to fighting dirty wars is immutable. The nation has had many points of reference for each successive dirty war that it has fought. In some cases, it has applied the experience of the past to great strategic success, as we saw in the tough lessons learned in El Salvador that American policymakers applied to Colombia's seemingly intractable narco conflict a decade later. In other cases, it has failed to apply them, or applied the wrong lessons altogether. The military assistance advisory groups that worked relatively successfully in Greece and the Philippines in the 1940s and 1905, to take one example, were insufficient or ill-suited for the jungles of Vietnam. Similarly, the tenets of the 2006 Counterinsurgency Field Manual were ultimately strategically effective in Iraq but were a relatively poor match for the concomitant Afghan conflict. Perhaps the American nation-building and bandit-chasing experiences in the Philippines starting in 1898 provide the most salient examples of the intractable nature of American dirty war endeavors. At once, U.S. politicians and military forces committed excesses or errors that undermined the American effort. At the same time, however, the United States did learn from its mistakes, and its effort at establishing a more inclusive colonial administration was relatively benign compared to the nation-building of other imperial powers at the time. None of this is somehow to excuse American mistakes or atrocities. On the contrary, our task has been to consider as many of these elements and arguments as possible to develop a fuller sense of this historical legacy and what might be in store for the United States in its likely future involvement in dirty wars. That dirty wars are unpleasant or might appear to some to be more aberrations than the central focus of America's military history does not mean that we should avoid understanding them, or the United States' involvement in them. Rather, we should hope that the deeper our knowledge of the past goes, the more likely we are to apply its lessons correctly, even if we know all too well that this step alone does not ensure success. If Lee works. There are no easy shortcuts to solving problems of Revolutionary War. In fact, I would like to close with one last thought, which applies, of course, to everything that is done in the armed forces, but particularly to revolutionary warfare. If it works, it is obsolete. *degree This prescient admonition from Bernard Fall, a veteran of the French underground during World War II and Indochina in the 1950s, is a fitting reminder about the eternal difficulties of trying to devise any fully satisfying model or prescription for our understanding of irregular warfare. To paraphrase Leo Tolstoy, who opened his epic novel Anna Karenina, happy families are all alike, every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. For America, every dirty war is dirty in its own way. Epilogue. T feel more like a monster. He thought of himself as a patriot who had enlisted in the army for the noblest of reasons, to contribute and to make some kind of difference. Then he punched his first Iraqi in the face, and pushed his first Iraqi down the stairs. Now he was back in the United States, crying and telling his wife, Sasha, I feel more like a monster. Asterisk. It is indeed true that in war there are no unwounded soldiers. And America's dirty wars are no exception. The bombs that shred limbs also hammer brains. Post-traumatic stress disorder is the mental health condition sparked by some type of isolated or sustained psychological terror or by traumatic brain injury, a physiological injury that occurs when the brain is rocked so violently that it collides with the inside of the skull, yielding psychological damage. A decade of dirty war battles in Iraq and Afghanistan wrought enormous psychological damage on American troops. Around 2 million Americans served in the two wars, many of whom were deployed multiple times. If the many medical studies prove accurate, roughly 500,000 of these servicemen and women will have developed PTSD in varying degrees. Further indicating the degree of post-combat issues, approximately half of the military personnel deployed to these two wars have requested disability benefits from the U.S. government. For comparison, only 21% of veterans of the Persian Gulf War in 1991 sought disability. Many veterans are reluctant to report their condition and instead self-medicate. A study from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs found that veterans suffering from PTSD or depression were about 4 times 471. 472 Epilogue. More likely than other veterans to have drug or alcohol problems. The VA also reported that on average 22 veterans committed suicide each day in 2010. The cost to the American government of treating PTSD sufferers is already in the multiples of billions. It will be many decades before we know the total cost of PTSD for Iraq and Afghanistan veterans. In September 2013, The New Yorker magazine profiled Iraq veteran and PTSD sufferer Nick Danino, who recalled some of his behavior during his combat tour, which appears psychotic to him today. His graphic memories are a terrifying but necessary reminder of some of the inescapable consequences of the wars that constitute the American experience. We used to occupy an Iraqi police station. And every once in a while the Iraqi police would bring in dead bodies, a couple of dead bodies. They'd throw 'em in the back of a truck, bring 'em in, shit like that. And at the time this was the beginning of my deployment, we'd all run down there and take pictures. You know? And one guy, his head was all bloated and shit, because it had been sitting in raw sewage, you know? And now I can't get those images out of my mind. At the time, though, it was yeah, this is cool. This is so cool. I mean, what were we thinking? Why did we even want to go look at that shit? You know. Horrible, horrible stuff. Us hanging out with dead bodies. At the time, I mean, we were rockin' and rollin', we were mean killing machines. Now I look back and I'm like, God, what were we doing? What were we thinking? Registered.